Okay, we're on.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me out there? Let's make sure of that first. Make sure that everybody's got
Thank
the
you.
audio and everybody can hear what we're doing. So,
Thank you for all the
just
consideration.
to make sure. And hello to everybody that I haven't had a chance to say hello to in the chat yet.
Your Viagra at CVS costs $45
Hold
for a
on.
100
That's
milligram
me.
tablet. But with a newly announced program, you can get the exact.
There we go. I got to
Can
ask
y'all
my
hear me out
doctor about that one too.
there? Can y'all hear me out there? Somebody give me a what they call it, a 5x5, or say we can hear you. There we go. Peter says he can hear us, so I guess we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, man.
Apparently, Chilli went and made an apology the other night, and after I listened to it, what I heard was he apologized for, first of all, for getting caught and called out, and secondly, apologized that everybody else made him do it. And what did you say about that earlier, Sovereign? What that sounded like to you?
Hang on a second. Sorry. It sounded like a wife beater. That's how they do. Look what you made me do to you.
Right,
Look
right,
what you made me do. See, all you had to do is not say that to me, and I would have never blackened your eyes.
right. I had to break your nose, but it's all your fault. And that was exactly where he went. And in my opinion, I think he's a gutless, spineless, cowardly little punk.
Well, he had a 2.5 hour rant on how much he wanted people to fucking die and all this other bullshit, and then turns around and what
Like a
seven and a
seven
half
minute
minute
apology.
7.5 minute fucking apology. Come on.
Actually, it was more like a 30-second apology, and the rest
Yeah.
of the rest of the time was just him bitching about how they made him do it. How they drug him down to hit their level. You know. So
Yeah.
apparently, like a 9-year-old, he's got a serious impulse control problem and can't control his own emotions.
Well, here's what I'm trying to figure out, right? How is it Kate's fault if he doxes himself and people find the number to the place and start calling it? How is that her fault?
Right. Well, when he was here in Ironton, it wasn't really hard for me to find him at all. All I had to do was look in the background. You know what I
Yes.
mean? So if you're familiar with the area he's in, and he's driving down the road, and you see shit go by in the background, you know exactly where he's at. It's not really hard to find.
Yep.
That's the breaks of doing a live video. So if you don't want anybody to know where you're at, go hide in the corner. So
Well, he
we do
constantly
have
tells
that.
everybody where the fuck he's going, where he's at, what he's gonna do, and then and that's usually right after I have to keep my location secret because they're tracking me. But I'm in such and such a Oklahoma or whatever the fuck else, and of course, man,
Right.
something. Wow. Wow. I mean, I wish Alaska girl was in here right now because I'd ask
Right.
her. I said, did you have short buses in Alaska and did children ride on them? You know?
So you do have that video queued and ready to rock. I'm sure most people have already seen this, so this will be like a replay for you guys. But there
You
might
want
be
me
a
to
few out there who've not had a chance to see it yet.
you want me to change the speed?
Yeah, if you want to speed it up a little bit, I'm sure that'll be all right.
He's usually a lot better to watch in double speed. We'll do 1.5. All right, here he goes. I'm gonna maximize. And here we go. Okay, go ahead.
What is going on out there in the land of YouTube? So I will make this will be a pretty quick live. This should be pretty quick. And I'll kind of lay out some things here just super duper fast because
Of course, it's going to be quick.
the next couple days, this channel will kind of start to fall dormant because I'm going to be so busy doing other things, so I won't be able to come on this backup channel and talk about ridiculously childish and stupid things. But I do want to address something. The other day I said that I hope that these people get cancer or their kids get cancer, and I didn't mean it. I was mad and I was upset and I was blistering. I'm sorry mostly that someone has driven me to hate them. I'm sorry that someone has stopped.
What happened? We lost the audio there.
All of these things are happening, but I can just direct you to a video that Kate made, and I'm sorry, all of these things are happening, but I can just direct you to a video that Kate made, and I'll show you guys a video here. I'll actually pull off for 1 second because I'm really close to where I'm going anyway, and I have to hide where I go because people are tracking me and stalking me. I'm really sorry that's happening. I'm sorry that's driven me to a place where I would say something like, "I hope your kids get cancer, you get cancer," something like that. It was inappropriate, it was wrong, and I'm sorry for saying it. That doesn't mean that I'm not sorry that someone has drugged me to a place of hatred. Just think about that. I don't even know this person. Never met them in my life.
How in the fuck is that a place you could be dragged to? That's what I want to know.
And
Well, it's not like anybody physically drug him out.
No. You went there by your own choice, buddy. Because
Right.
you let your ego get in the fucking way. That's what happened.
Which is a horrible thing, you know. And it's just like you get to this place and you're like, man, you know, it's horrible to like hold hatred in your heart for another person. But it's like at the same time, it's like, you know, that's what's happening. You know, there's just no other way to see it. I hope that I airdrop this. If not, I'll airdrop it real quick. I need like 4 seconds here. I just wanted to apologize for saying that because, you know, my grandmother died of cancer. Cancer's a horrible thing. You know, I didn't mean to say that. I'm sorry I said that. I was pissed off. I also don't hope people burn in hell no matter how mad I get because I'm a God-fearing, loving man and I believe in the afterlife. And I hope that this is just, I hope that this is the purgatory before we get to the best place ever.
Jane's got it just right. She says, see narcissistic behavior, will not take responsibility for what he actually said, blaming it on everyone else. Huh.
Right. Exactly.
But, you know, just so you know, the detractors who say things about, oh, you said this, and so I'm unsubscribing, please go as quick as you can. I don't give a shit. Hold on, let me airdrop this real quick. So I'm just going to show you guys this video real fast, and then I've got to get my errands done here in Denver, and then I've got to do something, you know. Oh, Susie, shut up. You're such a fraud. Susie is such a fraud. You're just a fake, Susie. And you guys remember, always block Susie. Always block her, permanently block her.
Always block her.
Whoever Susie is, some angry little troll somewhere. But I'll direct you guys to this, and then I gotta go. I publicly said I was sorry for saying that I hope people get cancer. You know, really sorry I said that. Obviously, I don't mean that. Cancer sucks. Everybody knows that. I'm sorry someone has driven me to hatred, drug me down to their level. But
so he's not sorry that he said it. He's sorry that somebody drug him to the level to make him say it. See, that's
100%.
why I had to beat your ass, honey. That's why I had to blacken your eyes because you.
Now, you know, the funny part is he's got those restraining orders and he says, yeah, but anybody can get one of those for any reason. It wasn't because I actually laid hands on somebody. You tell me out there right now that this son of a gun wouldn't lay hands on somebody. You know, he would.
A woman.
He's a big bully. He's a big bully and he's a gutless, spineless punk. He won't pick on men for sure.
Well, I know this. Look, if I ever see the motherfucker, then I'm just going to leave it at this. I'll take the charge. I'll take the fucking charge.
You know, for all the people who are watching this and are like, hate watching me, or people who love me and support me, that's great. I want to show you guys this one clip, and then I really do have to go. I have to go. Oh, you can just send Heather Holt. Have you guys seen her Facebook page? Yeah, Heather Holt is a monster of a person. She may be, one of these longtime auditors, moderators, but she's a horrible, horrible person. Go look at her Facebook page. It's awful. I was like, hi, Heather Holt. Go look at her Facebook page. Go see what she actually.
I love how he tries to make himself look better by trying to making someone else look worse.
Chuck, Illinois, $10 for the cause. Thank you. I don't know what the cause is, but
you can stop that now, Sovereign.
Just Joel.
I think we've heard all we needed to hear. We heard the spineless apology that he threw out there as if it were an actual apology. Yeah. Wishes bone cancer on children, death and hellfire on all their parents, and then comes back to say some dumb stuff like, oh, well, you know, I didn't really mean it. They drove me to the point of that kind of anger. It's all their fault. They drugged me right down in the gutter with them, you know?
Yeah. It's your fault that I did that. You know, that's why I had to beat the shit out of you and stab you, is because you made me angry. You brought that out of me. Now you know better.
Hello, Ryan. I see you in there. How you doing tonight?
Hey, what's going on, sir? How you doing?
I think most people out there in my chat probably know who you are from Sovereign's channel. So welcome on.
Well, thank you.
What do you think of the illustrious apology there? Do you think that was heartfelt?
Oh man, I think the exact same thing that my dad was saying. I'm sorry, like the dude smacks his wife and, why'd you make me do that? You know I don't like to do that to you. Why did you make that happen? Huh? And blame. Yeah, dude. It's like, I'm sorry people make me feel this hateful. Like nobody, it's just like a principle of like the fundamental principle of self-awareness is realizing like nobody else makes you do a fucking thing ever. You're the only person who makes you do something, period. You know what I mean? Like bar being held at gunpoint or somebody you care about being at risk. Like you make your own fucking decisions, you know?
Yep.
And also beyond that, you're the one who makes yourself angry. Objectively, what somebody else does or says about you should have no effect on you unless some portion of you feels like that's true. And then you get mad. You think you're mad at that person, but you're really mad at yourself because you feel like, it's true somewhat what was said. That's where the source of anger, a person's afraid that what this person's saying about them or sees in them is actually true because they see it in themselves already and they're afraid of realizing it or admitting. It's just psychology.
Right.
So the guy,
I think Work Lion has a point there, and I want to say hello to him and give him a shout out and make sure he's doing all right. I hadn't heard from him in a while, and I hope he's doing okay. So hello, Work Lion, and hopefully your life is going great, sir.
Yeah, I don't.
And how about you? How about you, Crypto? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing?
I feel like shit.
Oh, why? What's going on with you?
I don't know, a little bit of a summer cold, a little congested.
Oh, that's no
So
fun.
I'm all right. Just a little bit of
long COVID.
Yeah, it's probably monkeypox. I never should have went to the gay pee party, man.
That was a bad idea.
I cannot believe that apology was just out of this world. That was out of it. It's just every day there's something new with this guy. But can I get a little off subject real quick on the when he was talking about suing everybody and how he's got all these documents and this, that, and the other thing? I know as being a private investigator, but I'm not an attorney. But I'll tell you what, I know that you cannot present any documents you present as like a I can do this.
Well,
Is an
a little bird told me
Well,
that he's been trying to get his supporters to write fraudulent fucking statements and shit about Kate.
See, but the statements don't matter. That's all still hearsay.
Right.
Oral testimony is the only thing that jives in civil court.
Well, yeah, beyond that, though, for this guy, a constitutional law scholar, why is he taking any of this stuff to the bar attorneys to begin with? The judge is a bar member, everybody, he's going into their commercial court. I don't understand that myself. Like, I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you and your channel. Like, you can only enter that realm by adopting a corporate fiction to begin with. So I watch this guy. My dad sends me videos of this guy all the time. Like, go what this guy does. And I can't stand to watch him for more than 30 seconds. True story. I was listening to him. My dad sent him to me. I was driving. I'm listening to him, trying to. And I forgot I had him on. And I was like, this gnat, like this mosquito in my fucking ear. I couldn't figure out what was pissing me off. I was just irritated, And I looked down and the video's still playing. I'm like, oh, shit. I turned it off, and my fiance is right next to me, and she's like, thank God. That was so fucking annoying. What was that? It was his voice, dude. Like, so not beyond being able to not stand it, and his glasses, those aren't real, dude. He with fake lenses and shit. But anyways, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, he's the reason why people try to audit auditors, and they think that standing up for your rights, your natural inherent rights is fucking foolish, and it's a conspiracy theory. Because guys like him go around. Me and my dad were talking. I often wonder if he's put up by some kind of fucking intelligence agency or something. Just how does this guy even continue to survive and thrive? Apparently, like he's like a cockroach, But he makes us look awful, and because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then he amassed such a following by getting lucky with one cop or whatever happened. And then everybody was like, oh, this guy's the real deal. He's a fucking moron. Like, in the way he talks to cops. Now, I'm totally, against the color of law and the corporate if there's no victim, there's no crime. You know what I mean? But at the same time, like, you don't talk to them guys like fucking, like they're pieces of shit. Most of the time, they don't know the shit that you're talking about because they don't teach it in school. They damn sure didn't teach it to the cops when they were telling them, like, hey, you enforce these policies right here. People have to be licensed to drive, all that, So they don't know this shit. You listen to Chille talk to these guys, and he's like, take your badge off and we'll see who's a real man. Like, that was uncalled for. That dude didn't do shit to you. He's just fucking trying to, figure out what the fuck you're talking about. You know what I mean? Do what he was.
Well, the whole worst part about that is Chad did. Captain Chagoo did take off his badge and said, "Come on, if you want it, I got it for you. It ain't no problem." And what did he do? He ran like a scared little bitch.
I heard
Ran
about
like a punk ass, gutless, spineless little punk that he truly is.
that's a big
And I
boy.
think that we all pretty knew that he was going to do that from the get go.
He was writing checks his ass couldn't cash. That's for sure. That fucking thick neck dude fucking fold him up. No
Yeah.
problem.
I showed him to him. Legicator did a video today, and I paused it. He was wearing a tank top, and I said, "Hey, Ryan, there's the guy that Chille said he's going to whoop his ass," and he just fucking laughed his ass off.
Fold him up like a lawn chair, dude. Fucking, it's over with.
I was like, "Look, he's got
He
these
knows.
things on his shoulder. I don't even have
Yeah,
a place for those things or nothing."
he knew that shit. He don't know. The video I was watching, somehow he made it onto Facebook Reels or TikTok or something. And I came across him. I'm like, oh shit, this guy. And like he told the cop, he was telling, take off your badge and we'll see who's a real man. Like realistically, they could have been fucking. They could have whooped him just for being the way he was, and the dude's just looking at him like he's stupid, you know. And
I'll tell you what would be great is if at one point one of them would just throw their badge on the ground and pop him right square in the mouth.
Well, right. Well, I mean, most of the time with cops, if they do take their badge off and you go to swing on them, you're going to get jumped by like a bunch of them.
Well, even if not, they probably end up getting fired for doing something
But
like
listen,
that.
I mean,
They're not allowed to take it personal, you know, but it would be fun to see.
If he run across one and just about fucking had it and was ready to quit and shit and just said, "Fuck you," and just stomp the shit out of him, then throw his badge down and say, "There."
Which is probably about half the cops right now. So,
dude, I'll tell you what, man, I'm serious. I would have a hard time not fucking trying to hurt him.
Yeah.
If I seen him. I really would. And I'll tell you what, I'd take the charge. Fuck it. I would take the charge. I'm serious.
He makes like real people who actually stand up for the rights and know the law, like what they're talking about, look horrible because he doesn't know jack shit about anything. Like you listen, I'm pretty sure he just makes shit up about history. Like just making shit up. Like I've never even heard some of the shit he said before. And what's up with this 360 fucking police surveillance drone thing that his idea for the cops?
Oh yeah,
transparency. Yeah, you'll stop your shit right now because I have a camera on my head. The gun on that guy's belt and the badge on his chest didn't stop you, but this camera will. Watch this.
So that's the key to like getting out of the police state we're in is putting 360 surveillance cameras everywhere, right? Is that what he's saying?
Being monitored 24/7.
Right, yeah, that's perfect. That'll work. I'm sure that wouldn't get abused at all.
Do you realize what kind of storage space that would take?
Well, yeah.
Everybody's got
batteries,
64K battery fucking things on them, and they never get deleted.
Listen, trust me, Chille. The government would love to be able to implement something like that. They're on the same page as you. You know what I mean? Let's get fucking surveillance everywhere. Yeah, constitutional law scholar.
He's a total statist.
Yeah, that's insane. And what the fuck does that word? What does that term mean? Constitutional law scholar. It's written.
It means for 20 years he's been a student. For 20 years he studied that document and still isn't anywhere near a master. He's still just a student apparently, because that's what scholar means.
Well, here's the thing why I say it doesn't make sense, because anybody who knows about the Constitution knows it was intentionally written in a language that was not ambiguous, that everybody could understand. There's no scholar. It's what it says is what it says. What it doesn't say, it doesn't say, and you don't have that power, period. You know what I mean? End of story. It's over with.
It's kind of like one of those keep it simple, stupid things.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So
that's why I was behind that.
Right.
Unfortunately, they have everybody, including Chille, believing that there are 7 supreme people in this land that have the unadulterated and only authority to tell you what that shit means. You're not smart enough to know for yourself. You need 7 black-robed people called Supreme Court justices to tell you whether or not the Constitution actually says what it says or not. That's the sad state that we're in. People are so dumb, they actually believe that.
Well, interestingly enough, that's how the Constitution actually is set up, and that's for that specific reason. It's why Thomas Jefferson, when it was drafted, he went over on I'm not going to go into this too much, but he was over on an ambassador's diplomatic mission to Tripoli, dealing with some pirates, right? And while he was over there, they decided that the Articles of Confederation made the system of government inefficient. You know what I mean? Federal government inefficient. Anyways, whatever excuse they used, they ended up drafting the Constitution and having the Constitutional Convention behind closed doors with armed guard outside. Nobody was allowed to know what I was talking about. And when Thomas Jefferson came back and seen what had happened, he said the germ of dissolution is seated within this infernal document because of the fact that it gives the judicial branch of government through the Supreme Court basically unlimited power to interpret what's lawful and what isn't, and that's dangerous. It leaves the back door open for the Bar Association. But on top of that, that's why the government was a utility. This fucking idiot doesn't know none of that shit.
There we go. There we go. That's what we're after.
He doesn't realize that, like, you can not participate in government, barring you hurt somebody and you have to face the music, a jury of your peers. You don't have to fucking participate. None of that shit. You're supposed to live on your own land and fucking be able to support yourself if you want. And anybody comes on it, you shoot them. Doesn't matter who they are. You know what I mean? If they're unwelcome. Okay, but yeah, he's a statist, a very thinly disguised statist.
Yes.
I think he just has an identity crisis. He was that super necessary human fellow?
Yeah.
Before, what does that have to do with constitutional law? I wonder.
Well, absolutely nothing, but he was going to be the superhero to stamp out diabetes, and apparently that shit didn't work. So instead of that, he's going to stamp out any knowledge of Constitution.
So I think
he's the poster boy for diarrhea of the mouth.
He adopts
right.
Money. That's what he's trying to do. He realized that he can just adopt these different personalities on YouTube, and this one right now he's chosen is, it was the whole fucking, freedom movement, tax freedom movement is what it's actually called, right? It's tax freedom movement, not sovereign citizen. That's like saying I'm a fucking jobless employee. That's what sovereign citizen. I'm a jobless employee. But yeah, the tax freedom movement, he's like, hey, well, there's an angle. I see these guys are all fucking, getting a following now. I'm going to start wearing a fake ass pair of glasses and say I'm a constitutional law scholar. Right. And then because I know how to, because I got a silver tongue and I talk quick and I can fool most of the morons out there. Because once upon a time, I sold fucking Kirby vacuums and I was successful at it. I sold it for 1.5 years and I sold it consistently 2 a day for over $1,000. You show up at these people's house, show them this vacuum. My point in saying that is people will buy what you're selling if you know how to fucking. And most people are not very, you know what I'm saying, bright, unfortunately. A lot of people aren't, or they just aren't.
They're easy to fool.
They're naive is a better.
Yeah.
They're
hey, Ryan, I came up with the best word for his followers.
What's that?
Chilidiots.
Yeah.
Chilidiots. Yeah, like these people, I was looking at the comment stream yesterday. He was playing something. I was like, dude, these guys are hardcore defense. Like, they're acolytes, man. Like, they're in some kind of cult. You're right. Like, they've probably got a whole, he's probably got a whole initiation and everything, man. Who knows?
There you go. That's probably the best comment yet. Chille thought he'd come out here and suck up to all the big people and just skyrocket to YouTube fame. That's what that dumbass believed, but he found out that that's not how it works.
He rocketed up when Brian Young showed his video clip of that one where he was telling the cop, take off your badge and I'd beat your ass and all this other shit. And he got a lot of people went from Brian's channel over there and watched it and subscribed. Right. So he got a lot of big boost from that. And now he's the people, people are just going to go, you know what? Fuck you. You're a retard, most people. But then you've got those die-hard supporters, man, that just want to hang in there regardless. I saw somebody in his chat say, I hope these kids get bone cancer too. And I'm like,
yeah,
oh my
God, these are his moderators too.
Yeah, his mods.
Yeah, that was bad, man. It's like these guys are hardcore on that train. Well,
if you listen to a man that you look up to say some shit like that, and you still look up to him, you must be pretty goddamn low yourself.
Yeah,
you can't get any possibly lower on the totem pole. And here I thought I was the lowest man on the totem pole. I'm a pretty humble guy. I don't think that much of myself, but I didn't realize there was that many people I could look down on in the world. That just amazes me that you can be that low to look up to scum like that. I'm absolutely amazed.
He just has zero knowledge of the court system, and he's going to get in there and he's going to look like a total jackass again.
Again,
Well, he's going to tort court. He's going into commercial court. So, like, what are you? Either you're not participating. You're claiming non-taxpayer owner status, right? You're claiming state national. I'm not a United States citizen, or you're not. Why are you going into this commercial tort court to deal with fucking corporate fictions, man? Like, what are you doing? You know what I mean?
Well, why would he talk to cops and ask them for their help whenever he gets into trouble when he's so anti-cop?
Well, yeah. Well, see, so I will say this, like, I'm not particularly anti-cop necessarily, to the point where there are idiots out there, and and people don't realize that the sheriff's duty is not only to try to keep riffraff down, robbers and thieves and murderers and stuff like that, but also they're there to fucking keep the government in check too, because the sheriff's supposed to arrest the fucking if the governor comes into the county. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter, because county's supposed to be superior to federal, or to state. And because it's always the closer you get to the people, the closer you are to the source of sovereign power. And that's what people have to remember. And the sheriff's supposed to arrest them. Somebody comes in and is trying to do something that's unlawful, unconstitutional, and he's supposed to protect people from that and arrest them. Use his his sheriff powers that he's been vested with by the people that he looks over, So being anti-corporate policy enforcer, because that's what most police are. That's why we call them police. They're corporate. They enforce corporate policy, codes, and statutes that do not conform to the Constitution. So when they overlaid UCC on everything, they were like, we can overlay UCC on this as long as it conforms to the Constitution, doesn't violate the Constitution. So codes and statutes that cities and stuff adopted, this commercial code had to conform to the Constitution. Well, now that's out the window. They don't even give a fuck about conforming. You can't, you know what I mean? Like, but that's why you have to license. I mean, think about it. People, if you have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, why do you have to pay? Why do you have to be licensed to feed yourself, hunt, fish, right? Any of that stuff. Why do you have to be licensed to travel? Why do you pay property taxes? All that shit. But he's going into this tort court dealing with these motherfuckers. You don't know. You have to pick one or the other, man. Either you're participating in their system and you agree to the benefits of this citizenship, which is the use of their tort court system, but you have to go through the bar association, pay these attorneys, tons of money, or the judges or the court system or whatever the case may be. They're not going to be doing this for free. It's all for profit. It's not a utility. Why are you going in? Why are you even going to deal with? You know what I mean? Like
I want to say something to the comment that's up on the screen there. They said it would be fun, so that they found Chille through the Here's the Deal channel. Please don't blame that on Brian, who is the owner of the Here's the Deal. He's got 3 of them: Here's the Deal, Grease Monkey Videos, and High Impact Flicks. I am subscribed to his channel. I like his channel. Please don't leave him. He didn't know Chille was full of shit until now, and I'd say that's why he's been silent about him. He doesn't want to get into the Chille bash, and he's hoping that doesn't take anything away from him after he stepped in, because he did the same thing I did. He stepped in and thought that Chille was somebody to believe in until he realized that he wasn't.
Dude, we can understand where he's coming from, Brian. You know what I mean? I support anybody, no matter what level you're on of understanding what's really going on. If you're trying to stand up for your rights and you see something's wrong, you're part of the solution. You know what I mean? So no matter what, but he's a total fake, man. And I mean, at first I can see how he's a con man. He snows people over. So he snowed Brian over. Hey, you had that video where he got lucky with the cops, right? And he's a good enough little salesman to snow people over. That's what happened. And
you can tell that he's changing, like his whatever, let's say his mission, which he doesn't really have one, but it's constantly changing from day one. It's constantly shifting to where he thinks that he can, have an advantage. Now it's before it was activism for people like Deborah or whatever, where he totally screwed her up, and the other girl, Christy Roan, and before that it was constitutional law, whatever it is. He's screwing up everything, and it's just constantly changing. It's changing and what is something else.
What is his goal? Like you have auditors that go out and they want to, audit the police and make sure that they're adhering to the oath they took to uphold the Constitution, right? You got people like me that know this stuff and want to just be left alone, and I just use it to live my life and not be in their system. And that's it. Hey, this guy, what's his goal? You know what I mean? What is he? What are you?
Fame.
What are you out here doing?
Fame.
What is your? Are you auditing? Are you? All I ever hear you do is bitch about shit and wish bone cancer on children. You know what I'm saying? And shit like that. So, what is your purpose? What is your channel? What do you stand for? You know what I mean? So, I can't. Like my dad just said, all I can see that he does is want to get his face out there. Can't be famous, be infamous, right? I told him he ought to take this crisis. I was telling my dad he ought to take this crisis and turn it into an opportunity. He wants to get rich and famous. Well, people hate him. It turns out he's a lot more hateable, dislikable than he is likable, right? So he's got his hater base just raised 20 grand for that one chick, right? Yeah, that's how hated he is. That lady literally just made 20 grand for a legal offense off of his hatred. So he's got a solid hater base, not really a fan base. So if he just capitalized on that, starts selling his own Chilli hater merchandise, you know what I'm saying?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine what this man could seriously accomplish with his charisma, his attitude, with his clout, with his subscribers? Imagine what he could really accomplish if he'd pull his head out of his ass and start doing things. Yeah, start doing something serious instead of just running his damn mouth, staring at himself in the camera while everybody else enjoys the shit show.
Well,
you know what I mean?
It'll never happen.
Well, I believe you. I'm just saying he has the platform. He has the ability to talk to people and change their minds. He did mine for a little bit. He had me believing this bullshit. And I'll be honest, I'm not an easy man to convince. I'm not stupid. It might seem like that to some people, but I'm not stupid. I just play one on TV every now and then, but, he actually has the ability to lead people. He really could be a good leader, but he'd have to pull his head from deep somewhere in his rectum to be able to get it done.
His fame is eating him alive now. That's what's happened because of his ego has caused his fame to eat him alive. And, here's the thing. The guy got where he was and had the followers that he had, you know what I'm saying? Because there's something about him that he has that, he could use to influence people in a positive way. Obviously, like you don't seem like a dummy. It's not like I know you, but talk to you and you don't seem like an idiot at all. You seem like you got a good head on your shoulders. So he's got to be able to sell himself pretty well, but he's just so consumed. He's so vain, man. He just appears so obsessed with himself and how people see him that it's literally now his fame has become his own worst enemy. It's been like a trap box, like the gift. You know what I mean? It's he thought that's what he wanted. Now he's got it. He's famous. I mean, like I said, he just raised $20,000 for somebody and how much they hate him. That's infamous, right?
Which, of course, just because of that, he had to get on there and wish bone cancer on their children because he was upset that they got that kind of money and he's not getting it.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. We're looking at this all wrong. If he was really, maybe he capitalized on it on its own hater base, and we're looking at it all wrong. Maybe it's a marketing ploy. What's the worst thing I could possibly do in public, on record, on the internet? Oh, you know what? I mean, wish fucking cancer on children.
Yeah.
That's pretty much like this. Really, on the. I mean, can you think of any?
He's not stupid.
Yeah, I know. I'm just talking shit. He's definitely not. He's clever. He's not smart. I've come across a lot of people that are very clever, but not smart. Manipulative.
Yes,
not.
Yes, very manipulative.
There you go. Jackson 68 has it right. He's the one that'll work his ass off trying to run a grift and run from everything else, but actually having an honest job or trying to do it honestly, it just escapes him. He is unable to do it.
Because it's all about the ego. It's all about getting one over on somebody. You know what I mean? He's got to be. It makes him feel mentally superior to be able to manipulate somebody in or out of something.
He's
very, very vain.
Right.
Yes. Well, he says he's a game changer. My question is, what game is he changing other than what we all think about him? He's not changed anything. He's not even gotten close to changing anything other than the opinions of the people who follow and or have followed him. That's the only thing he's ever changed.
He changed the shit out of that. Yeah.
He's an actor.
I mean,
he's an actor. That's it.
And not a very good one at that. I mean, you've seen his apology. Hell, he couldn't even act through that. I could do a better fake apology than that. Damn.
It wasn't even a fucking apology. That was just a fucking another bitch podcast where he's bitching. You know what I mean? That's what he did. I'm sorry that you made me so mad that I said that. What the fuck is that? Are you serious?
Who was it that brought up the wife?
I did.
That was
Yeah,
perfect.
it's wife beater
You
shit.
made
Yeah.
me do this. Did you see that live stream that he went on?
Yes. Yes,
Holy
I did.
shit.
Got tore apart.
Now, guys, I want to mention something here. And Work Lion may be right. He may have a mental problem, may have a disorder, some kind of disease. I don't know. The only thing that I can say about him, and he deserves the bashing, and I'm sorry. Anybody that would get on and say something like that, what he really deserves is for a real man to bend him over the knee and bust his little ass like a 9-year-old with a belt. Because it
Yep.
sounds like he just wasn't ever disciplined as a child. And when I say discipline, I don't mean beaten. Discipline is not punishment. For all the parents out there that think when someone says you should discipline your child, that means that you should take a belt to them, that's not true. The word discipline means to teach. You may use punishment to teach, and that's okay. But understand that no one ever really taught him how to interact with the world. Evidently, if they did, he's just too stupid to understand. And I honestly agree with some of what Work Lion is saying. However, kind of like he always says, the cops have earned the hate. Well, I believe that he has earned his. And I don't hate the man, but I strongly dislike him, and I sure would like to just bust his ass like a little kid. That's what he needs.
Well, you see, here's
And
the
work
thing.
line, I think what his problem is he's a narcissist, and I also think he's a druggie. And both those things come out in almost all of his videos, especially the ones where he's late at night and his eyes are pinned. You can't tell where his pupils are, and he's acting crazy. And that, to me, knowing a lot of people that are on drugs, that's either cocaine, GHB, or some type of opiate.
Here's another thing I think a lot of people overlook too, right? And it goes back to what Ironton was saying about a grown man pulling his pants down, putting him over his knee, whapping his ass with a belt. I get the impression from the first time I've even seen one of his videos that he would probably like that a little bit. So I think he's warring with something inside of himself. Now, I'm not into baseless slander, and I'm not trying to say anything about anybody, whatever anybody's preferences is their business. But he's very effeminate, and vain. I mean, he wears makeup. Does that looks like makeup? I mean, I'm pretty sure he has makeup on.
Yeah.
There, pretty heavily. You know what I mean? And he's very, very feminine, dude. So, I feel like he's probably very insecure, and he has that's why he's so concerned about the perception of everybody. Maybe he grew up with a dad who's like a super homophobe. I mean, we could speculate for ever of why he would hate himself. He hates himself, though. I think that might have something to do with something along those lines. I get the impression, but for whatever reason, the guy fucking despises himself. And that's why he lashes out at everybody. The truth is how you treat other people is how you feel about yourself. Now, I'm not coming from some super place of enlightenment where I've perfected all that stuff, but I've come far enough and done enough meditation, soul searching, and realized that nobody makes me feel shit or nobody makes me act any kind of way. I make all of my own decisions, whether or not I succumb to my emotions or rise above them. You can't get rid of your emotions. You're going to feel them. That's the human condition, right? But you recognize them, rise above it, realize that it's irrational or it's in the moment, it's just an emotional experience, and you have to wait till it subsides. Well,
And if you don't, and you stick both feet in your mouth, what you
right.
then have to do is man up and say, you know what? You're right. I was wrong. I made a mistake, and I should have never said some shit like that. I let my emotions get a hold of me, and I acted like a 12-year-old. And I am so sorry to those people that I said it about. I am deeply sorry to their children, and I should never, ever, and I won't in the future ever say some shit like that again. And I apologize to each and every person out there that had to hear me say some shit like that. Please forgive me. That's what he should have said.
You'll never get an apology out of an arrogant prick like that.
Yeah, he can't admit that he was wrong would destroy him, because that's what he's so concerned with, how he hates himself so much and has such a low opinion of himself. He feels like he has to hide what he truly is from everybody. So that's why he's so concerned with what everybody thinks about him or what they say about him, because of that self-hatred. He's lashing out. He's lashing out at himself. Yeah, and so he's very concerned about that shit. And so he's not ever to admit that he was wrong and apologize for saying that stuff and say I was wrong. It would break him. He wouldn't be able to, his ego can't handle it at this point. You know what I mean? Like, that's how far out there he is.
I was taught from a very early age that that's one thing that makes you a man, is being able to admit when you're wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. You know, because nobody's perfect and everybody. I've said some horrendous shit when I was angry too, plenty of times throughout my life. I mean, you know, it's not. I've struggled with anger myself. You know, that's why I know the stuff I just said because I've had to look and work on myself. You know, but Terry said, like Ironton said, you fucking be like, yeah, dude, that was really fucked up what I said. You know what I mean? I don't know what came over me. There's no excuse for it. I'm not expecting people to just be cool with the fact that I said that, but just know that I don't feel that way, and I don't. You know, I apologize that I said that shit. You know, something. You know, you just
You
be
know
like,
what? You know what the funniest part of that is early on in my Ironton auditor career, I was doing a video and there was a lady giving me in American Pride, Ohio, some crap from. We were standing out on the sidewalk in front of her house. It was probably about 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and she'd stepped out behind us, screaming at us to get off the sidewalk, you know, and get out in front of her house, all that kind of stuff. And I wasn't rude to her, and I didn't say anything to her. But later, I had called her a Karen, you know, and some people in my chat called me out on it. And after I thought about it overnight, I came back and I agreed, and I took down that video where I made fun of her. And I agreed, because if I want people to come together, making fun of her and calling her names was not the correct way to do it. And I have stricken that word from my vocabulary, and I gave a very heartfelt apology on my video to show people that I was sorry, that I realized it was wrong, and that I will not do it again. And that's really all it takes. I mean, if he doesn't know how to apologize, he's free to go back and watch my channel and learn how to do that.
right, yeah, hey man, that's like I said, same thing. But with me, I've done shit, said shit about people that I can't take back. That was awful. I've said horrendous shit. You know, I feel like, you know, nobody's perfect, and anybody that says they didn't fucking, they haven't said something like that, you know. But here's the thing: is like, in order to be forgiven in the first place, you can't be forgiven if you're still the same person that feels that. If you don't see anything wrong with what you did, there's something wrong. Like, even whether you're Christian or not, in the Bible it says you have to repent for your sins to be forgiven. Well, the original word for repentance in the Greek is metanoia, and it doesn't mean be sorry for your, so like, oh, I'm so sorry, and actually, you know, I feel guilty. Metanoia means to actually have changed your perspective, your the way that you view the situation, you know, and what
To
you've
know
done.
in your heart that it will never, ever happen again because you will not allow it. You have repented from that. You've turned around and walked away from it.
You know, you can, your whole perspective is shift, and you actually see why that was so wrong, and that's how
Your
you're,
conscience,
yeah.
you're conscious of what you did, and are
Most
willing
people,
to change.
a lot of
Not
people
to have
just,
that.
they repent or ask for forgiveness because they're out of fear of punishment. And that's the one thing, you know, that, you know, it's the reason why a lot of people have trouble with Christians, because a lot of Christians, they're not authentic, and they go to church because they're afraid of going to hell, and they try to be good because they're afraid of being punished. But
Well, it just makes you a bad person on a leash.
well, the principle of rhythm is the further a pendulum swings in one direction, this is a hermetic principle, it'll swing an equal amount in the opposite direction. It's one of those universal laws of creation that nobody can escape. Everybody's subject to. It's from the ebb and flow of the tides to, you know, the cycles of women and moods and every, you know, even men have periods of time. But anyways, that rhythm, you know, when somebody's trying to force themselves to be good out of fear of punishment, eventually, as soon as they kind of slip up a little bit, you know what I mean? They go way in the other direction and just fucking go all out. You know? And this
I
again
seen
goes,
someone out there ask Lisa if that was the link to get up on the panel next to her name. I believe that was the link to the actual video where Chille made his fake ass apology, but I just put the link in the description there. So if you want to come up, come on up. Oh, I just had somebody pop in there. Here, give me just a second. There we go. I believe it's Thomas. Is that correct? How you doing tonight, Thomas? Hello? You got your mic muted, Thomas. You'll have to let's see.
Get him.
There we go. Now I can hear you. How you doing tonight?
I'm all right. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing great. So what do you think about Chille's apology? Do you think that was a heartfelt apology?
I absolutely do not. I think that he is trying to cover his ass, and he's sorry that his ego got hit. And I believe that if he's not a paid shill, he's dumb and doing it for free. He's not in the alignment of things that help you and
that's
I.
absolutely right. I agree. He's not actually paid to do what he's doing. He's a useful idiot. That's for sure.
He's just gullible enough to do it for absolutely free and take everything that might be worth having in this particular type of movement that he speaks of, and just trashing it with what he
Right.
does and says.
Turn people right off to it. As soon as it's brought up, they're gonna think of Chilli and be like, "Oh, you're fucking crazy." No.
Yeah.
That's exactly effective.
Chilli, he clearly sucks. But like, what was it again? I've followed your situation a little bit, but what was it again that he had claimed to come out and help you with in the first place? That he clearly didn't fulfill his ideas.
He wasn't here to help me at all when he got here. And by the way, I see you backstage there, Mr. B. I'll get you up here in just a second. He wasn't here to help me. He was here to help someone else. And when I found out he was here and I thought he was actually here to help someone, because of his video, I seen where he was at, and I went in to shake his hand and tell him thanks for coming from wherever he came from to help somebody in this dinky little town, and that I was here to help him 100% help them. If someone's willing to help someone, I'll do everything I can to help them help. So that's how I got into it. But he wasn't here to help me at all, and he provided no help. As a matter of fact, he just brought chaos.
Right, and it was this Kate woman, I guess, that he was here to help?
No, Kate is from another channel. That's, I think it used to be Masshole, and now it's, what is it, Troll Mafia, I think, is what they call the channel. And she just talks bad about him, and he don't like it. That's all it is. She just kind of like I do. I get on here and just tell you he's a punk ass little bitch, and he doesn't like that kind of thing, and it hurt his ego really bad. So, he's after Kate for that. Hello, Mr. B. How you doing tonight?
Sorry.
I'm feeding America. That's what I'm doing.
Doing what now?
Sorry, Mr. B. We didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I said I'm feeding America. That's what I do.
I'm gonna go in here and sit down, man. I feel like shit, man.
Hey, Sovereign, I'm sorry you feel so bad, sir. Get to feeling better, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on, y'all. Thanks a lot. I'll be back.
Or something. Yeah, you sound rough, man. Yeah, I guess I'll sit over here then. But yeah, that's how are you feeding America? That's pretty interesting. What do you mean by that?
I'm an 18-wheel all-American semi-truck driver.
Oh,
That's
hell
what
yeah.
I am.
That's
I'm the
awesome.
guy that feeds you, that supplies your gas, your bullets, and all that other good stuff.
Well, thank you for doing your job, because I enjoy having those things here at the store so that I can get them easily.
For sure.
Hey, Mr. B, I got a question for you. I don't think that American convoy got enough representation. Do you?
Yeah. I'm going to give you guys all a good piece of advice from the man in the logistics point of view. Start stocking up, because they just gave $11,000 to the railroad industry to keep those little pansy-ass pricks running. Without the great American 18-wheel truck driver, America's going to starve. There's 85 million of us in a union that's going to shut this country down so you little bastards can starve. We'll show you who runs this country. We're tired of being left out. We're the most underappreciated worker in America.
Hey, brother,
We're giving $10,000.
We're on the
You're
same
clearly in
side.
demand. Hopefully they pay you more soon, because we need it to be a balance.
We're on your side, but this brings us to a point that we're not talking about tonight. But we have to understand, Mr. B, that the goal is to starve America. So they want you to do that. They're going to encourage you to do that because that's the plan. You understand? So if you really want to defy these motherfuckers, we all need to come together, help you guys out, and find a way around that and cut them out of this whole situation. Because without that, that's the plan, man. That's what they want. They want to starve us. I mean, not to get into this, Terry, because I know that's not what your show is about tonight, but we all have to keep in mind that by the year 2030, they want to have everybody literally eating bug food and mealworm burgers and sharing everything. You need a drone or you need a drill. You're going to have to put in an order for it and rent it. And then a drone will drop it off. You use it, you send it back. And depending on the condition that it's in, when you send it back, it'll affect this thing called social credit. And this, not a conspiracy theory. It's really happening. They've already implemented shit like this in China. The United Nations and the World Economic Forum is 100% behind China. They think that's the model country. The whole world needs to be behind it.
One step deeper. Do you know what 2030 is a precedent to, what it's supposed to come before? It's basically, if you follow the rhythms and waves of the sun, news involved with how the celestial bodies operate and just basically the cycles on Earth. the geomagnetic field is kind of dipping. It's like only 50% of what it was 100 years ago. So 2030 kind of precedes a 0 point in the magnetic field by 0 to 10 to 20 years. So the Agenda 2030 is just like the powers that be trying to get a grasp on society before the Earth
No,
doesn't
sir, it is
function
not.
anymore.
So all of this, again, I'm trying not to go off into this, but all of this weather, this climate chaos and stuff is 100% engineered by them. They've been able to engineer weather since the 60s. I mean, they've said this on public television
beforehand.
Yeah, several times. They did it in like 2015 or a few years around then in China during the Olympics. They created thunderstorms and shit. So none of that shit.
Whenever you see chemtrails, that's literally it's cloud seeding in conjunction with the HARP system, and that's their rudimentary method of affecting.
They've actually got what's called next.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna interrupt you here. We're gonna end up down a rabbit hole tonight that we've only got like 7 minutes to cover, and there's no way in hell we're gonna cover that tonight.
No,
so
you're right.
I want to respond to a comment that's on the screen. Silly Wabbit said no free speech here. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Silly Wabbit. So I'm not sure if you got block timed out. I'm not sure what was said or what wasn't. I'm not sure how that works. So you generally are able to say anything you want, unless you're personally attacking. If you personally attack me, that's fine. My mods will let it go. But if you're personally attacking someone else in the chat or on my panel, they'll generally take care of that.
As far as this Chille dude, you know, I mean, the way I look at it is the guy's got mental issues, but you know, I think everybody on the panel could have mental issues a little bit. I mean,
oh yeah, for sure.
You know,
we live in an issue-filled world, and also free speech is full and well if he's going to put the StreamYard or Streamlabs link up for anybody to pop in.
I mean,
absolutely.
I mean, I heard someone make a comment. You know, you just want to live free and be able to, you know. And if someone comes on your property, be able to take care of business. I mean,
yeah, that's what this is supposed to be, man. That's what we're supposed to
be. But see, and I understand that point of view too. But like me, for instance, okay, I mean, what if I was in my truck and I accidentally turned onto your private road? You're saying you should have a right to do me under?
Yeah, you should have the right to, but generally a person's not going to do that without unless you're right. You're gonna be like, what are you doing here? What happened?
A trespass that isn't criminal or violent in nature, you never have the right to harm someone just because they made a wrong turn.
Well, I agree.
At no point does someone walking upon the land and man are synonymous. You are the land. So
having the ability,
just trying to get from point A to point B. Sorry, I didn't know you were so protective over this of God's creation that you want to harm another one of God's creations just because I walked here. No, that's
having the ability to do it. Having the ability to do it. Having the ability to do it does not equal having the right to do it. There might be a bit of
like me. No, I'm just curious because like me, it's
have
like
the ability to do their thing.
I would not. There's no way I could take a human life if they were just walking across my land, unless they did something.
I don't think anybody said that.
Yeah, most people feel that way, and that's why I said that's not a thing. That's what I'm saying. Most people aren't just going to shoot you, but I'm saying you should have the right to be able to defend yourself on your land. Nobody unwelcome visitors on your land staying without you being like you can stay. You know, if you're staying, then now I have the right to remove you.
Well, I live in Arizona, and we can do that.
Right.
It's what the entire castle doctrine is built on, and we do have that here in Ohio. It's called the castle doctrine. You know, I mean, where are you going to run?
Where are you going to run that you shoot somebody just because they were sitting down on your yard?
Well, here's what I'm saying.
Well,
nobody said that.
Nobody has even claimed any such thing on this panel tonight.
I'm just saying, but you're saying that you can maybe under the.
Hell, I can.
Someone said
hold on, guys. Hold on. Stop a minute. I could walk down the street to your land and shoot you on your land. There's nothing that would stop me from doing that other than my own conscience.
Exactly.
Okay?
Or me with a gun and more awareness. But yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to say earlier. Just because I can do something or have the ability to does not necessarily make it right. You know, I don't think anybody's going to walk out and see somebody sitting in the corner of their yard and just start throwing bullets. If they were going to do that, that'd happen every day. There's really no law to prevent it. I mean, you know, not
in high school that would shoot at his neighbor's house. His neighbor's house would shoot at his house, and they both would throw bullets above the roof just to fuck with each other.
Yeah, one of my favorite things when it comes to trespassing, I'll give you a good example that irks me. And I'm sure it's like living in Ironton, Ohio. Actually, I delivered there, and it's an older city. It wasn't uncommon for people to build their houses in garages right on the property line. Right or wrong?
I mean, yeah, it happens. I survey land for a living. People build sheds on their neighbor's property.
I think there might be a local ordinance which you're supposed to build so far off the property line.
No, you misunderstood what I'm saying. In the old days, back in the 20s and 30s, that's where people did. They'd build a house or garage right on the property line. They are what they call grandfathered in. But if you actually had to rebuild your house, for instance, you have to have it so many feet off the line.
Right.
Understood.
Oh, the setback.
My point with the property thing, real quick, just so nobody misunderstands me, is that your land was, you actually owned it. You had a land patent and a lloydial title. You own the mineral rights underneath it. You own the airspace above it. It's yours, right? You're king of your land. Nobody comes on your land, whether they wear a badge or not, or whatever they want to do with you. If they come on your land unwelcome, they're waging war because it's your land. So you have the right to.
But then again, guys, we're getting way off topic here. We're all here to talk about Chille's punk little bitch ass, and that's what I want to concentrate on. We're getting off on too many rabbit holes talking about freedom that don't matter for the night. What I'm here to talk about is whether or not Chille's apology was a heartfelt apology or not. I think we've agreed that it wasn't.
No, he didn't.
You know what? I think Mr. Ironton, dude, you ought to I would let him sink himself. I mean, because in a way, you're making yourself look bad. Keep dwelling on it. Let the man sink himself.
Make no mistake, I'm not dwelling on it. You can check out my channel. I have very few videos to do with Chille at all.
This is your second. You actually got a couple.
He didn't.
It is entertaining, though.
The reason is because the first one I did was because he wished bone cancer on children, and I'd like to beat his ass for that. I'd like to bend him over my knee and bust his ass with a belt. And then a night later, he makes this particular apology. So I have no choice but to talk about that because I've been personally involved with that idiot.
Yeah.
So
I understand.
In order for everyone else out there to know what kind of a grifting moron this guy is, I have no choice but to update people on his stupidity so that they won't send him money and won't get caught up in his words and his grift. That's why I do. That's why I'm talking about it.
He's going to have a heart for it. All it's going to do is make some people send him more because they're going to say you're crazy or you're this. I mean,
I tell you what,
Chille is his own downfall.
I don't give two shits in the world what anybody thinks of me. It doesn't make any difference.
Oh yeah. Oh, I know what you're saying. I mean, because he's made some wild accusations. I heard his one video when his van was supposedly stolen, and he had a custom built bed out 2x4s, and that said it cost $1,000. I said, "Dang!" I made a comment, and I challenged him. Bring me up on a live stream and say, "Explain to me why a bed made out 2x4s and a piece of plywood and some screws and nails and even I don't care if 10 coats of varnish cost $1,000. House even with these high prices and insulated. Explain to me why you get $1,000 for a bed."
I'll tell you why. He was looking for sympathy, and he was looking for somebody to help him out.
I know what he was looking for, but when you take him out, it's like, and I said, if to prove your van was not repossessed, post the VIN number up there so we can look it up on a bank to see if it was actually repossessed. I bet you $20 that van was repossessed, and he's just trying to. And he made I said, give us the police report then, and he told me. I even called the Ironton police. I called not the Ironton Police Department, the police department, whatever city it was he was supposedly stolen from. And I said, "Is there a report of a stolen Honda Odyssey van by Chille de Castro?" And I was going to file a FOIL request. He said, "For what?" There's no FOIL. There's nothing. First time we've heard of it.
Here's the problem: is that you're trying to make logic out of something that's illogical. He is completely illogical.
He's not going to say his shit got repoed. Like, that's, no, he's
I'd
definitely not.
venture to say he's either insane or a liar or both.
No, I think he's actually lying. No, he's a professional scam artist. I think he's got people that actually believe his crap.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's got
I mean,
diehard supporters.
and guess, oh yeah,
Part of growth is when someone takes advantage of you, you kind of take responsibility for allowing that to happen and do better. Not that he took advantage of anyone here, but that's his goal. He's out there attention to confidence, man, and the people who he takes advantage of, they may need life lessons to allow someone
I would say that he did.
Hey, guys, I want to bring your attention to something. Tina Slay says, listen, she don't like Jose either, and she has probably more reason than I do for sure. But she said that his VIN number does show up reported as stolen. So just to give him his due credit, I don't want to take any credit away from Chille. I don't try to do that. I just want to bash him with the stupid shit that came out of his mouth recently. But apparently it has been reported stolen. That doesn't necessarily mean that it was stolen, and I'm not going to say whether it was or was not. I honestly have no clue. So I'll leave everybody to make their own decision about that. But apparently it has legally been reported stolen.
well, if it was, then he probably should have it. Should have been there should be a claim number then, because I haven't found any police report for it.
Not every agency makes the records super easily accessible.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, well, getting paperwork from the cops is almost impossible at times. I can tell you, it's not always an easy task to get done.
Hey, I'll tell you something. Where I live, the police department is locked down from the public. You can't.
Hey,
you
guys,
can knock
here
at
you
the
go.
door and they come. That's it.
Here you go. I've got a comment up on the screen. Smile Kyle says, diehard Chille supporter here. The mission is to make changes to a corrupt police state. Well, let me ask you something. How is he going to make changes? How is he going to make changes to a corrupt police state by suing a bunch of YouTubers? That ain't going to change a thing. The only thing that changed was my opinion of him. Made it lower than it was, and I didn't think that was even possible.
What is he doing?
He has no understanding of the legal society, yet he wants to sue his brothers. It just doesn't make any sense. We're trying to change the police state by suing my brothers.
Yeah, he's supporting the Bar Association.
I'm not trying to talk for Terry here, but any Chille supporter that wants to, I think that you opened this earlier, any Chille supporter that wants to come on the panel, please feel free to, and we won't beat you up, we won't harass you, we won't gang up on you. We just want to have a discussion. So please come up.
Right there's the link is the link is in the chat.
You know what don't make sense though? People don't realize I could sue everyone on this panel, will say, for something if you did something, that is. And say I won $100,000 from each and every one of you, or you won $100,000 from me. And guess what? If I was retired or on disability or didn't want to pay, you can't. They're not going to say, "Oh, you didn't pay. Here, we're going to take your house and give it to them." It don't work that way. If I gave you $1 a week and you accepted that dollar, or if they, guess what? You can't do crap to me. You can't affect someone's credit. And I know this because I actually sued someone I had someone hit my car. They had no insurance, and I sued them. Guess what? I beat them hands down. And I won $22,000 to replace a brand new car. It was totaled out that I paid, and there was no, and I just bought the car. It was being delivered, believe it or not. I hadn't even put the plates on it. It was 5 years ago. It was delivered. I hadn't even registered. It was in my driveway. My neighbor came down the street, jumped the curb, and destroyed a brand new car before I even had a chance to insure it or register. It was delivered to my house. Guess what? I had to pay for that. I had to pay for that car. The guy's is on disability, and he's been giving me $1 a week for the last year, and he'll be dead before he's 70-some years old, something.
But you can also pull that claim upon his children, and if there's enough people that act like him in dishonor, the banks are going to stop paying to people. Not that we need banks, but you're just not going to have that resource.
I've got Z24 Panther up on the panel. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Oh, me, I'm always good. Good for nothing, but guaranteed good for it. Somebody has to be. I always say we all can't be rich and powerful. Some of us just have to be short, furry, and funny. So I try to stick with my strengths.
Yeah, I kind of do the same. I've never been on a panel before, and I've never actually done any audits, but I've been following you guys all since like 2020 or as soon as you came out. and I've been a longtime supporter. And I was fooled in the beginning by Chille, and I even unsubscribed from you for a minute, Ironton Auditor, when he first abandoned you, and then I realized it was all lies, so I came back.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad that you were able to see through his ruse, because he puts on a good one. And if you stare into his eyes while he tells you what's going on his screen, you'll tend to believe it rather than letting your eyes see what they actually see.
And it's also honorable to admit a mistake.
Right, exactly. And that's what I said about Ironton Auditor in the chat earlier, was the reason he admitted to a mistake and gave a sincere apologies because he's a man of integrity. And this world is lacking of people with actual integrity anymore.
Who gave a sincere apology?
Ironton Auditor said he would. He did.
Oh, you gave an apology to Chille?
No, what had happened was, I told this story earlier. I don't know if you heard, but earlier on in my audits, if you go back and watch one of the earlier ones, American Pride Ohio and I were out on the sidewalk in front of his neighbor's house. Actually, it was his next door neighbor, and she didn't like us being there. It's probably 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. It was dark, and she come out and was really just kind of running her mouth at us, wanted us out from in front of her house, and we were on the public sidewalk, and I told her, I said, "Man, we're on the sidewalk. We're not hurting anybody. We were filming not even near her house. We were filming across the street. Her house never even appeared on the video, but she was upset about it. And after we had left there, in another video I had made fun of her and called her a Karen. Yep. And once I uploaded that video, I had a few people call me out in the chat for doing that. And after I thought about it overnight, they were correct. If I want people to unite, because I always say united we stand. Divided we've already fallen. Hell, look at us. We've already fallen. So united we stand. And if I want her to stand beside me in anything, then making fun of her and using names like Karen to use as a jab and just a way to insult her was a bad idea. It's not something that I should have done. And so I apologize. And I have stricken that word Karen from my vocabulary. I will not use it towards a lady anymore, no matter how ridiculous she acts, because I hope that at some point we can agree to disagree on certain topics so that we can stand shoulder to shoulder and hand in hand on those things that do matter between us.
I mean, if you didn't repeat it in vitriol and you just mentioned it a few times, that very well could just be a truth. And there's nothing wrong with a little bit of ego shining through. That's why God gave it to us. We shouldn't harp on it or exalt ourselves above others. But, maybe if she was being a Karen, there's value in calling her out for it.
Ironton, you just gave me a phenomenal idea. That's something that Chille should do. He should either be hypnotist. He would be good at that. But I just saw to somebody that's just like Chille. He should marry her. He acts just like her. Come to think of it, AOC. They're soulmates.
They do seem to think a lot alike, don't they?
They should get married. I think we ought to hook up to send a picture of Chille to AOC and vice versa and say, hey, this dude and woman, you two are perfect for each other. You should get married and run for president together, because you two are governor or something, because you two are perfect for each other. They talk alike, they act alike. I mean, she said we don't need truck drivers. She said I don't need truck drivers. I eat at restaurants. That sounds like something Chille would say. So, and
the
they would be
the
perfect.
thing about Chille is, if you think about this, how many long-term relationships I'm not talking about boyfriend, girlfriend. I'm talking about friendships. How many has he had? How many?
Well, he thought that he had a friend in me. We were just acquaintances, because I hadn't known him I hadn't even known him a whole 30 days yet before he turned on me. And the only reason he turned on me was because I started checking into some of the crap that he was laying down and found out he just wasn't telling me the truth, but so that was like maybe 2.5, 3 weeks total. So I mean, if he can turn me off that quick, I want, he's always talking about how the best of his friends turn on him. Well, I wonder why.
Well,
that's a weird thing to admit.
He seems to be the only denominator.
My wife cheats on me. Why would you say that? Why would your wife, the person who contracted with you, be in a position to break the contract? That's a weird thing to tell the public, because unless they're a real piece of shit, that generally doesn't happen. And
he's
apparently,
a real piece of shit, and it happens all the time.
He puts it out there that it happens to him all the time. People are always breaking contracts with him and doing him wrong. I wonder if that pattern has anything to do with the self as opposed to others.
And he's always playing the victim. I still go back to I don't know what town he was. It was close to Ironton when he was doing that city council meeting. And he ended up being late and accused them of closing early because he was there. Like, who the hell are you? You know, like.
Did you hear his conversation with one of our city council members?
Oh yeah. Oh my God.
You know, it was
so
actually
patience.
it was a black guy here in town, and Chille spent the entire time trying to convince him that he obviously didn't know what being black was like.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
and as if Chille had a clue what being black was like, and he literally spent that entire conversation trying to tell Chris that he wasn't black enough or something. You know, I mean,
You know,
I think I saw that video.
Yeah, I mean, how
I
racist is that? You know,
It'd be like a 10-year-old telling a grown man he knows he don't know what it's like to shave every morning.
right?
I've probably run across 1,000+ black men, right? I've never once.
It's a great analogy.
What's that?
Or any of my black friends, I've never.
The one the
said,
trucker laid down, the shaving
Oh, yeah,
of the 10-year-old.
absolutely.
And I'm sorry for interrupting.
Oh no, I'm sorry. He's extremely racist, and it just is so apparent.
You know what I find funny is I usually get a lot of people on here that want to talk about Chille in the negative. Rarely does anyone ever come on that wants to talk about him in the positive. I wonder why that is.
Hey, I'll give something positive. If you type in his name in some of his old videos, he did a video where he invented a jock strap. So that was something.
Oh, the jock sock, yeah. From what I've read, and I didn't go too deep into it, but I guess you're supposed to put that over your jock, like when you're in the tanning bed or you're tanning.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what it's for. So he
I
invented a
don't quite
jock strap.
understand.
Jock sock.
Chille is a weirdo, and I don't understand how anybody would want to follow him aside from if they're new to the game, and that's just the first thing you came across.
Yep.
Seeking for truth. So I don't want to hate on my brothers because they got into something that looks better than what they used to look at, but I don't think Chille is for the people. I don't think he cares about anything but himself, and I think that he tries to use people and cares about his ego. And that's my opinion. I don't know him, but I don't think me meeting him would make that opinion change.
Dan Fissel says, I'm here, Ironton Auditor, and I assume he means because he supports Chille. It's a total assumption. I hope I pronounced that last name correctly. If I didn't, I apologize for butchering it. And I seen earlier that he had said this panel was totally unhinged. You know, I haven't said half of what I truly think about Chille. I just wanted to talk about his fake punk ass bitch of an apology, because it wasn't an apology. He only apologized because the people pissed him off. What he needs is bend over a knee and have his ass belt busted like a child. He needs to learn something. That's what he needs. He needs someone to teach him a lesson, because he obviously hasn't got any life lessons.
Let's rent a boxing ring or a jiu-jitsu like mat location and try to get him to contract with us to just come and have a friendly sparring match.
It's already been tried. He'll chicken out.
He'll chicken out every time. Now he's crying around that he's too old to fight. Now he's going to have to fight through the court system because he just can't handle it. You know, his knees blowed out. He's got high blood pressure. You know, just know that he and I are the same age. He's actually a few months younger than I am. I turned 48 in March, and he turned 48 on the 11th of this month. So, you know, it's just a few months difference.
Actually, he needs those people, the people he said that to, that they need bone cancer. That's a hate crime. He should be charged with a hate crime, and then see how he likes it.
That's not really a hate crime. That's still free speech.
Depends on the state. That would be considered act of violence, a hate crime. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Then I apologize, Dan. I didn't realize the unhinged part you were talking about. He was talking about all the other bullshit that had nothing to do with Chille. I agree with you. We kind of went off on a tangent there, a couple of them here and there, so I had to rein it back into Chille. You'll have that sometimes. You get differing opinions on panel. People, you know, one person says something, the other person feels like they have to explain, and then it just goes on from there. So it can be hard to rein it back in at times. I agree.
I mean, but that's natural, and Chille kind of sucks, so it's easy to get away from talking about Chille because he sucks, and this just seems like a Chille shit fest, which he deserves. But anyway.
Well, I agree with you. Like I said, in my opinion, I think he needs to bend over someone's knee and have his ass busted. You know, I mean, he acts like a child. Anybody that would get on there and say, I wish bone cancer on your children, and I hope all of you die, go to hell, and burn forever. And then later comes back to say, you know what? I'm sorry that I said that. I shouldn't have said it. I'm sorry that you pissed me off to that point and drugged me down to your level to make me say some shit like that. That's not an apology. As a matter of fact, it just sounds like he's sorry that we all started busting his balls about it.
And
What
if
I
you're
see-
aware, you notice that. Like you put it in the chat, and you got the vote back from the people that 85 or whatever percent think that Chille's fucking up with his apology. We all know that he sucks.
87% out of 178 votes. There's 13% that voted yes and 87% that voted no.
Well, that tells you that whatever, you know, 1 to 2 out of 10 people are on Chille's side, or they otherwise are lost in the sauce and think that's a genuine apology.
Well, some people don't really care if it was a good apology or not because they're caught up in the idea that Chille's changing stuff. They can't see that he hasn't changed a thing. All he's done is went from city to city, kicking a hornet's nest, and then leaving the people to deal with the mess that he created all by themselves. What do you think he did here? He walked in and kicked a hornet's nest, and when the bees started flying, he left and left me to deal with it. That's exactly what
I think that is a good simile or analogy, metaphor, whatever.
Yeah, he's right. He don't stop running away from everything that truly matters. That's why I say if he just used his channel and his clout for something positive, imagine what he could accomplish, man. He's got everything he needs except for the intelligence, apparently.
And that warrant that he got, let's just say that, for example.
Sorry, that was good.
There's
I think it
probably
needs
no
a
jail
Valium
time.
myself.
There's probably no jail time for a trespass, is there?
2 weeks.
Well, yeah, if you let him, there's jail time for whatever you want. If you sneeze in court, you can get 2 days for contempt. If you
You know
allow
what the funniest part is he'd have been out the door with a small fine, and that would have been it for trespassing. It would have been over. But no, he ran like a little bitch. That's what he did. He ran away from a trespass. It's like a disorderly conduct. It's the easiest thing to deal with in court. And if he's such a law scholar, you know, he could have walked in there and won that easy, hands down, if everything he says is true. But he knows he's lying. He was trespassing. He illegally trespassed, and he got caught because he meant to be. And then he wanted to make a big federal issue out of it, knowing that it's not going to go anywhere because he's an absolute liar about everything that happened there. And I know because I was there personally. He can't lie to me. I was there.
Actually, would have got a 6-month conditional discharge if he had played his cards right. They would have just said, don't do it again, bad boy, and gotten away with it with probably no fine.
Do you remember how much of a blathering idiot he was after he got out? He was calling the FBI and all these other people.
What the fuck? Really? He called the FBI?
Yeah. He called probably, how many people, Terry? 8?
He goes to local courts and petitions constitutional law, but then calls the FBI when a local jurisdiction doesn't uphold federal law, which they have no jurisdiction to do. It's really weird. He must be the best teacher / professor out there.
He does have.
Well, know that while he was here, he allowed pretty much anybody that had negative things to say about the police, about the government, about anything that was around here locally. He allowed them to say anything, no holds barred. He offered zero proof to any of the accusations that they made. And I'm not saying that some weren't true, because they were. I know some of these people because I live here. Some of what some of the people had to say was 100% true. Others exaggerated so much that it might as well have been all lies, and some of it I cannot confirm or deny because I don't know any better. But the problem is Chille didn't give us any proof whatsoever. He just let people blabber and then went on like that was the absolute truth no matter what. Well, that's not how we come to a consensus about what's right and what's wrong. I mean, if it is, we're wasting our time.
You can't take people's statements or their stories as fact, and that's what he does all the time.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it's like going to a store that says you must wear a mask. Really, there's 30 federal laws that say that you don't have to involve yourself in an experimental medical procedure, and there's no doctor signing off on this, and blah, 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 despite all the other precedent and law that says that there's a problem with that. But people look at a sign that says, wear this covering, and they're just like, you know what? I think that is truth. Let me put that above myself and listen to it. These words are more powerful than me.
I'm going to defend that because I'm an anti-masker. I am. But I'll tell you what. I'm not going to go into somebody's house or somebody's store where they tell me to wear a mask and argue with it about them. That's their store.
Yeah, just don't
They're
go
going to tell
there.
me to wear a mask. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Just don't go there.
You know, guys, I was
But
actually.
here's the thing: if they're a corporation, they're oriented towards a corpse. If they're a corporation, that means they receive tax money from federal or state subsidy, which means you own them. They are your property.
No, that
they
doesn't
are
work that way,
under
buddy.
you, and you do what you wish in Walmart or Target or Home Depot or Lowe's. Yeah, maybe not go to mom and
Ryan,
pop's
you'd even help me
coffee
out with that
shop
one.
and try to
No,
flex
now-
some
No,
mask.
that's
No,
not how it works, buddy.
Hold on now. I have to disagree.
Oh,
That
well,
is considered a
hey,
private business, and they have the
don't
right to
tell
serve
me-
or not to serve you.
Right.
They
But
cannot
Home
serve
Depot
you if you
does
don't
not
wear a
have that
mask.
right. Home Depot accepts $1 million a year of tax
Home
money.
Depot absolutely it doesn't matter what kind of
Yeah,
money
they do.
That's what I'm
they
saying.
get.
I'm not saying
the-
do you, but there's clearly 1,000 ways. So, for example, a mom and pop medical establishment, they're selling you drugs or they're offering medical treatment to the public, and they tell you you have to wear a mask in order to get a life-saving medical treatment. Now they've broken the law because they're telling you you have to jump through this hoop that isn't approved by the law in order for us to save your life, which is a Good Samaritan law. It just, there's so many ways where the whole paradigm is fucked. And I'm not saying that you should go to a mom and pop shop and flex your nuts and say, I'm not wearing a mask to buy some thrifts from your store. Yeah,
I'm
maybe just
picking
go
up-
to
I'm-
the next shop. But anyway,
I'm
Oh,
picking
yeah,
up.
I
what
you
can
go in
you're putting down,
understand
Walmart,
what both
don't be
of you.
wearing a mask.
I'm
You go
picking
into
up
the
what
doctor's
you're putting
office,
down, Thomas.
Don't wear a mask.
Unfortunately,
if you want to.
unfortunately, this is one of those conversations that I'd rather reserve to another show. If we want to have a show about, about masking or anti-mask or, all that kind of stuff, I'd be willing to do that. But I want to try to keep this on track for the night.
Sorry,
as much
I'm
as
trying to
possible.
get back
because,
to
man, we
authority
could.
and what is
I-
correct. And I know we're trying to shit on Chilli. Who
I'm
sucks?
sorry,
So
Ryan.
fuck.
What'd you say,
Somebody-
Ryan?
My dad's feeling all right. I'm gonna get off here for now. Thanks for having me on, guys. It's always a
That
pleasure.
not a problem. I assume he's not going on, is he?
I don't know. I'm about to go see though.
If he is, come back and let me know, please.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, guys, we usually do a show on Sovereign Soul Unchained Minds channel every Tuesday night at 9:30 called Tinfoil Hat Tuesday. And if you show up on panel, we'll talk about your favorite conspiracy theory. It's something we love to do. So we definitely go down the rabbit holes and chase all that stuff on his channel. And I don't mind doing a little bit of it here, but as far as the mask thing, man, we can sit here and argue about that till doomsday. Unfortunately, just know
I'm
that
just saying,
personally,
it all comes down to choice. Anything written, anything said has nothing to do with you. Leave.
Yeah.
Don't put up a fight because then you're wrong if you fight somebody because they said something.
But
and they
we're
want to fight
talking
you.
about Chilli.
You should get away from the fight. But I'm just saying, like, nobody can tell you what to do. Yeah, maybe avoid the businesses that tell you to wear a mask. Maybe say, fuck you, you take my tax money, Home Depot. I'm going to buy this
What's
Sawzall.
up, Ryan?
It's going to take me 2 seconds and I'm not wearing a mask.
hey Ryan,
I'm gonna use your.
hey, hold on, Thomas.
Joe's canceled. He's not feeling good. He put it on his community page. Apologize. Secondly, I do want to say something about that, Terry. I know it's not the topic, but hey, you guys should look into. There's only 3 corporations that own the majority of everything. They can't enforce this shit through the government, so they enforce it through the corporations. Terry's right. You do have to do it on their property. I get where you're going with the idea of like we own.
You really
abortion.
don't, because the governments are corporations themselves. They all have fucking tax ID numbers as a corporation.
Just hear what I have to say real quick. 'Cause I gotta go, but
I'm sorry.
I agree.
I apologize.
I understand what you're saying, but here's the thing: is that the government doesn't get its money from us. It's money. It extorts us to pay back the loans it gets from private central banking cartel. So those.
But see, that's a misinterpretation as well, because the governments
All those
only
corporations-
have a charter and only have a constitution. That which constitutes you, that's your constitution, that's your creation. You created. There is
I
no
understand.
what that came before a man. Man comes before a what.
Everybody's
So
under the 14th
they started
Amendment.
with tax money,
Hold
and
on,
anything
wait.
they do after, it's like your employees creating
Well,
second jobs and
I'm
thinking that they
trying
can't
to
pay back the company. That doesn't make any sense. If
listen,
the CIA sells heroin,
I'm trying to
it's the
explain
same
to you
thing as
how it
tax money.
Listen,
Oh,
I'm trying to
yeah.
explain to you. Everybody is now a creation of the federal government. We're not what we were when we created the governments. We're a 14th Amendment United States citizen here. Property.
I don't know. I don't agree that because I don't claim to ever be a citizen, and I didn't create any of this shit. I just know that it is a creation of man, and I'm not involved. Don't fuck with me. Don't harm me.
All I was going
Period.
to say is they enforce it through the corporations. They have the right to do so. Even if you don't understand how, if you use a social security number, your chat telling your property, that is the case.
I don't have a social security number. That's someone else's number.
Unless you say otherwise on record, in the county record with an affidavit.
I don't have a security of a social nature. So a number involved with that is somebody else's creation. That's theirs. I do understand the number that somebody else has tried to attribute to me, but it has nothing to do with me. I use that to benefit myself with
Y'all see how quick the argument?
Otherwise, it has nothing to do with me.
Do y'all see how quick the arguments get started and how far down this rabbit hole we can run if we keep this going? We can be in here all night.
This is something that I really care about. And
hold on a minute, guys. Hey, hold on a minute. Hold on now, guys. Give me just a minute. Hell, it's my show. Let me speak. Ryan, first of all, thank you for being here tonight. I sure do appreciate it. Tell Sovereign that I hope he gets better and that he knows how to get a hold of me. I think we're all going to be upset because we didn't get a show in. That's like the highlight of my week. I love his show. I love to hear all the stuff that comes out on it. So anyway, we all wish him better.
It was good talking to you, Ryan. And talking about Sovereign's show, that 9/11 show that you guys did together was out of this world.
Did you like that one? Did you,
Ryan? That was just awesome. That was just like one of the best shows I've seen on YouTube. And
I don't know if I was on that one. I don't think I was, but yeah, they do.
No,
they put some good shows. They get into it, man. It's that's where
really
the rabbit
opened my eyes.
If you guys want to go down that rabbit hole, you guys can join Terry and my dad on that channel too. That's the thing where that's where you can do all this arguing and all that shit, and it generally, you know. But all right, guys, have a good night. It was nice talking to you. Thank you.
You too. Thanks a lot for coming, Ryan. We appreciate it. You have a good night.
It was nice hearing you.
There we go. I see Joe Cool out there in the chat. Thanks for coming, Joe.
I just want to say, if you didn't author it and you didn't sign the contract, there is no authority over you. So if you didn't create it and you didn't sign to it, it has shit to do with you. And that's everything.
Technically, that's true, but try to tell the guy with the gun and the badge that while he's cuffing you.
And that's fine. So do you know general politics? If you were locked up in jail and all the Crips are saying, give me your bunk bed, we want the bottom bunk, but you got it, and we need the bottom bunk, you get on the top bunk, are you going to give them your shoes, or are you going to put up a little bit of fight and understand that you're dealing with a gang? You're not to be the bitch. Make them want you in their gang without otherwise accepting the position of being a gang member. You don't get any respect from gang members by being someone who folds and bends over and you know what I mean? I'm not saying you don't recognize what's going on. I'm saying be a gangster without joining a gang. Be dangerous without exerting harm.
Right. So well, again, we're getting way off topic here, and we could argue about this all night as to the rights, the wrongs, the ins, and the outs, and I just don't have the strength to do it tonight. So we'll save that for Sovereign Soul Unchained Minds channel. We'll argue about all that stuff on his channel all night. Hell, we've been on there 6-8 hours, before arguing over that. So there's plenty of time for that. Join us on his channel, and we'll have all kinds of fun with all that stuff.
Absolutely.
You know what's sad? Wait, everything I heard about old Mr. Chilli boy, if he had just done what he was supposed to, apply himself like in Ironton when he said he was going to move there and become the mayor, he probably could have done it. He actually probably could have done it if he had just done what he was supposed to do.
If he had actually been serious and not just trying to grift people out of their money while he was running away anyway.
Absolutely.
That's what I mean. I mean, because think about it. The only thing he said that I thought, and I'm sure you agree. People think, well, I'm the governor, I'm the mayor, I'm this, or I'm the president, that I could like he said he would automatically tell the police they couldn't pull people over unless it was for a violent act. you can't do that. It's got to go through the channels. I mean, just because you're the mayor of a small little town out in poverty-stricken Ohio or whatever, don't mean you have. It'd be like Hitler. I mean, because if he had that much power, that'd be almost like being Hitler, so to speak.
Hey, Tina.
You know?
Hey,
Hello,
what's up?
hello, Tina. How you doing tonight, Tina?
Just fine. I gotta say
Tina.
hi to Joe Pool. Hi, Joe.
I spoke to him earlier. I don't know if he heard me. Hello again, Joe, if you didn't hear me the first time around. And hello to everybody else in the chat that I've not had the opportunity to speak to individually. It's been hard work just keeping this chat on topic here. So
On topic.
Maybe you ought to run for mayor of Ironton.
I don't even live within the city limits. I live out in the country about 8 miles out. So I have no legal authority in that town whatsoever to be mayor or even go in and speak at a city council meeting. So I have no clout in that town at all.
No. Well,
You
don't
never
have to
have
live in
legal
the
authority
town.
unless you're part of the British accredited registry and you've authored something somebody else signed.
Well, you actually don't need to have to live in any town to have authority to speak at a legal member. I mean, that's a misconception. I mean, I could go to Ironton.
If you wish to speak as a football player, it's kind of fucked up if you try to do that if you're not a football player. They have a whole criminal charge called I forget the name, but when you act like you're in the military but you're not, stolen valor.
Stolen valor. Stolen valor.
You can speak as whatever you want, but there are consequences for portraying yourself and then being a liar.
Oh no, I wouldn't portray myself as someone that don't live there. I mean, it's like for instance, if Ironton, Ohio made it.
But you've got no capacity
Hey, guys,
in the legal realm.
Let me interrupt you for a second. I think we're totally off topic of what this whole deal was.
Well, no, Chille tries to act like he's a professor of constitutional law. So this is on topic because he tries to act like he does have legal authority, but he has not. He hasn't been given the title of Esquire by the bar, which stands for British Accredited Registry. He hasn't accepted the title, nor has he done what he needs to do. And he literally goes to local courts trying to petition for the rules to be set for federal court, but he's in a local court. He is literally, in my opinion, I want to say the word retarded, but let me not say that word. Let me say it 3 times and say that I think he's just slow, not retarded.
Did you see the one where he was outside the court when Deborah Rogers was in there?
I've seen a lot
No,
of his
I did not.
videos, but maybe not that one.
Oh,
I
okay.
was in his chat and I'd asked him, why don't you go in there? And he says, I don't get along with the judges. And then I instantly said, well, how are you going to be an attorney if you can't even go into a courtroom without arguing, without being a jackass? And that's
attorney, the etymology of the word is a turn, one who does turn over. He's turning over to another lord if he really is truly an attorney, but he can't hold that title under their legal system unless he has been given the title of Esquire by passing the bar, which he has never done, which you can see through clear evidence that he tries to uphold the constitutional law in a local court of inherent jurisdiction that has nothing to do with a law of constitution or a federal law. It's just a mess.
Well, the only point I was trying to make is that there are certain circumstances someone that don't live in the town can say something. For instance, if Ironton, Ohio said to me, if I wanted to make a delivery in that town, that I had to pay a $150 toll because I don't live in Ironton, Ohio, because only local truck drivers can deliver there, so I'd have to pay a $150 toll. I could most certainly go into that town council meeting and say that I delivered to the balloon factory in the center of the city, if there was one, and say, well, why should I have to pay $150 because I don't live in this town every time? I only make $500 on the load, so I got to give you $150 of that because I don't live in this town, and I could complain about that.
Guys, just know, kind of like Lisa says here, they would probably let me speak. They probably wouldn't have any problem at all with me speaking, but why would they take me serious? I don't live there. I'm not a resident of the town. I have no business inside the city limits. Therefore, they probably won't care what I have to say. I can't go in and bitch about what they've done to me because they haven't done anything to me. They haven't done anything to me personally. They haven't fined me any money. They haven't put me in their jails. None of that's happened. So,
I got a question.
You don't have a dog in
Where's your school district? Is your school district Ironton?
You don't
It
have a
has an
dog in the
Ironton
fight.
address, but no, it's not within the city limits of Ironton. We're out in the county. We have nothing to do with the city at all.
Oh, okay. But I'm just saying, if there was something that did affect you, like something like I just said, I could go in there and complain and I just say, and if they thought it was funny, I'd say, okay, no problem. How many truck drivers live in this town locally? Because guess what? No one's going to come in here and pay you that $150 fine. So good luck getting your balloon shipped out of this town. Then I would embellish, and I would go after the balloon company and say, you need to fight this crooked political group, as I like to put it, and tell them, hey, you're going to put us out of business because you want to try and get money from us, because that's hurting our business. And then
Right.
then the balloon company would say, okay, fine, we'll move to someplace that ain't a tyrant.
Right, but understand that one man's opinion in a city council member is like toilet paper. One man's opinion doesn't matter anywhere you're at, no matter what anybody says. It might to the people that believe the same thing that he does. However, it's kind of like going out on the sidewalk and screaming at cops and calling them dirty pigs and all that. You're not getting anywhere.
Let
me finish. You think you're holding them accountable, but at what point do you think one of them cops is going to jerk his badge off, throw it on the ground, reach you his pistol and say, you know what, you're fucking right. I'm tired of being a pig. I'm going to go work at Taco Bell where I can be a better human. How many of those city council members are going to do the same thing? How many of the mayors are going to say, you know what, you're 100% right. I agree with you completely. We need to erase all this bullshit and start over. You know what I mean? Based on one person.
No.
So that's
waiting for what, you know what I'm waiting for one of those cops to say? I would say, it sounds to me like you were rejected from the police academy and you want to be one of us. So being they rejected you, you're just complaining like a little schoolgirl. I mean, because you want us all to quit.
I just want to see him get tased. I just want to see him get tased one time.
Hey, ZXL Master, if you have Juan Galt's channel link, would you please put that in the chat so everybody can find him? I agree that everybody should go see his channel. Juan Galt, I believe he calls it Legal Badass, if I'm not mistaken. But he is the Legal Badass. He's been at it for 40 years, so you should go see him.
Yeah.
I also think that maybe a better approach.
Let's talk about this constipated scholar for a second.
Constipated scholar, I love it.
Because the constipated scholar, on more than one occasion, and this is stuff that he started back from his TikTok days, he starts throwing up the term RICO. And he says, I'm going to get everybody on a RICO charge. Now let's talk about Mr. Constipated Scholar, who has no authority to charge anybody on a RICO. So obviously he doesn't understand that concept.
No.
That is something a prosecuting attorney does. And he doesn't have the powers of a prosecuting attorney. So I wish you lots of luck. Enjoy it.
He has no understanding of their legal society, nor does he have understanding of the law, but he likes to think that he's part of a legal society by which he has never entered into title. It's a bunch, it's a good old boys club, and he hasn't became a good old boy. He's trying to purport to the public that he is. It's stolen valor, in my opinion, but I'm very often incorrect.
Well, and he doesn't have any idea of the technically what goes on in a court. He has no clue.
No.
And he literally looks like a blathering idiot every time he goes into court, including traffic court, that he thinks that he's smarter than them, and he's not. Remember that?
You know what actually reminds me of? A white Steve Urkel.
That's a good one, buddy. That's a good one.
Don't insult Steve Urkel's intelligence, though, because at least Steve Urkel had some intelligence.
Well, he was an autistic nerd. He was a great guy, and Chilli doesn't fit the bill. He's not a great guy.
And regarding his apology, for anybody out there who thinks it was sincere, apparently you've never been in the shoes of a woman who's been battered or a man that's been battered, because your abuser will do the same thing, the same apology. It was, I'm so sorry you pushed me to do this, but he's not really sorry, because if you push him again, he's going to do it again. So it's not an opinion. That's what he did. He said it that way. It's the whataboutism that he keeps belly aching about. That's what it was. It was the whataboutism.
It reminded me of his apology is about as sincere as Bill Clinton's apology when he said, when he apologized for having sex with Monica Lewinsky. It's the same. They both sucked.
She definitely sucked. I don't know about him. I don't know if he cares
So
enough about her to
that's the
suck
whole
her
thing
back.
that's the whole thing about an apology. An apology means I am truly sorry for my actions, my words. I'm going to better myself for it and try not to make that. But I recognize that I screwed up. That is not what he did in his little video at all.
No, there's no accountability for his actions, and
There's
never
zero
he's had
accountability.
zero
Well, he's
accountability
created a
on
record, so
anything.
there's somewhat of some ability to account for it because we can
There's
all
none.
audit it, be the accountants ourselves, and unless he steps up to the plate and say, "Hey, yeah, that was wrong," or "That was right,"
And he
we've
has a
done our
record.
accounting.
He's already had a record of disingenuous apologies. This is not the first one he's made on the internet. That is very disingenuous.
He has a
Absolutely.
Right.
record of
That is
things
100%
that
fact,
I
Tina.
think
You are
go
right.
deeper than a shitty apology.
You're right, Tina. He's
Well,
kind of the king of disingenuous apologies, is he not?
Oh, he's more than just the king. And we've not heard the last of him telling somebody when they get to the point where he gets aggravated, he's going to challenge someone else to a ring. And my question is what's going to be his excuse for backing out again?
It'll probably be the other
He's
me.
got excuse-itis. He's not a man.
Right.
He's playing a game. He wants to be a type of man known as a confidence man, but he wants to be the type of confidence man that instills shitty confidence to scandalize and hurt others, harm others, bring injury to property. Anyway, I don't
What's
think
the maximum you could get in jail for if someone in, say, Ohio, if someone was to if you hit somebody and start a fight like that? What's the maximum time you can get in jail?
Why do you say Ohio?
Well, because he challenged that one cop in Ohio. I'm just using that for an example.
I mean, technically,
I'm
if
not
you have an agreement in public that's verbal on record, it doesn't matter your position or persona.
No.
And
I
it
mean,
doesn't
the
matter
reason why
what
I say
state
that,
you're in because you never
the
have
reason
to
why
claim to be in a state. If I want to engage in fisticuffs with you and you also want to engage in fisticuffs with me, we just don't claim to be in a state and we do it.
You don't understand what I'm trying to point out.
Mr. B, I don't know what kind of charge an assault in Ohio would be if you got into a street brawl, because I'm not a resident.
No, the only reason why I'm saying that is because
That's just
one of these days I'm waiting
trying
for
to fuck you up for doing your own thing.
I'm waiting for a cop someday that's going to say he's going to insult to the point. Like, I got a niece that's a cop, believe it or not, and she's like 2 years away from retirement. If she was if she had like a week away from retirement, she would probably look at somebody like him and say, you know something, your soul is superior to me, and you're going to I'm retiring in a week. I'll tell you what, you come back here in a week after I retire, and we'll have a duke in the street.
Yeah, that was already done, bud. He already did that with the legislator. There was an organized fight that was supposed to happen.
No, not organized. I mean,
yo, Chilli wanted to fight someone in real life.
Hold on, fellas. Dan, we are not talking about assaulting Chilli. What Mr. B is saying is one of these days he is liable to push the wrong officer hard enough that that officer throws his badge and stuff down and steps up to the plate. Just like Legislator did. Legislator did the same thing. Nobody is saying, let's go out and assault Chilli. There's not one person on this panel that is saying that at all.
No, not at all. But what
because one of these days, because what's going to happen is he's going to do that, and then he's going to say, "Oh, he hit me."
Chilli's going to do what?
No, he's going to piss the cop off, call him a dummy for being a cop, saying he's a loser because he's a cop, and they're going to say, "You know something? I got enough time to retire. I'm already done." And they're going to knock the snot out of him, and then they're just going to say, "Whatever."
If you call someone every hard R, every racist word in the book, and they hit you, that's them being a wrongdoer. So how does that hurt Chilli if he just talks some words out of his mouth and someone assaults him? That helps Chilli
someone's going to do
because
that.
now he can redress in court for assault done to him when he did nothing other than hit the First Amendment. If he really knows the law, he'd probably fold over and take the dick in the butt,
eventually people can take so much. You know what I'm saying?
But see, that's what he's. But Mr. B, you have to understand, he's counting on that. You have to look at it from his perspective. He's counting on pushing someone so hard that they do that so that he has a legitimate lawsuit. He's looking for that. But right now he has none of that. And Legicator took him up on the challenge. He got a ring. He got a promoter. He got the waivers. He had everything. Everything.
By the way, Tina, that was Chille's say so. He said, I will not fight you unless it is a sanctioned fight for charity. That was Chille's demand. And Legicator went out and met every one of Chille's demands so that he could cry and run like the little punk ass bitch that he is.
Correct. So nobody's wanting. I am not. I legitimately have a reason to hate this man, and I am sitting here telling you I will never abdicate or approve of anybody going out and beating the shit out of him, because that is the wrong way to handle it.
Oh yeah,
Violence
I don't
is
either.
not going to settle it.
Now, make no mistake. I say he needs bent over the knee and have his ass busted. That's what I said. I did not mean for someone to actually go do that. It's just, in my opinion, he acts like a child. He should be treated like a child. But I'm not advocating violence for anybody.
Hey, Rumble,
I ain't advocating either. I just think someone's
I'm going to call him a coward. You're right. I'm going to call him a coward. He ran from a misdemeanor warrant in Ohio instead of taking care of it like a man and like a grown adult. He ran from Chad Gill like a child.
Did he do something to you, man?
Hold on. Hey, Rumble, don't think for a second. I won't call him a coward to his face. Unfortunately, he won't come on my panel. And he won't come to my town again. But if he does, and I see him, I won't have any problems calling him a coward to his face.
I'll call him a coward to his face.
I will look him straight in the eye and call him a coward. It's not a problem for me. So don't think I'm hiding behind a keyboard, because I'm not. I put my ass out there on the street all the time.
Man,
oh, no,
I don't know.
He wouldn't come up on any panel. Anytime anybody tries to call him out, he runs.
I don't know the name that you're going by on StreamYard because it's hard to interact with. So I wish to call you by some name, but I don't know your name, ma'am. The only female that's talking. Has Chille done something to you personally?
So my name is Tina.
Tina.
My son is Caleb Slay.
Okay.
My son was murdered.
Damn.
Chille came to my town. I was the first person on this internet bullshit to interact face to face with Chille, who stayed in my house for 10 days.
Okay. All right.
And I absolutely have every reason to hate him. My husband had to throw him out after all of the bullshit that he put me through. He got into it with Talib Kweli the day he rolls into my hometown, gets into it with a black activist who's very big in the defund the police movement, by the way, and tells a black man to get on his knees just because that black man told him he was insignificant. So Chille took it upon himself to challenge him, told him to get on his knees, and it became a Twitter battle. Instagram first that spilled over into TikTok, which got Chille, his large account, banned from TikTok. Chille did it. Nobody else did it. Chille did it because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He kept going.
Drove him to it. Evidently, they drove him to say all that.
They drove him to it.
Hateful stuff.
All right, so I'm trying to get to fundamentals because I really care. Taking Chille out of the equation, why did your son die?
My son, which I can't, I'm not really supposed to talk about this because there is pending litigation.
Okay,
my attorney,
so somebody who attorney.
I have an attorney who tells me not to discuss my son's case, and you know what? I'm going to listen to him.
Your son can have a case technically, and I'm not trying to dig or pry. I'm just genuinely curious because I do wish to help, and I do wish to point you towards people who can help you maybe better than I can. But that's fucked up. I've dealt with loss, and I'm sorry that you're dealing with that.
It was law enforcement. He was shot point blank in the back of the head twice after complying with every order. They were not there for him. He has no criminal history, no criminal record. They followed somebody into his neighborhood.
And I just want to take all energy off of Chille and put it on whomever did that to your son.
I've got that handled. I again, I don't
Sorry,
put it all out there. I
can't.
don't put that all out there on the internet because I have a legal team working, and the problem with that is that I don't want to sabotage the case. So the attorneys asked me not to discuss it, and I'm going to not discuss it. That part of it is already out on the internet, and that's all I'm going to talk about. But when you have, I have Chille making videos calling my son the dead kid, telling people that I'm not doing, and telling people that I
almost.
Really,
oh, wait.
honestly,
You know,
in
Do you
my
want to know
opinion,
why?
keep
Do you
things
want to
in
know
the
why
private.
he got? Let me tell you why he got kicked out of this house.
Okay,
So he
guys,
gets on a
while,
phone-
hold on, Tina, while you're telling that story, I'm going to step away a minute and let you tell that story. I'll be right back, guys.
So while Chille is staying in my home, he gets on a phone call with our local activist, and I'm on the phone call that Chille doesn't know. And in the process of this, he tells this activist that my son's life didn't fucking matter, and that another young man who lived in this town, his life didn't fucking matter. And it's all about overturn Terry v. Ohio, while he's staying in my son's room, going through my son's belongings.
Oh my
And I heard this. So anybody who wants to say he didn't say it, he did, because then he proceeded to post it on his community tab on YouTube that he took down not before people got screenshots of it.
Gina, what was that video that Terry did that explained all this? Not the first video, but the second
mean the-
video, I believe it was.
Where he interviewed me when I was in Ironton the first time?
No, the one that was a good one, but the one where it showed the event.
Or you mean Larry's video?
That's the video that you should watch if you want to understand the story.
Tina, also for you, so that way you can elevate yourself and your knowledge. For me, would you look up a YouTube channel titled Craig Lynch that has a man named Carl Lentz, and there's an outrageous amount of videos on that channel, but there are some that are about 6 or 8 hours long where they're together, and you can just watch all the videos in a more concise format and listen to them more than once. It's going to take you a long time because there's tons of hours of content, but he really breaks things down. He's a really good teacher in understanding law, understanding what is true and correct, understanding right from wrong, understanding their game without being involved with it. Like, I do not wish for you or anyone to take away from anything you have set up with lawyers and the current courts that are dealing with your situation. But one thing that may be able to help you get a better grip on dealing with those involved with tragedy and loss and harming you and your family is,
let me tell you right now,
again, the channel Craig Lynch, and he's got a lot of videos that are made by the man speaking. His name is Carl Lentz, and he's a very good teacher. I don't know if he's a good man, but he's a great teacher, and despite any problems you may find in his words, which I don't find very many, he's got a lot to give. And
so there's also a nonprofit organization called Families United, which I'm very much
trying to take away from anyone, but if you really want to make a change, you got to come from within and do it yourself, and you really got to be you really got to do it. I mean, you can't expect someone else to do it. And
I'm not expecting anybody else to do it.
No, I'm not saying you are, and I'm not trying to be an asshole. I know it sounds like I might be, but if you would just go to that channel, look up those videos, give it a listen. I mean, I really think there could be a lot for you to benefit from putting yourself under that which is true and correct, as opposed to expecting others to set things up where it's organized properly in this shitty system.
I think maybe you need to go back and get the whole history on Tina Slay Richardson and Caleb before you.
Maybe I do.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to help.
And Tina, that comment up on the screen.
No, I'm just trying to help. I'm not saying anybody's doing anything wrong. Right. I'm just saying maybe Tina could benefit from looking Carl Lentz up through the channel Craig Lynch, and everyone here who really cares about law would also benefit from that. Anyway.
And I'm part of a group called Families United. It's a nonprofit organization that was designed to help families, specifically families who have lost loved ones to violence of police. And on the board of directors, and one of the most active members happens to be Breonna Taylor's aunt, Bianca. And also on that is Cortez Rice, George Floyd's brother, and Jacob Blake Sr. And they know the laws and they know how to get things changed, because Bianca, her and her entire family is the reason why there are finally charges filed by the FBI against the officers responsible for Breonna Taylor's death.
I mean, it goes way deeper than that. In understanding the words, you could file charges against those who did Breonna Taylor wrong. If you understand what the etymology behind it all is, like it is a word nerd game, and these court systems have been in place longer than the
But that's not the point,
system.
buddy.
Hey, Rebecca Joe,
that they have created
I have every right to be pissed off at Chille as long as I so see fit, because he cannot seem to get it through his brain that I would have left him alone. I never would have come forward if he would have kept my name and my son's name out of his own mouth. But the problem is he couldn't do that.
And not only that, Tina, it seems like once a week, your name or your son's name is coming out of his mouth.
Oh, yeah. Not only that, he shows video of my minor child and then proceeds to tell everybody I left her with him for hours like I left my house. They were in my freaking sunroom, which is just off of my kitchen, with eyeballs glued on them. He was never left alone with her. And it wasn't more than an hour. So let's root in reality.
Wow.
Right. Yeah.
Hey,
let's root in reality.
You're talking about Chille and reality in the same sentence. It's not a.
It's kind of like an oxymoron in it. And anytime you mention Chille's name and reality, it's like an oxymoron. They just won't go together, man.
So let's talk about irony for just a brief moment, because Chille is suing and hitting all of these channels on YouTube for copyright infringement. Yet his big step and repeat wall has a whole lot of faces on it. He doesn't have permission to be utilizing, and he's selling posters with their pictures on it, books with their faces on it, without authorization. So pot, meat, kettle.
Absolutely.
Yeah, actually, he's got pictures. I think that it's got pictures of former presidents. He could sue those families. Could sue him.
Well, I'll tell you right now, those his ebook Legally Departed is filled with nothing but a bunch of images of people such as myself, impacted families, and I'm telling you, from them, they don't appreciate it at all.
Do you know the man's name who did your son wrong?
Oh, I know all of them. I know everything. I know this case.
The man who pulled the trigger, file a claim against him for trespass, the nature of the wrongdoing being death or murder or killing. And look into, before you even jump into it, look into how to invoke the common law, how to hold man accountable. And again, it is helpful to look through the videos that Carl Lentz has put out on the channel Craig Lynch. But it's real simple. That's how you get redress, is to really go for the person who did the wrong.
Let me answer this, please. I appreciate it. However, if I do this on my own, as you so suggest, what happens in my state, in my district, is it gets dismissed with prejudice and won't even get past the initial filing.
Well, no, don't do it while you have your minions doing that for you. Maybe approach that after you've spent years or months or whatever studying this, after you've gotten no redress from those who do a turn. Because there's no statute of limitations on those who do wrong man to man.
Oh, there's no statute of limitations on murder.
You can come back in the next life. You can set up for your next reincarnation to fuck them over. You got forever.
It's not going to happen in the next reincarnation. It's not going to
Well,
happen
I'm
in the
just
next
saying,
reincarnation. Let's just be
it can
really clear.
happen tomorrow, or you can wait until the lawyers are done dicking each other. But it can happen.
They're not dicking each other, buddy. They're handling it.
No, whatever.
Yep.
I don't know shit about shit, and I don't claim. I'm trying to help. I'm really sorry.
Well,
All right, guys. I tell you what I do want to do is I want to turn this back to Chille because this is starting to sound like a bit of Tina bashing, and I'm a little bit protective of Tina. I don't like the way that sounds.
I'm trying to help
appreciate
Tina,
it.
not bash her. Just so you know.
Well, I appreciate it.
Those who are dealing with the things that I've dealt with.
It sounds a lot like
so that's fun.
It sounds a lot like what you're trying to say is what him and his supporters always say is that she should focus on her son and not him. Well, she has plenty of time to do both.
Well, I could care less about Chille.
Tina.
Has nothing to do with my communications with Tina. I'm trying to set Tina up with understanding the law, and one of the ways that helped me understand it was a teacher named Carl Lentz that you can find through the YouTube channel Craig Lynch. And that's all I care about. Like, you've got, again, decades. There's no statute of limitations on holding man accountable. So let your lawyers do anything. Don't impede. Don't step on their toes. Don't try to enact some sort of common law before your lawyers deal in their dealings. I'm just saying maybe research it for yourself, and maybe you will have some form of redress by dealing with things man to man, woman to woman. And maybe research it, and you don't take my word for it. Like,
you are assuming that she has not.
I do not assume. I would only presume, and I don't even claim to presume. I'm just trying to help.
I think I wouldn't even discuss it. Wait till after the fact. Wait till her lawyers deal with it, and if nothing happens, and then she should do something like that.
Just
because
so y'all realize, it's all love. It's all love. You ain't gotta listen. I'm just trying to help, and I'm sorry if I've offended.
But that's why I have a lot to not like this man for. And I can sit back and I could watch and let him do it to another grieving person. And sure as shit, he latched onto Christy Roan. And then Christy Roan, who then had to take a plea deal because it's what's in her best interest for herself and her children, then got berated and screamed and yelled at by Chille DeCastro. And that was uncalled for. And I don't see him apologizing to her for that at all. So
no.
The topic at hand was Chille's apology genuine or disingenuous? And based on his track record and his history that we have all seen play out over the last year that he's been on social media, it was not a genuine apology. Chille is sorry for nothing.
Well, no, I take that back. He's not sorry for anything, but he's a pretty sorry excuse for a man, if you ask my opinion.
Absolutely.
Oh, hey, what he needs to do is just get on, give a heartfelt apology, and try and rebuild trust. I mean, and stop, it's like whoever, bring this woman's name up.
Whoa, stop. So, Rachel, are you going to jump up tonight, or are you going to sit in the comments? Or are you going to make some excuse about give me 10 minutes, walk the dog? See, the thing of it is, Rachel, that you didn't understand is Kay doesn't sit there and watch her comments. And so you want to say that she was a coward the other night. And quite honestly, she didn't see your comments.
Do you know how many comments flow through her chat? It ain't like mine where there's, less than 100 people or 100 maybe. It's nothing like that. She has up to 1,000, 1,500. There's
1,500 people commenting. She's not watching anything unless one of her moderators highlights it and puts it up on the screen. Because, Rachel, as you have so quoted, you're not used to all of this and you've never been on a panel, so you're not sure how it works and somebody would have to walk you through it. When you click the StreamYard link and you're on a panel, unless you know how to toggle back and forth, you really don't watch the chat. You can't see it. So you have to understand that she wasn't being a coward. She surely did not see a word that you said because none of her moderators put it up there.
Well, that link is in the chat if she wants to come up.
Opinion.
Unfortunately,
So
there's so many Chille supporters or Chilleits that won't come up, and they just want to be keyboard warriors.
Yeah, I mean, if Chille had if I had a problem with somebody like Mr. Ironton here, I would sit there and I wanted to make a negative comment. It shouldn't be against his family because his family has done nothing. Like if he called me a four-eyed pencil neck geek and on a live stream, I'd probably type in there, well, how do you know I wear glasses?
Hold on. Rachel, I thought that you had a child with disabilities and you're calling people on this panel retarded. Is that politically correct in this atmosphere today? Because I thought that was not a politically acceptable term to use.
And while you're out there, don't be picking on Mitten State. I like Mitten State. I don't give two shits what you think about him, and I didn't ask, and I don't think he did either. So leave him alone. He's not hurting anybody in here.
So there's people in the chat that are calling people retards, knowing that they have retarded kids, and retarded just means slow. I don't mean to be abrasive, but you can't use derogatory terms if you've got the same thing going on at home. Or maybe
just know, Thomas, that my channel attracts all kinds, man. You never know what some people are going to come in and say.
The one thing I learned growing up, my dad always said, if you have to call somebody names and if you have to retort to insulting their looks or anything like that, you have 0 points or zero argument to add to the conversation. So those are just words that you're using to fill in because you're not intelligent enough to continue a conversation.
I was taught
you failed arguing the point. You failed trying to make things clearer, and now you want to attack character. There's normally a whole literary term for it.
Normally, I would probably not highlight a comment like that, but I think after her statement, I think this right here just about finishes that off. I think that's a good retort.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny.
How many people are sucking Chili's dick in this chat? This is weird.
Well,
they all come to bust my balls because they think we actually give a shit what they have to say. They are so sure that we care what they have to say.
If Chili's a shill, how many of these commenters are shills?
Here's the thing. It's because Masshole did a subscriber-only stream tonight, and they can't get in, so they're all butthurt. So they're trying to find other places to go and troll, which is fine. Troll away. However, step up, hit that link, come up on panel. Don't be a coward. But on the same token, when you're in a chat that's got 1,500 people that's watching a live stream, and the person who's talking isn't paying one bit of attention to comments as they're flying by, don't call them a coward unless you know for a fact they saw your comment.
You know,
my biggest question is that says the guys on this channel are creeps. If we're such creeps, how come you're here wasting our time? I didn't invite you here. You came here all on your own. You're free to leave anytime you want. No one asked. No one asked you here. And
you don't have to announce your departure either.
Hold on just a second, Rachel. If you don't like it, don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. Now, I'm not telling you have to go. You're welcome to stay as long as you like, but don't bitch about the people on my panel. It ain't none of your damn business. No one asked you here to watch them.
If you feel like everyone's a creep and you feel like you want to watch creeps, doesn't that make you a creep? Like attracts like. It's projection. When you point a finger, there's 3 more pointing back at you. There's 1,000 similes for calling names, and you don't tend, if you're a woman, if you're a real man or woman, you tend to not call names unless, of course, you are that name and you're allowed to, you know, I'm a Jew, I can call you a Jew, that type of thing. I'm a creep, I can call you a creep. I know what creeps are. I understand it. I am a creep. I can call you a creep.
You know, as far as I'm concerned, Rachel, I don't care about the retarded comment. If you want to refer to me as retarded just because it's a slanderous word, I understand. And I understand that you're not trying to say anything derogatory about anyone that is mentally slow and or retarded, whatever the politically correct word is for those types of things these days. I get it. It's just some people are highly offended when you use certain words, kind of like Chille wishing bone cancer on kids. You know, you're coming in here after that comment trying to support that dumbass, and it's just not going to work. If you still support him after he said something like that and then gave that punk ass apology, then I'm not sure why. I don't know why. There's absolutely no way you can defend that whatsoever, logically and or intelligently. There is absolutely zero way that you can get by with that.
No.
If you're a low-level intelligence agency worker, you're probably getting at least $40 to $50 an hour for your work. And not saying that he's cool enough, Chille, in question is cool enough to be involved with some sort of a counterintelligence operation, but if he was, he would have some sort of backing.
As a matter of fact, while we're at it, there might be people on this panel and people in this chat who might refer to Rachel as retarded for her choices in life. For the people that don't. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying there might be those that do it. In the way that she used it, I'm sure there are other people who would like to use it in regards to her.
Nobody had to make you look bad, Rachel. You did that all on your own. Own it, woman. You did it. You continue to do it. And having a different discussion along the same lines, it's a psychological thing. I believe that the people who keep following Chille are definitely starved for attention, and they'll do anything to get him just to say their name on a live stream. And I think that is kind of a sickness, and that's why they continue to do it. I watch streams I watch streams because I enjoy it, and I'll pop in and out. I don't watch the whole thing sometimes, and I'll say hi. I talk to people in chat. Sometimes I don't listen to what's going on. I do talk to people off this app. I do have a life. I go out. I take care of my household. I take care of my husband. I take care of my daughter. I don't live on the internet by any means, shape, or form.
I hope. But the other thing too, Rachel, Tina's become my friend. So the more of the bullshit that I see of Chille that I know that he's done to Tina just pisses me off even more.
Now, I personally just timed her out, and it's only because I'm just tired of the stupidity coming out of her fingers. If you can't type something more intelligent, just don't even come in here and type. Now, you're welcome to hang around, but I'm tired of listening to your fingers run. It's like your tongue's wrapped around your eye teeth and you're not smart enough to see what you're saying or something. You know, I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just trying to say you don't sound very bright.
Okay, Trifold Troll, I have to say, I think I recognize your picture, and all I'm going to say so they don't say your name or give you away. Does the Jaws theme mean anything to you?
Trifold Troll was actually up here on our 7-hour live the other night.
I think
we went for 7 hours, Tina. Can you believe that? It was like a marathon.
believe it. But I think Trifold Troll, if I'm not mistaken, because I noticed the little puppy picture, I think that's the person who I think it is, who was with JL. Is that you, Trifold Troll? No, not the fold, Art. Not the fold. Who was with JL in Oklahoma? Because if that's who I think it is, yep. So guys, Trifold Troll is a legend. Let me tell you why Trifold Troll is a legend. So if you go back to the Deborah Rogers quote unquote press conference, Trifold Troll was streaming the theme for Jaws, and I think it was Hotel California. Was that? Am I right?
Cool.
No, that's not you. Am I not? So you're not the one that was. Well, why do you have the same puppy as AJ then?
That was awesome, by the way.
Oh yeah, AJ. I died when I heard the Jaws theme song coming across the live stream.
That was awesome.
I hear it every time election day comes around.
And to see how mad he gets, so mad so fast.
Hey Tina, there's another comment on the screen for you, by the way.
Oh well, thank you. One of the panels I was on recently, somebody in the comments said that their mom sent Chille money that was supposed to. I want to make myself very clear before I say this. I do not want anybody's money. Period. I don't need it. Don't want it. I have no need to do a fundraiser. Period.
Never asked for
you know what's
it, right?
funny, guys?
I've never asked for it.
Tina came here to Ironton, and rather than allowing me to buy her something to eat, she offered to buy me something to eat. That's the kind of lady that Tina is, just so everybody understands. She's not grifting for money. She makes no money from YouTube and any of this social media crap. Very unlike punk-ass Chille. So just to throw that out there, because I have met her and know her personally a bit.
But somebody said their mom sent Chille money that was supposed to go to this family for something in memory of Caleb. Now, I've always said to anybody, you want to do something for Caleb, donate to your favorite charity in his memory. I told people to donate to St. Jude's, donate to Children's Miracle Network, donate to the Cancer Society, the Heart Association, whatever nonprofit organization. One of my favorites is Convoy of Hope, because Convoy of Hope helps people worldwide when natural disasters have hit. They're the first ones, boots on the ground anywhere, and they're the last ones to leave. And that's the only time I've ever said anything about money to anybody. But if somebody sent money to Chille that was supposed to go to Caleb or for the family of Caleb, then it should have. It did not. I don't want it. Again, I would prefer that somebody donate it to a non-profit organization that does good for other people in this world.
You're right, Dana.
Or you can donate it to Chille, because he'll damn sure take money that he doesn't deserve for anybody's reason. He doesn't have a problem with that. And I'd like to welcome Trifold Troll up on the panel. He's up here with us now. Hello, Trifold.
Yeah, that puppy that's in that picture, that's my little puppy right here. I show her.
Oh, she's adorable.
Say, hey, Bella.
Oh, she's adorable.
Thank you.
She is the cutie pie for sure.
I don't know if you remember several months back when Chille made that video about someone using his name and picture to make an exact replica of his account. That was me originally, but Delete Laws took the blame for it.
Well, hell, don't worry about it.
I'm not. And also the one he pointed the gun at and threatened, it was one of my other accounts. So I like to troll Chille.
Lovely.
Chuck in Tennessee was asking me if I seen a video with him claiming that Deborah wouldn't take his calls. No, I personally didn't see it. The only time I ever see anything of Chille's is when someone sends me a clip or I see it on someone else's channel. I never watch videos because I got to be honest, I can't stand to hear his voice. It's like nails down a chalkboard to me. It just annoys me so bad to hear him speak because I know the intelligence level that's behind it is so low.
Terry, can you highlight our friend down at the bottom there? She's saying good night. I will see you tomorrow, sister.
I don't know.
Good night, Evie Joe. Thanks for coming, dear heart. And I'm pretty sure I'll see you in the next little bit since Tina's going to be there.
I don't know whose voice is worse, Josh Abrams or Chille's.
Now, Josh, I can stomach.
You don't like Josh? You don't like Josh? At least he's funny. I mean, at least he can be funny.
I'm coming around, but with Josh, I've seen some of the shit he's done in the past, but I'm coming around with Josh, but he's still got that voice that kind of gets underneath your skin at times.
Listen, Josh has a whole new career path as far as I'm concerned. Josh should totally 100% be in comedy. No doubt.
When he come out of jail, he's a lot different when he come out of jail. That's why I'm coming around to Josh a little bit better, because after he come out of jail, he's acting a little bit better.
Well, at least with Josh, you get at least with Josh, you get a laugh with him. With Chille, you just have to laugh at his dumbass. That's all you can do is laugh at him. But Josh, you get a laugh with him a bit.
That's where I got the tiny Tonka tyrant from was Abrams. I died laughing when he said that.
I want to shout out to Hezekiah, the Frauditor Destroyer. Thanks for joining us tonight. Appreciate you being here, man.
Yeah, I just got off Kate's live. She had a live while ago for members, and she got court tomorrow with fuckhead.
If you want to come up, Hezekiah, the link is in the chat there. We'll have to drop somebody off. I can only have 6 at a time. I've got the free version. I'm a cheap ass, so
No, I ain't cheap. That's called frugal. It's just out of curiosity. Is there still a warrant out for Mr. DeCastro's arrest?
Yes.
In Ironton, yes. Yes, there is in Ironton, Ohio.
Who signed the warrant?
In California.
Did we post?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
There's
I'm
a new
curious who
development
signed the warrant, and even past that, if we know about jurisdiction, where's the bond?
It would be the judge, and it's because he violated his bond and didn't show up to court. That's exactly, I would say it was the judge.
Bond is just basically in place of it's to ease financial burden. So, for example, you have a warrant out for my arrest. I fucked up somehow. I broke the law. I murdered someone, and you want to come into my house. You not only need a warrant to arrest me, to take me out of my rights, but you also need to have a bond in case when you come in my house to do your actions, if you harm me or my property, it's paid for, because I don't know if you're willing to actually hold your end of the bargain. Like, I don't have a previous contract with you, so there needs to be some sort of bond put in place, some sort of here's the money first, a deposit in case I fuck up. But I doubt either was in place because, honestly, our servants don't follow the law at all.
But wait a
At
second.
times,
So,
maybe, but
I mean, for what you're just saying, so you're telling me if you're walking down the street in broad daylight and you pull out a gun and go bang and shoot someone dead, and the cop watches you go into your house, right in front of your house, they need a warrant to walk in your house and arrest you?
not at all.
Well,
That's one totally different scenario. But for someone to make a claim and there's no other man or woman to witness the claim, basically, you got to have a warrant. The warrant has to be signed by a man or woman, and then there has to be a bond in order to compensate the other man for any damages that may happen. So if you want to drive around on the road, if you want to not drive, if you want to move your property from point A to point B without a license, without registration of your vehicle, you don't have a vehicle at that point if you're doing it right. But the point is, it would be a good idea for you to have a bond, so that way, since there's no insurance that's going to cover any potential damages, there is some sort of bond in place for you to provide to those that you may have harmed or injured.
So,
But,
yeah,
it gets deep into what is
unfortunately
true and
this
correct,
has absolutely
and it has
nothing to
do
do
with
Hey,
this
Terry.
has nothing
Terry-
to do with Chille trespassing and not leaving a business when it was closed when he was told to get the hell out. That's what happened. He didn't leave. That was trespassing.
Hey, lick the whole
Trespass is a
boot.
very specific thing, and it's actually very vague. But I don't think Chille. You can't trespass against a what? You can't trespass upon a thing, an oration of corpse, a corporation. You can't trespass upon
But
Jiffy
before you
Lube
go
or
too
a
far,
McDonald's.
before you go too far down there, I want to say hello to Lick the Whole Boot. They're in chat. Welcome. It's good to see you out there.
I wanted to say something to Lick the Whole Boot also.
This is me. Sorry.
Hold on, guys. Let me finish. It is a channel worth watching. I'm subscribed myself. Go check out Lick the Whole Boot if you haven't. It's a channel that you might want to see.
Oh, I watched that debate with Chille in it. That was fucking comedy gold.
I just wanted to say to Lick the Whole Boot, you have my utmost respect. You have far more patience than I with your channel, because I think I would have hit the oops, I'm sorry, you've departed this channel button.
Censored.
I got a quick question. Anybody remember when Chille stopped in California and harassed that cop that was giving that girl a ticket?
Say do what now?
Yes.
Okay, a while back, Chille, he harassed a cop that was giving a girl a ticket for something on the side of the road. Well, what Chille didn't tell everybody, they issued him a ticket also.
Oh, did they?
Yes, and he didn't go to court or did not pay his ticket.
Well, of course he didn't. He runs from all that stuff. He ain't showed up in court yet.
Do you have?
Technically, he did no wrong because you can't pay a ticket. A man cannot do something to a what?
Mr. B, Mr. B, do you have? Mr. B, do you have that record somewhere where you could send it to Terry for him to post it?
I see you in the backstage, Auditing. Give me just a minute. I can only have 6 people up at a time, so as soon as I drop somebody off, I'll bring you up.
What's that?
I'll back out at any time if you would like.
The other Sentinel's got that information, but he's the one that let everybody know tonight. But there's 2 tickets he got, the speeding ticket and that 1 ticket he got for stopping on the roadway. So.
I'm sorry, who has that information?
Desert Sentinel.
Oh, Desert has it. Okay, got it.
Yeah, he was telling everybody in the live tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna ask: is there anybody who willingly step down so I don't have to be rude and just throw someone off to get someone else up?
Will. I'm going to take this about now because I've connection issues.
You're
Can you hear me?
roboting so bad I didn't understand a thing you said.
Yeah, maybe he should step down since he has no service.
Terry, I volunteer. I'll step down. That's not a problem.
I'll sit down too, Gary.
Well, you shouldn't, Tina. You're contributing well.
I agree, Tina.
I think some
like
of the
having
people
you on
that
the show.
say nothing should step down.
Oh, there we go. I got him up here. Hello, Auditing. How you doing this evening? Your mic's muted. We can't hear you. Your mic's muted.
Oh, you can hear me now.
There you go. Now we can hear you. How you doing this fine, wonderful evening?
I'm doing good. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm doing good. I'm actually in Boston, staying in the downtown area. I just wanted to, if it's cool, I just wanted to ask a question. Like you guys were talking about Chille's intelligence, and you know, I don't know anyone that knows. People know me. I've been around for years in the auditing and cop watching community, and they know me to be a pretty decent law scholar. Not a lawyer, but definitely a law scholar enough to have.
It's hard to hear you, Auditron.
Well, let me go to another area. Then I'll be right back. Here.
No, it's. I think proximity to mic. I think just speak louder. It would help.
Mm-hmm. Well, I am in a room filled with people, so I'm going to walk over here.
Well, yeah.
I'm in this really beautiful hostel in downtown Boston. It's called. Well, I can't give you the name. I'd be doxing myself. But... Can I get on the phone in here?
Just a bean down.
So here's the deal. I think.
Here's the deal.
Basically, I have law scholar knowledge, basically as it relates to constitutional law. I studied the bar review material. I rewrote a book called Writing and Analysis in the Law, basically reformatting it, and just drilled myself with how to analyze case law, how to understand the use of statutes, understanding how state law applies. Yeah, if you want to sit here and talk about Carl Lentz, I would really prefer to hold off on that, but I understand the whole Carl Lentz argument. Carl Lentz is part of that game too. So, you know, everything Carl Lentz does, any type of involvement in contributing to the legal system is actually propping it up. So anytime you go to court, you're propping up the whole entire game. And I'm not here to hate the system. I just wanted to ask a question.
You can go before a court or upon a court without.
I'm sorry, we're not talking. I'm sorry. I didn't come here to talk to you about Chille or Carl. I didn't come here to talk about Carl Lentz, buddy. I didn't come here to talk about that. I noticed you were going in that direction, talking about playing their game. I don't know what pronoun you're using, why you're using that is an ambiguous pronoun. There. Yeah, you said there. Pronoun? You said there. That is basically a ambiguous pronoun because who is they? Can you just not?
That is a good question. That is a good question.
So just not use the pronoun. We'll be good to go. Let me get back to Chille.
I'll use any nouns, be it pro or a con, but I understand what you're saying, although I probably shouldn't understand it. I know, I hear.
Well, let him finish saying it.
I may or may not agree.
And by the way, you're presuming that there actually is a game being played, and that there actually is a pro too.
You tell me what I presume.
Yep. Okay. All right, now back to Chille.
You are me.
So Chille is. I have a pretty good guess here. I think Chille is right about a lot of his understanding of how the Constitution applies. I don't think his person.
I think you are incorrect in believing that.
Excuse me. Is this my time or is this my time or is this his time?
Go ahead. I've muted his mic. Go ahead. Say what you have to say, Auditing.
Okay. My point is that I know the law just as much as any of you guys here and understand how the Constitution applies. So I think we're kind of calling Chille, saying he has lack of intelligence. It's not necessarily the case because, I mean, all living forms have intelligence, but not everyone is smart, And so, I mean, I think there's a lot of things that. Can you mute yourself, dude, please?
I'll
this is
mute myself.
you want to
I'm
go
just
off on a
curious what
side
the difference
tangent.
in your head of
We can talk
smart
about that.
and
We can talk
intelligence.
about that. We can talk about that at another time. Cool. All right. So, like I'm saying,
If you
I give Chille his. I'm giving.
to really try to tell people the difference between what is smart and what is intelligent, it would be nice to know what your
Would it
idea.
be cool if we talked about that after I finish my spiel?
Isn't that part of your
no, I'm asking you if it would be
statement?
cool with you. Is it cool with you since if I share control with you, can I share control of the conversation with you?
The difference between what is smart and what is intelligence.
Ironton, I'm really trying to share control with this guy, and he's just
Thomas,
he's taking over.
Hold on just a second, Autotron. Thomas, I want to say this as politely as I can, but you seem to interrupt a shit ton and have a lot to say, but you want to talk over people and ask a bunch of questions. Let him finish what he's saying. Write your questions down, and when he's done, you can ask. How's that? Just let the man finish what he has to say, and then we'll tell him whether or not we agree or disagree with what he has to say. Go ahead, Autotron.
Thank you, Ironton Auditor. Essentially, I don't know enough about Chille to know whether or not he's really screwed anyone over. I've heard all the claims, but I can vouch for a lot of the constitutional claims that he does make, and their application and the application of state law versus constitutional law and all that stuff. And there's a lot of credit that he deserves, So as far as his knowledge is concerned, now what he does with that as a person, I'm not under that control. So I can tell you right now, he has a horrible reputation, but he's not wrong on a lot of his knowledge claims. I think the way he probably goes about stuff is obviously abrasive, or he wouldn't have ruffled a bunch of feathers. And so, I can definitely vouch for him. You can ask anybody about me and my knowledge of the Constitution and the way it applies. And so I think I've said my piece.
What does that which constitutes someone else?
I would like to know what Ironton Auditor.
You.
Excuse me. I'm sorry, sir. I'm addressing Ironton Auditor right now. Is that cool with you if I address him and then maybe you after that? Is that cool?
Go ahead.
Okay. Ironton, what say you about that?
Well, I agree with you. He does have some constitutional knowledge. However, when it comes to attacking his, it's more attacking his immaturity level. It's not about him being as unintelligent as it is him acting like a damn child. He's not fighting to change a thing. Every 5 minutes, he changes his mission from one thing to another. It's been Terry versus Ohio. It's been this. It's been that. And now it's about sue everybody on YouTube because they said some nasty stuff about him. So that's the problem we have with Chille, is because he's an immature idiot. He's just ignorant in people's skills. He has no idea what he's doing. He's wasting our time and everyone else's and getting paid to do it. And that's the problem that we have with Chille.
Well, in response to what you're saying, I'd like to say that, yes, I agree that maybe he needs to work on his soft skills, right? Like, which is basically, personal skills, how to relate to other people, interpersonal relationships and stuff like that. I mean,
yeah, like listing bone cancer on people's children, that kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that we just can't stand for. There's
I call it socially unskilled.
Where he wished a certain amount of people, he told them that they could die and burn in hell, and he wished bone cancer on their children. He said, I hope your kids get bone cancer.
I've
these
never
kinds
heard
of
that.
things.
Yeah.
Well, that's,
I've heard people say that he said that. But.
Well, all you have to do is watch his
2
videos.
hours
Apparently,
hold on.
Apparently, Autotron, you really don't pay any attention to what Chille has to say at all. So you're speaking out of no knowledge about who Chille really is. You've just heard a couple
exactly.
of things.
I admit that I don't know who he is like that.
You come up here and try to tell people to shut up, but you have no idea what's going on.
Chille gets on live streams all the time and runs his mouth and acts like a 9-year-old. And what he really needs is for a real man to bend him over their knee and bust his ass like a child so that he can grow up a little bit. He's just very immature, and he's not accomplishing anything except for making a fool out of himself and turning what people who used to back him. You have to understand, man, I supported him in the beginning. I fell for his bullshit. It didn't take me long to find out that he is an absolute liar. The man lies all the time. He lied to me, looked me straight in the eye, and lied several times. And that's the reason I originally quit backing him. And then, of course, I met Tina Slay and some other people that he has And I know people here personally that he stayed in their house and did the same thing to them that he did to Tina. So it's things that I know firsthand, not things that I've heard. These are not assumptions.
So basically, he sucks as a person, but that doesn't discount his law knowledge. Is that what you're saying?
Well, his law knowledge.
His logic is totally discounted, and his persona is discounted.
Logic.
What are you doing here?
Logic. First of all, you're talking about
very
logic.
Black and white. And
logic is an aspect.
Black and white, that's fine, but you seem to be in the gray area. What are you doing?
You just make claims and statements, dude.
I'm not making anything. I'm asking you what you're doing here.
I'm talking to Ironton Auditor and whoever else.
Okay, you're not talking to me. You're here to talk to 1 out of 4 people.
Well, I'm here to talk to people that have reasonableness.
All right, so you come here to defend, to take away from Mr. Chille's ability to
Sorry
fend.
about that, but thank you.
You just seem like a shill. That's all. I'm just calling you out because I don't trust you, and I think that you've got ulterior motive.
I don't know you.
I'm just calling it out.
I don't know you.
I understand what you're saying.
You don't have to know me for me to tell you the way that I feel, and I feel like you.
But that's that statement. I'm a shill is that's called an ad hominem. And that's a logical fallacy.
Well, no, because I'm trying to approach the conversation. I'm also saying on the sideline that I believe that you're not.
You would get more credit if you didn't use ad hominems.
Man or woman.
You would get more credit if you didn't use ad hominems.
I'm not trying to discount your character, but it seems as though that I have to tell the truth that your character has already been discounted. It has nothing to do with me.
Okay. Well, that's again another ad hominem. It's not logical, dude.
Maybe it is.
So you want to talk about logic,
so let's talk about a thing as opposed to a who. What's up?
Like I said, my main point was I wanted to come up on here and let you guys know.
Hey guys, I got you both muted for the moment. I want to take my stream back here for a quick second. I just got a message asking about Tina Bashers in the chat. I haven't seen any Tina Bash comments, but if that's what they're doing, then yeah, time them out. If that doesn't work, just kick their ass out. We're not going to have that on this channel. And as far as on the panel trying to attack each other personally, this isn't going to work out too well. All this is doing is it's kind of like us trying to decide who's got the biggest dick among us. And unless we're going to pull them out and show them to each other, we're wasting our time here. So
no thanks.
And
Tron sucks. I'm out. And I love you, but I think he contributes little. And I'll stay, but I don't think that's helpful.
Well, I appreciate your opinion, and I may or may not appreciate his, but I still want to give him the opportunity to say what he has to say. And I agree that he believes that Chille's constitutional knowledge is on point, and it may be because it really doesn't take a rocket fucking scientist to read English and understand what the hell it says. Hell, even my dumb ass can do that. So Chille gets no brownie points from me from being able to read a document and tell you what it says. I mean, that's, the idea, though, of fighting against to have a Supreme Court case overturned, like that's going to change everything in America, he's a dumbass for even considering so. And anybody that would actually think that is the be all and end all of changing America to make it a better place, then I think those people need to go read some documents so that they can understand what's really going on in the world. Because Terry versus Ohio is the absolute least of our problems.
Oh yeah, there's
Thank you, man. Who's it? I knew that. That's a new voice. Who is that?
That's Mr. B. He's also on the panel.
Hey, Mr. B. How are you?
I think he's all. Everyone's got good points. I mean, but like the only thing I've ever asked anybody to like just a lot of channels say it now. They call it torture, cuss, and that, delete it. But they think you're good. If you hold a gun to somebody, they're just going to follow. There's been I'm sure Mr. Ironton knows what I'm talking about. There's been people they've arrested for being serial killers, stuff like that. You hold some of those guys, you're going to hold a gun to and say, come with me. I ain't going to put torture cuffs on you. They're just going to go ballistic and beat the living crap out of you and carry on. They are a necessary thing. Do I think they need to put them on people for like driving without a license? Sorry. I don't think they should put them on somebody for driving without a license. Okay, if they're going to arrest him here, guy, get in the car, go down, post bail, go home. Have a nice day. You don't need to lock them up with handcuffs because they were driving illegally. That's just my 2 cents. I mean, they should be for violent crimes. That's what they should be. That's my 2 cents.
Hey, Ironton, thanks for letting me up here.
Oh,
And wishing
not a problem
hey,
at all. You're welcome anytime, and I always like to hear the opposite side. I always like to hear both sides of the story. I try to walk the line and keep the peace between everybody because there are things that we can agree on, and there are things that we can agree to disagree on. But when it comes right down to it, those of us that really agree the most and stand together, we the
yeah.
people united. That's how it should be. We're always going to have
Mhm.
disagreements, and that's okay. It's how we handle those things is what matters.
Right. And so, in closing here, I think that if Chile is failing on so many levels, you know, a lot of winners actually have to fail before they actually do before they do win. So, like, and I think you'll agree with that too, that you sometimes have to fail before you win. You know what I mean? So
Well,
hopefully him smart up and start winning. So,
just know that Chile has failed pretty much everything that he's done. He's a failed actor. He's a failed superhero, the super necessary human. He's had several things that he's tried to get famous and make money on before this. And, this is just the next thing, I'm afraid. When this crashes, I'm sure he'll try to think of something else because to him, believe it or not, it's about the money. Even though he said on his stream, it's not about the money. The reason he's crying and filing lawsuits, he says, is because he's not getting as much money. So it is absolutely about money. That's what the man cares about is money and clout, and he wants people to have a great opinion of him. However, the things that he says and does prevent us from being able to have that kind of an opinion.
okay. So this is
One of
not
the
really
things
even
that was
about
said was that
debating
it
whether or
doesn't
not
matter about
Chile
his
has
character.
like
It
a
matters about what the hell
my
he's
God.
saying. And he's not saying anything that aligns with truth. He's not saying anything that helps anyone but himself. In the opinion of this new guy, and I'm
Later.
not trying to be demeaning, I just don't know your name. What has Chile done? Or what are the premises, the
He's
statements
already
that he's
dropped off
made that
panel, man.
resonates with truth?
He's already gone, Thomas. You're speaking to deaf ears. He's already dropped off the panel.
Sorry.
He's gone. Let me
hop in
read
for
this
2
now.
seconds.
Rachel Anderson says, you are all just jealous because you run around these nasty overgrown beards on your face. It's disgusting. What's it say? But not you're really talented, John. This is more for the people there to disparage. I'm not sure what the hell all of that mouthful meant. However, I don't give two shits what
beards.
I don't give two shits what you think about me or my beard, Rachel. But the fact that you're still back in Chile just shows that you obviously haven't really paid any attention to what he said. You're staring into his eyes because you think he's cute. You're in love with him. You've said that. And that's your problem. You need to step back. You need to take the emotion between you and him out. Leave the emotion
He's
out.
homeless, but he shaves, and you suck because you don't.
And listen closely to the stupidity that exits his mouth. That's what you need to do, honestly. And then maybe you can hear what the rest of us hear, so that you can understand what we're trying to say.
Jerry?
Hey, some women like beards.
Did you see Dave's comment?
Most women like beards. What are you talking?
I'm sorry.
You gotta put in
was
effort
speaking
to
there?
cut that shit off your
It's
face.
Jason, Crypto Crackhead. Did you see Dave's comment? I think that's true.
No. Let me look for it here. Where is it?
He's the one that looks like a penguin.
Oh yeah, what's that, officer?
Well, I was cruising by. I saw your door open. I was like,
Oh, you come down to give me a visit, huh?
no, I didn't know somebody was in your truck.
That's me. I'm in my truck.
And by the way, ZXL Master, if you have the opportunity and you can grab it, could you throw lick the whole boots link in the chat, please, so people know where to find that channel, please.
I can tell you what he said. Terry, he said,
I'm not able to find it here.
Said Rachel Anderson is Chille defending himself as a woman. I truly.
Oh yeah, I actually highlighted that comment on the screen for a bit there.
Oh, okay.
That is a serious possibility. That is a serious possibility. I have no clue. I'm just hoping that if it is Chille, he's listening and that he'll grow up a little bit and learn how to make a real apology and actually feel sorry for the dumbassery that is coming out of his lips, man. You can't walk around and be like that. You can't do it. You're not going to change anything. You're just going to piss people off. Can't you see how pissed we are? You moron. Don't do that. I'm sorry, Crypto, you were saying?
No, that was it. I think that's a very good possibility. Like you said, after that apology, I don't know anybody with half a brain that would still believe in that guy. And I'm not trying to be defamatory towards him, but maybe I am, because how do you follow somebody like that, Rachel, after
There you go,
What he
Ironton.
said and how he acted. How do you follow somebody like that, Rachel?
I should have turned the camera on. I had a cop come up and wanted to, because I was getting out my big rig in front of my house, and he was nice about it. He says, "Oh, I'm just checking to make sure it's you, and not no one breaking into your truck."
Well,
that was cool, and at least he stopped by to check it out.
See, not all cops are bad.
It's almost like he was trying to do his job, isn't it?
That's right. Some people don't like cops. I mean, there's people. It's like there are people out there that don't think you should have to have a license to drive a vehicle, and they call it personal vehicle. But that's my. I mean, but that's all right. They're entitled to their opinion. I'm entitled to have mine too.
It's all about words and the actual definition. So when you claim the title of driver, or you think that licensing the thing that you already had a right to do was a good idea, you're getting deeper into the legal game. And when you just say people are dumb for not getting a license, people are dumb for not petitioning to another man to do the thing. No, not you. I'm just saying in general. You're dumb for not petitioning to another man to do something that was already your right in the first place, codified by the Magna Carta before it was ever codified by the Constitution or the man or woman that wrote the Constitution.
You know what I get kicked out of, though? Here's the only thing I got to say about that, because I don't want to get off track. The only thing I got to say about that is because now the reason why I've heard people say that, like, I need a license to drive my 18-wheel semi-truck, which, by the way, you're welcome for your food and your gas and your computer and your phone. It was all delivered by moi. And
we need you, and thank you.
But here's the thing. I've had people say I need it so I can pay taxes because I'm making money. But yet those same people say that income tax are legal. So if that's the case, to me, that's discriminatory to say that only the great American 18-wheel, and I say it great because we could shut down this country. Name one job in the United States that could do more damage to the economy. We could do more damage than the trains could, because we could do everything those trains do, only slower. And they gave them
even if they ship it in by train, at some point they're going to have to put it on a truck to get it to the store, because none of those trains run to any of those stores.
Just like they're not going to run a gas hose from a train to a.
You know what can do a lot of damage is the fucking trash man refusing to work. And just actually,
that's
a lot of damage. You're not fucking perfect. You're not better than the trash man. They can do more damage than you, because so you don't want to live in filth unless you're weird.
Wait a second, you're wrong.
They can do a lot of damage by not doing their job.
The trash man is an 18-wheel all-American truck driver, because the trash trucks are 18-wheelers. So without the Class A all-American 18-wheel truck driver, you wouldn't even get rid of your trash.
I'm just saying that a lot of people can really fuck society up by saying, hey, I'm going to do X, Y, Z instead of ABC.
Yeah, but you don't understand. The trash man falls into the category of an 18-wheel semi-truck driver.
I do stand under that. I do understand that there are many instances in which trash is trucked by large vehicles that have 18 wheels.
What the hell are we arguing about here?
Arguing means to make clear, and honestly, I'm not sure.
But people think we don't need police. That's why, like Chille does that all the time. He tells them all.
You never need anyone to force a policy. Police means policy enforcement. That's the word. That's the definition. Policy enforcement. There's no such thing as a man needing to be forced to follow a policy. We don't need policy enforcement.
Oh, what do you think would happen? What do you think would happen? I mean, you want to talk
logic.
What
I think would happen if you and I had a gun and we saw someone else being a murderer or a rapist, we would just shoot them, and it would be just fine.
You got a big problem. You never let people finish.
Sorry.
Okay. What do you think would happen if Mr. Ironton here was elected president and he had all the power in the world, and he said, okay, I abolish all police departments, all sheriffs, all state troopers, no more law enforcement. We're going to police ourselves. We're going to get rid of all the military, everything just like you want. What do you think would happen?
That would be really weird. What I think would happen is that if we were all good men and women we would have our own devices of protection. And the second that, let's just say, I'm the fucked up person and I want to go shoot someone to get a bag of cash, everyone else involved that is near me, seeing what's going on, would shoot me
but you're
first
thinking
because they're all armed as
you're
well.
not seeing the big picture.
And
you're not seeing the big
fully
picture.
armed society.
Hey guys, let me ask a question. Here's the question I have, and I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with whether or not we need police. My question is, if we erased every law tomorrow, how many people in this chat and on this panel would go start raping, murdering, and pillaging? Or would you just go ahead with your life?
People, and you
or
can't
would you
abolish
just,
a true law.
man, I
you
see,
can't
I
make
can't say it.
gravity make
You know
fall
what?
up.
Man, I tell you what, I've muted your mic because you won't shut the fuck up. You've got to interrupt everybody, and even me on my own goddamn stream, and I've about had enough of it. I mean, if you want to stay up here, I mean, I appreciate your opinion. You know, I appreciate your opinion, but goddamn, man.
Yeah.
All right.
I
guess he dropped out. So anyway, I'll try to finish my question now. If they erased every law tomorrow, just because you considered it no longer illegal on paper, doesn't mean I'm going to go rape babies and kill people. That's not true, because I am a moral person. Most people who do not commit crime, the reason they don't commit crime is not because it's written on paper and there's a punishment for it. They don't commit crime because it's wrong, simple and plain. And that's how it actually works. Now, I'm not advocating for or against police. I hope you understand. But I want you to know that I think that the majority of people are good people. They might not be as smart as we'd like them to be, and they might not be as savvy, but most people aren't out committing terrible crimes against each other. They're not out hurting people. They're not out breaking stuff, and they're not out stealing stuff. That is a small portion of the greater whole of all of us. That is my opinion.
But and to a point, but can I ask you something, sir, Mr. Terry?
Absolutely, absolutely.
How long have you lived in Ironton, Ohio?
I have actually lived here my entire life.
Okay. And how much traveling have you done?
Traveling to, I've been all over the place. I've even been to California. I've been to a lot of places. I've never left the country, but I have been to a lot of different states and a lot of different places.
Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. The reason why I'm asking, because see, I should take you out on the road with me in my semi truck and see what I see. The reason why I say that is because, for instance, a truck driver sees things that the average American don't see, and I invite anybody to go on the road. I'll take anybody out for a week over the road with me, and because, for instance, like me, you want to? It's like me, for instance. I see cops that will literally give me a ticket. I got a $500 ticket once. I was driving down the road, and this is a true story. I was driving down the road. I had a mud flap come off my truck, and the cop pulled me over, did what they call a DOT inspection. I'm sure you know what that is.
Absolutely.
They went all through that truck like I was being butt raped, as Mr. DeCastro says. And he got done, checked my log books, and said, "Oh, you had an adverse weather condition here, where I went over my clock. We're only allowed to work so many hours a day. You know, I don't know if you know what but anyways, I had a downpour. The road was blocked, and I stopped there in traffic for like 4 hours, and I needed to use it to get home. I mean, get back to a safe haven. Okay." Cop questioned that. He actually looked on the weather forecast and said that there was no storm. And he gave me a ticket for using an entry that was technically not illegal. He said it was illegal. And I said, so because you saw it on the weather forecast saying there was no storm that day, that means I couldn't use that. He says, that's correct. Really? When have you known the weatherman to be correct? I mean, they could say it's sunny tomorrow, and guess what? It's really raining. Or they could say it's raining and it's sunny. I mean, there's so many times that they're not right than they are. But anyways, I beat that part. But he gave me a ticket for my mud flat falling off. The reason why he pulled me over in the first place. That ticket was $500.
Ouch.
And for a mud flap and it was caused by road debris from a bumper from a vehicle. So so the people say My answer would be, so you don't need a license. So that means, and you got to have bondage to cover any damage. So that means I should be able to take your bond, for instance, if you don't need it, and to cover my loss of wages for paying for something that fell off your vehicle that caused me a financial hardship. I mean, that's my logic. I don't know how you feel about that, but I mean, but my point is this: to say there, do I have cops? I'd like to say, this is ridiculous. You're power hungry, little, you know what? And some people don't like any cop. They don't think it's. But the reason you would have vigilante justice is what you would have, like people, like for instance, people trespassing. Like the reason why I mentioned garages and houses being built on property. I have a garage built on my property line. I have to literally trespass to paint my garage. Okay. And my point is this: if we had no police, my next door neighbor could go out there and, I told you to stay off my property, and go bang, blow my head off.
Technically, now hold on a minute. With or without police, they could still do that. Police don't stop them from doing that, and neither does the law. To be honest, the only thing that stops your neighbor from doing that is the fact that your neighbor doesn't want to kill you for painting your garage. And I don't think.
Wait a second. Listen though, if there was no cops, who would be there to arrest him for murdering me?
Well, in my opinion, the only reason evil is able to do what it does is because good men stand by and do nothing about it. They do nothing about it. They'll watch it happen just like a bad cop. They'll watch it happen and do nothing about it.
See, the reason why I say that, when you say there's a lot of good people, there's a lot of bad. But there's a thing called snitches get stitches. And I don't believe in that theory. I mean, like right now, if I was downtown, if you were in downtown Ironton right now and I'm walking down the street and you saw me get my head blown off and you didn't have a weapon to defend yourself at the moment, you ain't going to try and sit there and chase after that guy and try and defend my honor because I got murdered. You're going to videotape it, hopefully, and turn that evidence over to the police and help apprehend the person that shot me. But think about this. If there was no police, then what do you think would happen? Well, then my family is going to go after him, shoot him. Then his family is going to go after my family for shooting him. It'd be a never-ending stream, and you would never resolve it. It would be, you shot my cousin. Oh, I'm going to shoot you. Oh, he shot me.
Technically, constitutionally, we have one law enforcement officer who is able to take care of that kind of stuff, and that is the county sheriff. They are the only duly elected by the people, so they are special above all law enforcement. They have deputization powers. They could come out and deputize me to go after that guy. That's the way it used to happen, a long time ago, before there were police hiding behind every trash can and every billboard. If something like that happened, they would deputize men of the town, of the county, of the state, whatever, and then they would go take care of it. So good men can still do that. Now, again, I'm not saying we should get rid of police. I don't want anybody to think that I said that.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying.
I'm just explaining that well, there'll always be that difference of opinion, and we're not going to convince them any different. You know what I mean? There's not one thing we're going to say tonight to convince them any different, for sure. It's kind of like trying to convince Rachel that Chille's a bad guy. It's an effort in futility. They say sometimes there's a fine line between a good try and a futile attempt.
I'm not sharing the same brain at this moment, because I do believe I saw something in the comment about if his member is as pretty as his face, and as long as I've ever seen her in comments, that's never came out of her mouth before. So I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, they're sharing the same brain tonight.
Anything is possible on this channel. I'll promise that. We've seen it all here, I think.
I know we have. And to answer that question, Rachel, Larry Flynnoid said there's not much of a member there to deal with.
Rachel, why don't you just come on up and at least prove that you're a woman?
Still here.
Huh?
For somebody, she said she was going to bed. She's still here.
Yeah.
When she was itching to get on Kate's panel the other night, I don't understand.
It's funny because that's an offer that Chille would never make, is for somebody in opposition to come up on his channel and have a
Hey,
discussion.
maybe she's attracted to Terry. Hey, Terry, you got a fan out there. She must think you're hot.
Oh, she does. But why not come up, Rachel? Just 5 minutes. I'm sure it won't cut into your beauty sleep. Or why don't you just come up?
Well, because it's a lot easier to type than it is to speak, apparently.
Apparently, because there's no opposition, and we wouldn't like beat you up here. We'd just have a discussion. As a matter of fact, who was it, Terry? It was Archangel that came up that day.
I've had Archangel 4 and Archangel 3 on panel before.
And Rights On and Jeebus Crisp.
Yeah, I don't have a problem. Anybody that wants to come up is welcome to come up. I'm not going to force them to, obviously, but if they want to come up, they have something to say, that's great. I don't mind hearing both sides of any story. I don't have to agree with it to hear what they have to say. And if anybody attacks you too much, Rachel, you've already seen me cut in and stop that kind of stuff. I won't sit by and listen to it too long. I'll stop it. I'll let you have your say. I'll mute everybody else, including myself, if I have to.
There you go.
I will say this, Terry. It kind of upsets me because she's been talking a lot of smack about Tina, and that really pisses me off.
Well, Rachel, I can tell you now that talking about Tina too much on this channel is not going to win you any awards, that's for sure. People here like Tina. I like Tina, and none of us really care what you think. I don't know why you think you're going to make a difference here, but other than being annoying, you're really not accomplishing much here.
And that's why I think they're sharing the same brain tonight. You see, the greatest thing about dumbass DeCastro, Cholito, is he gives himself away every single time.
He's not smart enough.
No.
Biv Papa, I hope I'm saying this correctly, Biv Papa Bogue, if I'm not saying that correctly, I apologize, says that they love my streaming and my integrity and keep that whip handy. So I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
You know, it's just like personally, I you know, you need to use better terms. I mean, that's one thing I've always said. I wouldn't call him an idiot. I call him a social outcast because he has no social skills. That, I mean, it'd be better than using the term idiot or retard. That's just my opinion. I mean, because it's really the man that don't know how to socialize. It's the same. It's kind of like you wanting to give him a spanking. He needs it. I mean, and I agree.
So
But,
here's
well,
the
it's like-
thing. Here's the thing. He is the embodiment of the corruption he claims to be fighting against. And if anybody says any differently, all you have to do is try to go and have free speech in his channel. It's his way or no way. Where's the door? You're muted. So long, so forth,
Oh
and
yeah,
so.
oh yeah. He would never have if he. I mean, he had. I tried in vain to. I invited him. I challenged him to come to a live. A live stream. He could have one, or I'd do one. And I said, you could call me whatever filthy name you want to, and I'll call you whatever filthy name I want to, and then we can talk like adults, not men, not women, adults, whatever you want to call it. He's called me because he called me a girl one time. And I said, let's talk about this because I mean, it's like people calling this Tina. I don't know her. I'm not gonna say nothing about. I don't know nothing about her. But just like it'd be like me saying to her, calling her name and that. If I wanted to, I'm not gonna do that because I don't know her. But he should be able to. He called me a girl because a woman because I don't have any brains or that. I said, well, wait a second. Even if I was a woman, so you're saying women are dumb? And he said, and then he blocked me because I said something about. He said, I didn't say that. Well, wait a second. You're telling me I have no brains, so I must be a woman. So to me, that's saying that women are dumb.
That's exactly what it sounds like to me. Did you see that comment by Scott Hubert there, Tina?
No, sorry, I was driving. Could you read it?
Yes, I put up several that said we love Tina, we like Tina here, all that kind of stuff. I've had several go by, but Scott was apparently replying to Don Pennington, and he said, "I'm a rebel and can't follow the rules. Tina Slay is one heck of a tough, brave woman, and I look up to her. I also enjoy listening to her on chats." So I just wanted to throw that out there to you so that you heard that. You have a lot of backing with my with this entire community. You already know that, but especially on my channel and with me.
I
Well, thank
personally
you.
think everybody should back everybody until they do something wrong. I mean, anybody that won't let anybody defend themselves verbally, to me, they're no better. I mean, like you said, that's a coward.
The only people who complain about not having freedom of speech on my channel are the ones who just can't keep from making. See, the problem is they want to challenge the person and not the argument. Personally, I would rather challenge the argument and not the person. I don't have to hate the person because we don't agree on things. And if I see it's just a lack of knowledge on their part, how can I hate them? I didn't know at one time either. There's a whole lot. I didn't know anything that I know now at almost 50 years old. I didn't know any of this shit at 20. You know what I mean? There's a lot that I had to learn. And like a guy said the other night, experience is that thing that comes exactly after the moment that you needed it. Every time.
Exactly. I've heard a saying that said, the more you know, never mind, I'm going to mess it up. But,
and there's another one, Tina. Kimmy Dawn says, we love Tina. We love her over on Kate's channel also, but she knows that.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, I had to drive over to my daughter's house.
well, the thing about Tina is that she's genuine. There's no BS there. She's genuine. And I don't think these people know how to handle that.
I want to respond to Scott. I appreciate you being here, Scott. You're welcome here anytime. You know that. If you want to come up, you can. I'll throw the link back out there again. You're welcome to come up here as well. That goes out to anybody out there in the chat. If you want to come up here, if you have something to say, come on, we're listening. We don't have any problems with that. You know, we try to avoid arguments, but you're welcome to say anything you like.
Heather Holt, I am so sorry for the messages in which you received from our resident Ding Dong. They were very uncalled for, and I'm so sorry that you had to deal with that.
I think there's so much craziness. Yes, Miss Maggie, I hear you. Yes, I'm talking to my dog.
And as for lick the whole boot out there, I want to say there's been I assume you've seen the chat. There's a whole lot of people that like the clout chasing, the clout cringe video. I've only seen part of it. I hadn't had a chance to finish watching it yet, but I will. And the link's out there. If you want to come up, you're welcome.
He was so professional with Chille and so patient.
Exactly, Curtis. Chille shows up on somebody else's panel. It's not even his panel. And he can't even be quiet for 5 seconds for the channel host to have a conversation with him. He just rants like a petty little child.
Kind of like him in court.
Hey guys, we don't mind if Scott's in his boxers, do we?
No.
Besides, Scott, if you want, and it's totally up to you. If you want to come up, you can cut your camera off just like this. There'll be a switch at the bottom before you even come on panel that you can cut your cam off. So if you just want to talk through an avatar, that's always possible. I'll leave that out there for you.
Like I said, I found it extremely rude of him to do what he did the other night on Lick the Boots channel. And I do not agree with all of Lick the Boots' opinions. I mean, I've watched many of his videos. I've liked several of his videos. But that's his channel. And that's what we're talking about. This corruption and this power. Chille is power hungry. And the more he gets, the more emboldened he feels. That he feels like just because he's there, he demands everybody's attention and he demands that you do it his way or no way.
Don't they sound like Hitler?
Let's play a little word salad. It's not about the power that he has. It's his perceived idea of the power or clout that he has, because technically you really don't have any. There's just a few people on his channel that give a shit about him, for crying out loud. Just very few. The rest of them hate him. That's why they go there. They want to watch a dumpster fire in action.
Don't they sound like Hitler?
That was almost like a hostile takeover of his channel.
Right. And that's why I said, lick the whole boot. Man, my hat's off to you, because I wouldn't have been able to deal with it that long before I hit the exit button for him. I mean, the funniest part was when you muted him and somehow he was able to unmute himself. I'm sorry. That was pretty comical.
It's actually, that would be,
I wish I'd get on one of his stream with him and just go, oh, His Royal Majesty, and go, Hail Chilli or Hail Hitler Chilli. Chille.
He won't allow it. He won't allow it.
I know. There's got to be a word we can rhyme Chilli with Hitler with. Oh, I know. We could all get glasses, shave get a mustache and shave it down, make it look like Hitler, and put on his funny glasses and his Justin Bieber hairstyle, and go and talk crazy and say Hitler or whatever. There you go, Hitler. There, because that's what he sounds like.
Some people already call him Chitler, so that one's already been done. And as for Jeff, there, I agree with you. I hope boxers never become mandatory. I got to be honest, I don't even wear shorts. I'm always in full pants. Shorts is never something I've ever worn, and I don't go without a shirt, so I'm not the kind of guy who likes to bear much.
I'm sorry, Crypto, what's your coined word that you want to get trending? What was that called again? Chilidiots?
Yep.
Hey guys, we have Psychic Soul Senses up on panel with us. How you doing tonight? Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How you doing this fine, wonderful evening? Glad to have you.
I'm doing fine. There's a little bit of a delay, but
yeah, sometimes you'll have that. We'll just wait back and forth, I suppose. We'll get it done. I always tell everybody, if it ain't done in 5 minutes, I'll just wait longer. I'm just that kind of guy.
right. Right.
So I assume that you felt like there was something you wanted to say.
Well,
what do you want to lay on us tonight?
I supported Chilli for a while, but you know, the more he started talking about Tina, and that really got me, because you know I've heard your story and what you went through, and that's a low blow. You just
oh no, we got hey guys, we got Susie Y in the chat.
But
we have Susie Y in the chat. You got to block her. I'm just kidding, moderators. Everybody else can stay. Susie has to go. Welcome, Susie. It's good to see you, sweetheart. You're a legend in Chilli's chat, by the way. Everybody loves to see your name pop up. I'm sorry, Psychic Soul. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had to say hello to Susie.
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. But then, you know, when he started going off spewing the hate, like I can't stand the drama anyways, and I can't stand the hate, you know, so I can't follow him. I can't do it.
I know I've had my balls busted by a little bit of everybody out there. I think even maybe you've done it in my comments here and there. You know, and it's okay. I take it well. It's a good thing I have broad shoulders and I can handle a heavy load, I suppose.
Yes,
somebody out there said, somebody out there says that I'm such a nice guy, and they wonder how I got mixed up with him. I'll tell you this story really quick. He came into Ironton to help a certain couple, supposedly. And whenever I heard part of that story on part of his video, because somebody showed up at my house and said, hey, there's a YouTuber in town. I'm like, really? And they said, yeah, it's a First Amendment auditor. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I wonder who it is. So, you know, I started searching. I finally found Chilli DeCastro, Delete Laws, you know. And when I found he was here to help somebody in this godforsaken little old town here, where it seems like we're all kind of alone, and you know that there really isn't anything important that goes on here, I thought that means something to me. And I specifically went to Ironton just so I could look him in the eye, shake his hand, and thank him for trying to help somebody here. I truly appreciated the fact that he was going to help somebody. And I told him that night, if you're going to help somebody, I'll back you 1,000%. I will help you help them any way that I can. And that's how I got started with Chilli. That was before I watched his videos. That was before I knew him. And for the week and a half that I followed him around here, I was always 25 or 30 yards behind him. He asked, because I'm always armed, I always carry, open carry. he asked me just to keep an eye on things and make sure, because he'd had a few threats, and I said, sure. So I always stayed, 25 or 30 yards behind him so that I could just keep an eye on the whole crowd that was around, make sure everything was copacetic. And of course it was, but, no danger really. And I wasn't looking for any, but Chille was worried. And I guess he felt a little bit better knowing that I was there. And so I really didn't hear what he was saying into his camera. I didn't hear a lot of the things that he said. And when he and I talked privately, I didn't get to hear a lot of what he did say. So it wasn't until later when he left and I really started prying into what he had said and what he actually believed. That's when I started to doubt him. And that's when I started looking into his past. And that's when I really found out who he was. So that's actually what happened there. The whole thing took about 2 or 3 weeks. He was here for about a week and a half. He left for 2 weeks. He came back for about 8 hours, and then that was it. We were mortal enemies from that point on, and that was his choice, not mine. He actually turned on me first. He was really upset the fact that I called him out on some of his BS. He didn't like that much. He didn't want to admit that it was, and tell me the truth. So he got on and started the whole unsub Ironton auditor thing, which apparently didn't do him much good, but he gave it a hell of a try anyway. So that's kind of the Chille and me story. He didn't do me wrong really, other than just lying to me and kind of using me a little bit, which I don't really mind. But I'm not losing anything. But there are wonderful people out there like Tina Slay Richardson and Renee Goodwin, and a few others from what I'm hearing. What is Christy Roan and there's Deborah, and I don't know all these names, but I've heard some of these stories and those poor ladies and people. And I'm sorry to them that he fooled them to believe that he'll help when he obviously has no intention and or ability to help.
He'd make a good politician.
Since you're close there, maybe Christy Roan would come on stream with you.
Well, we're not exactly close. She's a good bit up north from where I'm at, but I've never spoken to her, don't know her. Wouldn't know how to get a hold of her, but if she's out there and she's listening and she's here, and she's welcome to come up anytime. I don't have any problems with that.
Because that's a story that I'm sure that there's a story there that would be interesting.
Well, maybe I'll take a little ride north over the next couple of days.
Oh yeah.
Well, just by the way, I want to welcome Lick the Whole Boot to the panel. How you doing tonight?
I'm not doing too bad. How you guys doing?
I tell you the same thing I tell everybody. I'm good for nothing, but guaranteed good for it. We all can't be great in life. Some of us are just us, and me, I'm just me.
Hey, Lick the Whole Boot. How was that hostile takeover?
I mean, I don't know, dude. I was just doing a show like I do every other night, and what happened.
I haven't gotten to watch the whole thing yet, so I'm going to have to go back and finish it. I'm hearing some spoiler alerts out there, unfortunately, so I haven't gotten a chance to watch the whole thing.
Yeah,
I'm kind of a guy, so during the day I fix a lot of broken stuff, and I just don't spend much time online. It's just not something I get to do, is sit and watch a whole lot of videos. So
yeah,
Really?
I was just like I said, I was doing a show like I do it, every other night. I'll be honest with you, in this specific show, I was going over a video from a different channel who I thought had done just an absolutely poor job at trolling one of my friend channels. So I was actually going over that, and about 20 or 30 minutes in, I saw in my chat that I had a comment from Delete Laws, which at first I thought it was maybe like the channel that like copies him, right? But I clicked on the channel and I was like, no, it's really him. So he was in my chat anyway, so I said, hey, you want to come up? Come up. Figured I'd be nice to him, be civil. I don't have any personal hate for the guy. I might not agree with him, but on my channel, I think it's very important to let every side talk. I mean, we might not always agree, but that's kind of the beauty of our freedoms, right? Is that we have that freedom to disagree. We don't have to, go just one way. So anyway, though, he came on, and about, 5-10 minutes in, Josh hopped in on the stream, and then the chaos ensued from there.
Do you see that comment directed to you on the screen? Lick the whole boot. There's a comment directed directly to you on the screen there, sir. I don't know if you can read it. If you're on a phone, you may not be able to, but it says, lick the whole boot. Great stream with Chilli the other evening. You did a great job. Very professional and poised from your end. I almost thought that you were going to talk some sense into Chilli.
I did too.
I did too. You know, so I'm the oldest of 3. And what I can tell you is whether it was me and my brother, me and my sister, my brother and my sister, once you get to a certain point where like you're already upset, you've already kind of got that, like past that point where I think you're willing to listen, right? You're so caught up in trying to get back at the other person. And it really is a shame because I truly tried to do everything I could. I was really hung up in the moment, and I'm really new to this, guys. I'm not used to StreamYard. I mean, I've been doing StreamYard for a while, but I'm not aware of all the different options I'm really, you know, have at my disposal. And I'll be honest with you, I was not expecting any of that. I was so caught off guard that I didn't know what else to do but try to get them to, you know, stop yelling at each other. It didn't occur for me to mute either of them at first or to kick one of them out. I figured I'd be able to reason, but it's like one kept going than the other. And, you know, I'm sure a lot of people saw that, but, yeah, you know, I was just trying to explain to Chilli that, you know, just as how I would allow him to say his piece, I would allow Josh to do the same thing. And the video I was going over was something that I just felt like if he was really for the activism he claims, that he would be able to put aside whatever petty, you know, bullcrap he's got with Josh or whatever history, you know, and be able to add to the conversation. If not, then that's fine. But and that is what ended up happening. You know, he did end up leaving, but it is a shame because I really did want to have a civil conversation with him, and I think it really sucks that it turned out the way it did. So
one thing that I noticed was the extreme arrogance from him, stating that, you know, oh, now your channel is going to grow because I'm here. I didn't like that.
Hey guys, I want to say welcome to Ed209. I just brought him up on the panel. How you doing tonight, Ed?
Hey guys, how are you?
Amazing.
I got a question for Lick the Whole Boot.
what's up?
I think you did really awesome, but I don't know what your channel is about. Can you tell us what your channel is about?
Yeah, so I would say that it would be more focused towards police accountability. I don't really hold the same set of beliefs that a majority of people do. I would say that I'm very much in the middle. And my whole thing is that I don't believe that all cops are bad. But I think that the bad ones do need to be shown. I also have a problem with like broad brushing in general. So in the same way how I would not agree with the statement that all police are bad, I would also argue that everybody who is in the First Amendment, you know, community is not a frauditor or is doing everything for nefarious reasons. I would say just like any occupation, just like anything, you're going to have your good and your bad. That's just one of the natural laws of this world. You're going to have your yin and your yang, right? You're going to have your good, your bad. So, yeah.
Well said.
And ZXL Master, if you could throw that link back in there one more time, Lick the Whole Boots link so that people know where to find them, please. I personally am subscribed to the channel. I do watch, so just so everybody knows it. If you give a damn what my opinion is and you might like something that I like, please go check out the channel.
There you go.
I subscribed to your channel immediately after seeing Kate's stream.
Well, I saw her comment. I know she said she was going to reference my stream. I didn't realize most of her stream was going to like be showing my stream. And it's funny too, because, you know, the one time I actually put my face on camera, a day later, it's getting shown to like 1.6 thousand people live. And I'm just like, geez, man, wow.
You're a rock star now. When's the next concert?
Yeah. But Yeah. Like I said, I'm still just kind of processing it. You know, it was like I said, I was just doing a live show. I post my StreamYard every single time I do a stream. I think there's maybe one time where I haven't posted, and that's just, if you want to come up and state your piece, that's fine. You know, whether you agree with me or whether you want to tell me, hey, lick the whole boot. You fucking suck. Just quit. You know, that's fine. You can say your piece. I'm kind of over the whole kind of hating on other people. I would much rather be positive and try to bridge the gap with people. You know, I kind of like related to people who I know in my personal life, right? Like we might not have the same religion, we might not have the same political beliefs, but that doesn't mean that I can't still be their friend or I can't still have positive interactions with them. And that's just kind of where I'm personally at. So
I
It's called
agree.
mutual respect.
I agree. Doesn't lick the whole boot mean you don't agree with anybody that doesn't like cops?
say again.
If you say lick the whole boots, doesn't that mean don't like cops?
No. So whenever I put my Lick the Whole Boot channel out there, it's actually based off of a Michael Picard video. If you guys aren't aware of Michael Picard, he is an activist. I wouldn't say he's exactly anti-police because he does attack other issues as well. But in one of his activism videos, he basically goes to a pro-police rally and holds up a Deep Throat the Whole Boot sign. Obviously, Deep Throat the Whole Boot isn't a very good channel name, so I changed it to Lick the Whole Boot. But to me personally, like Lick the Whole Boot is just kind of like, it's almost like an antidote to like, no matter what, just respect authority, even when it's wrong. For example, I saw a video the other day where there's a guy who got pulled over and the officer asked him why he had a blue line sticker on the back of his vehicle, just because he was recording his traffic stop. And he was more than nice to the officer. He didn't shove the camera in his face. He had it sitting there in his vehicle. And the officer was very ignorant with him and told him that he should probably rip off his blue line sticker. Those are the kind of interactions that I want to highlight because to me, once again, those are bad cops. They give good cops a bad name. And I believe they just, it doesn't make police in general look good.
So I assume that you would agree with what I always say, that there are things that we're always going to agree and disagree on. The key is being able to agree to disagree on certain topics so that when it matters, we can team up, stand united, and fight those things that matter to all of us.
Correct. Even though I think that it might be very naive and impossible, what my goal would mainly be is to highlight the good officers and help weed out the bad ones. That way, there are more positions open for more good officers. Now, I know that there's a lot of different videos out there that they can be interpreted differently. And I know that a lot of people, once again, there's bad apples in every occupation. There's a lot of videos that I see that I don't necessarily agree with that others may. And I think that goes for a lot of different people, and that's just naturally going to happen. But, you know, to each his own, I guess.
Do you think do you think the percentage is high for bad cops?
I would say that I think that there's probably a good 60% of cops that I would consider that are bad. Wow. And the reason I would say that is because that percentage isn't going to be based off of just purely what I would consider in general would be a bad cop. But what I notice is that there's a lot of good cops that I think watch bad cops do the bad behavior and they don't do anything about it. Now that could be for various reasons. But I would say that that's why I think that's higher, and I could be completely wrong. You know, that's just my opinion. There's no fact to back that up.
Here's a better question.
do you think a bad cop, a semi-bad cop, can be retrained into a good cop?
I don't know.
I would say it would depend on that person's idea of what it is to be a cop to start with. You know,
Yeah.
I would also like to add that there are some places where the corruption is so bad that if you have, it's kind of like in our federal government, we might have a few people in the federal government who really are there for the right reasons and really trying to do the good thing, but they can't come out too much against the bad ones, because if they do, you know, I mean, if you're a cop and you come out too much against your blue line brothers, you could be ostracized and treated worse than the criminals, quote unquote criminals, that you used to treat badly. You know what I mean? They would hate you worse than they hate the common criminal. So, and I'm not trying to defend anybody. I'm just saying that the possibility is there. You know, that idea of losing my job, losing my pension, you know, being treated like crap, and I'm the only good guy in this terrible system. I agree that they should quit, but you know, I'm not there, and I don't understand that. But I know that there are a lot of corrupt places where that might be a problem.
I mean,
do you agree with that percentage? 60%? That's a lot.
I'm sorry?
Do you agree with that 60%?
I didn't say anything about a percentage. Where did you get 60%?
Like the whole boot said, he thinks 60% of the cops are corrupt.
Well, see, now sometimes it might not be that they're actually corrupt. It's just they're trained to police for profit. They might not have any other idea of what it's like to be a cop. They might think that's it, because a bunch of guys will pat them on the back and they'll get raises and promotions and medals and all this kind of stuff. You know, I mean, it seems like the thing that you do. You know, well, they were speeding. You know, they were speeding, so I did my job. I made the road safer. You know, because in their minds, that's how it works. But my question is, do charging fines for speeding, does that actually slow people down, and does it make the road safer, and has it stopped speeding? If the answer is no, then I guess my other question would be, why are we still allowing them to charge us for it?
Are you saying you can speed if you want?
Well, yeah, I suppose you can. You can put your foot on the gas anytime you like. Should there be certain restrictions in certain places? Sure. But running 5 or 10 miles an hour over the speed limit, you're not causing any wrecks and not hurting anybody, and you're on an open highway, I don't understand why somebody should pull you over, search your stuff, impound your car, and charge you a bunch of money. I gotta be honest. I don't see the reasoning behind that. Does it make it okay for them to endanger other people? No, but speeding doesn't necessarily endanger other people, and there's a difference between speeding and being reckless. There's a huge difference between the two.
Here's my point on speeding, and you guys can take now. For instance, you guys are well aware of. You've heard my truck. I'm a truck driver now, and you say speeding don't hurt anybody, but how would you like if I hammered down the highway and most speed limit in this country is either 55 or 65 or 70. Those are the three major speed limits depending on the highway you're on. We can agree on that? 55, yep. 65, and 70. There's even some places higher, but those are the three major. My rig can weigh, I pull double trailers. You know what a double is?
Yes, yes, I do.
What's a truck driver call a double?
I don't know
what the lingo is.
I don't know. We call them the wiggle wagon or the widowmaker.
Ooh.
Because if I take my steering wheel, like for instance, if I was going down the road and you were tailgating me, you know how I get you to back off? I wanted to get you to back off instead of tailgating me. And I'm only doing it because I don't want to sit, because I've seen what happens when the car rear ends a semi truck. It ain't a pretty sight. You know how I get them to back off?
I don't know how.
I take my steering wheel, shake it side to side, left and right, and let that back, and then it just reverberates all the way back. And when that back trailer starts wiggling, amazing how fast they back off. They're like, oh shit. And I do that just to get them off my back. I was hammering down on a highway. I'll give you a good example. I was coming up a road. I was going up a snow-covered hill. What's the one thing you never do when it's snowing? Going uphill.
Oh, going uphill? I don't know.
I'm sorry, I've never drove a rig, so I'm not sure.
Well, that's even with a car. You never stop going uphill in the snow.
Right. Well, right. That's a bad idea. You'll never.
If you're traveling along and you're not sliding and you're going 55, say in a 70, if it's 6 inches of snow, you just hold the gas pedal down, don't use your cruise, and go. Because the instant you slow down, you're going to start slipping. So you just hold it steady. That's safer than going too fast or too slow even. So I was going up the hill. There was a car in the right-hand lane. There was no car in the right-hand lane. There was a guy in the left-hand lane struggling to go up the hill, and I'm coming up the left-hand lane, right-hand lane. I was passing him in the right-hand lane, which wasn't my fault that this idiot was in the left-hand lane where he didn't belong. And then there was a guy on the shoulder that decided to loop out in front of me from a dead stop, start spinning his tires, and there was a cop behind me, and I didn't see him. I zipped up on the shoulder on the left-hand side and went right around all that mess. And the snow came. I stirred up the snow, and I caused the two guys to do a spin around and blah 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 blah. And I just kept it going. I watched two cars in my rear view mirrors, side view mirrors, not rear view, side view. Excuse me. They did a donut and spun completely around and T-boned each other, and I kept going up the hill. Did I have to legally stop?
Did you have to stop because they wrecked? I would assume not, technically.
Well, according to them, I caused them to wreck because I blew snow off the snow being stirred up by my big 22-inch tires.
Well,
yeah. Well, I guess technically you can always blame something on somebody else.
Yep, but guess what?
Now again, I wasn't there, so I'm not trying to advocate for you.
There was a cop in the left. I didn't see him right behind me. He saw the whole thing, and the reason why I didn't even know he's behind me, about 20 minutes later, I get pulled over, big whirly light, got pulled over. The cop was following me uphill again on another hill because I went down that hill and was going up another one. He had his lights blowing his horn, stop the rig, and I ignored him. So I got on the other side of the hill, facing downhill, and went up an exit ramp and then back down on the other side. And at first he came huffing and puffing, beating on my door, beating on my rig with his fist. I rolled down the window. I said, "You hit my truck again, I'm going to defend myself and beat the crap out of you. That's my property. It's not a company truck. I own that truck. I do not give you permission to beat on my paint. I don't appreciate it." And the reason why I didn't stop, I said, because the same reason why I went around those two people that I just passed. He says, "Yes, that's why I'm stopping you." Well, you don't stop when you're going uphill, especially when you're hauling a set of doubles behind you. Because if I did, then I'd create a traffic hazard from hell. Because then you would have two 53-foot long trailers that weigh 160 pounds stop dead in the heat and shut down a highway. That'd be immoral to stop going uphill and shut down the highway. You always stop when you're facing downhill because you'd never get to start back up again. And so rather than, but then he said, "Well, I was going to pull you over, congratulate you for handling that action so well, but now I'm going to give you a ticket for disobeying the directive from a police officer." And I said, "Please go for it." So he gave me the ticket, and I have open road driver's plan, which say I don't even have to show up to court. I just make a phone call. They send a lawyer into court. And but I wanted to show up for this one. I wanted to explain I wanted to explain to the judge myself why I did what I did and not pull over. Well, the judge just happened to be a retired truck driver, the town justice. Anybody can be a town justice in any town. You do not need a law degree. Anybody on this panel could go to their local town and run for a town justice. If they win, they are legally able to be a town justice. Well, this town justice just happened to be a retired truck driver. The cop got his ass reamed out by that justice because he said he did the right thing. Because he asked him, was he going uphill when you started to pull him over? Yes, but he refused to pull over. But he can't pull over going uphill because he is right. He would never stop, especially with a set of double tractors. That cop, though, has followed me ruthlessly every time I pull off this street, every single day for the last 5 years, trying to catch me on anything he can. What am I supposed to do? I've called the town. I've called my county executive. I've called my sheriff's department, because that's what it is, the sheriff deputy. And I'm politely told, don't like it, move.
Well, and there's just one thing I want to point out too is, and maybe I misspoke, okay? So I wouldn't say 60% are exactly corrupt, okay, I would maybe use a different word. Maybe you want to say untrained or not as well trained as they could be, or whatever you'd want to use for that, right? But so, for example, earlier I noticed you said that he was beating on your rig, and you told him if he kept beating on your rig, you were going to beat his ass or something like that, right?
No, I was going to defend my property.
Right. So here's the thing. I wouldn't even say something like that to a police officer, because I would be in fear that they would take that as a threat and possibly do something worse to me. Now, that's just me personally. I'm not saying you were wrong for saying that by any means. But I just wanted to like point that out, just that, you know, that's not even something that I would do. And I would also say that you're not the only person who has had issues like this. And because of me knowing people that have gone through similar situations, this is why I kind of hold the opinions that I do. And I would very much like to know what, you know, ED, what he thinks his percentage is of maybe not exactly what you would call upstanding or good cops, because I don't want to have an argument. I want to have a discussion between each party and try to learn from each other and figure out kind of why we hold the different opinions we do. Because in the end, I mean, we're all the same, right? We all have a mom, we all have a dad, we all have brothers.
I understand what you're saying.
Right. So I just kind of just want to throw that out there. But
I'll give you one thing. You know why I wouldn't do that with my personal car? You know why?
No,
I would do it with the rig. Simple. What could I do to the cop with my truck, with my pickup truck?
I don't know.
Probably not much. But I had a truck that weighed 160 pounds. All I'd have to do is slip on the brake. Whoops, sorry, officer, I slipped. And I got 160 pounds. What do you think a 160-pound rig is going to do to a man?
I would imagine crush him.
Exactly. So I mean, as far as defending him, if he pulled out a gun, all I'd have to do is lift up on that brake pedal, and there wouldn't be no cop shooting me. So I could defend myself. That all I'd have to do is lift up that brake. My truck 100. I'd just I'd roll over his head. I told him that too. I said, "You think?" Because he did have his hand on his. He did say he could take that as a threat. And I said, "So what? You pull out a gun, I'm just going to lift up my brake, and I would roll backwards. What do you think that truck's going to do? You think you're going to be able to stop it with your bare hands? You think your gun's going to be able to stop it before I roll over your patrol car and make it a tuna fish can? I mean, let's get real here. Do you honestly think I'd be afraid of you when I got 100? I got something more mightier than his gun, in other words. I have 160 pound rig.
I'd like to take this moment to say hello. It was Crisp and Terry. There are some latecomers to the stream in comments that are asking about how we discussed the fake, disingenuous apology.
Oh, so yes, we have discussed it, and if you look at the top of the chat, the link is pinned there if you'd like to go watch that video yourself and make up your own mind. But he gave a what I would call a gutless, spineless, punk-ass apology that was as fake as the day is long.
Are you guys familiar with South Park?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so do you guys remember the episode where the BP president does a commercial where he's apologizing for the oil spill, and he's like in all these like luxurious locations doing these crazy things like the elites do? He's like, "We're sorry, we're sorry." Like, and it just cuts to all these different scenes. He's like petting a seal in Alaska, then he's like in Hawaii surfing. Like, it's just, that's kind of the way I took it, at least.
Actually, you're right. There's another one. The Simpsons, Homer's boss. That's who Terry reminds me of. He was a cartoon. Mr. Burns.
Terry, may I make a statement, sir? Not meaning to hijack anything, but hey, Red Sock, if I've opened my mouth, why don't you click that link, jump up here, and let's hear you open yours? Because you sure like to hide in the comments, mouthing off, but I have yet to see you on a panel. So come on up, buddy.
Well, there it is. That link is in the chat if they should so dare.
But we need cops to be retrained, is what I think. I know all of them are bad. There are some bad. It's actually, to me, one of the best auditors out there. I don't know if you guys ever heard of him. It's called I'm Against the Press. To me, and his son is called Watching the Watchmen. And they go around, they've traveled all over the country. They are probably one of the most professional auditors I've ever seen. They've gotten rich at too. If you look up their net worth, they're like worth $8 million. I mean, the guy drives around in a 2023 Dodge Ram with a $50,000.
Now, I have a question. I have a question, and only a question. What is it that makes you say they are the most professional?
Because they're one of those guys. Like they're nothing like Mr. DeCastro or any of, or even against here's the deal guy. He'll go up to a cop and he'll go talk to him. He will talk decent, but when they raise their voice, and he'll treat him like they do, and he'll try and de-escalate it, and he's had cops all of a sudden start screaming, throwing their might around, and that man gets them to calm down. He goes, you yell at me, I'm gonna yell at you. You treat me like an asshole, I'm going to treat you like an asshole. You treat me like a human being, I'll treat you. And in the end, I've seen him calm more cops down and get them to come around to his way of thinking. And he's had other cops. And then sometimes he'll come right up to a town. Like he went up to one post office, for instance. They called the cops. He's in there videotaping that. One cop came in, said, knew who he was even. Yep, blah, blah, blah. And you are perfectly right. Went in there, upheld his constitutional rights. Went there, told the post office, here's how it works. He's right. You got what they call the Article 14, your Poster 7, whatever you want to call it. Sorry, this is a Postmaster General's jurisdiction. This ain't my jurisdiction. Call them. If you call them, they'll tell you the same thing. He has a right to videotape in a post office other than in the private area. They told that sheriff right there, well, what about public information? He said, you have to create your own. And I couldn't believe it. I saw that one video he did. One post office chased him off the property. Guess what? A couple months later, he went back to the same post office, different supervisors on there. The same cop that chased him off a couple months ago came back and basically admitted that he didn't have a right to trespass him.
Ironton, I got a question. All right.
Absolutely. Go right ahead.
Lick the whole boat. You asked me a question. I don't know what the percentage would be. I've been living in a suburb of Cleveland all my life. So my question was, what do you think the percentage would be? Because I don't know. That's what my question was. That's all it was.
Yeah, no, I wasn't trying to, be like argumentative or anything. I was just, like I said, man, I used to live a life full of hate, and it ended up wearing me out. I would so much rather have an intelligent discussion with the person who disagrees with me, even if we don't agree in the end, at least to understand each other makes a lot more sense than just feuding, right?
Then I'm your mortal enemy because I don't know anything.
I hope that everybody out there in the chat is listening real closely to how Lick the Boot speaks, because that's how he has earned my respect. That's why I subbed his channel, and that's why I watch his videos.
I think he's great. He educates me.
Well, I don't want to educate anybody. I want to understand others. I think that having a productive conversation or a discussion is a lot better than just getting mad at each other, right? Like I said, in the end, we're all the same essentially, right? I think that we all hold the same general beliefs. Sometimes we just have a little bit of a different way of going about it.
Whether you think it or not, you're educating little people like me, because I've been in a little bubble all my life.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of people in this world. That's why I asked Mr. Ironton there, Terry, if he's ever been out of Ironton area. Because there's people just like him, no offense, and he said he's been out. But I guarantee you he knows people in Ironton, Ohio that have never gone on vacation, have never left that town, and they're in their 30s and 40s or even older. And the only thing they know is Ironton out, that little town, as he calls it, Ironton, Ohio. And to them, that's the whole world. And you know something? That's why I tell anybody, if there's anybody like you're in your bubble, you let me know and tell me what state you live in. Tell me what pilot truck stop. I'll meet there and I'll take you on my truck for a week and I'll give you an education on the world. Because there's one thing they said about being a truck driver. I see more of this country and more of the anarchy and more of the corruption than anybody else. Any over-the-road truck driver can, their eyes, we see things that only a quarter of what you see. There's one YouTube channel called Honor Your Oath Accountability Project or whatever it's called. It's not Honor Your Oath. One of them though. He's a truck driver, and he'll go up and with a sign saying, "God bless the homeless vets." You ever seen him?
Yes, I have. I can't remember his name, but he usually stands around with a cardboard
John
sign,
Gray.
and he'll always say, "God bless the homeless vets."
Yep, I've seen him.
And that guy there is a truck driver, and he's one of those guys that'll tell you that every town is so different, every place is unique. And like my cop, he came right up. Right, you heard him come up. I muted myself while I was talking to him. He came right up, saw someone getting on my semi truck, and guess what? He's it's you, Mr. Blah 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 blah, and he says, "Just checking." Okay. Now some people would say, "Why are you stopping? Do your job." If I was Chille DeCastro, I would say, "What's your name, badge number? Why are you stopping me?" He just came up and politely said, "Hey, just make sure it's used because there's been cars broken in around here." That's the way it is.
Hey, Mr. B, why is it truck driving why do you know everything about people when you're truck driving?
Because I see it.
But if you're driving through the whole country, why do you see that?
When you're 14 feet up in the air, you kind of see things that most people can't see.
I'll tell you what, Mr. B, if you would do me a favor on my About page, if you go to the bottom on my channel, go to the About page and go to the bottom, you'll find my email address there. Send me an email so that we have a way to talk back and forth. And maybe here in the near future, I'll take you up on that offer. I like to travel. I would like to experience places that I haven't been. And there are a lot of places that I haven't been. So the only thing is if it bothers you, I'm always armed and I don't like to disarm. That's not something that I'm willing to do. So, I have to make sure that the places I'm going, allow that, and that my reciprocity of my concealed permit, even though I carry open my concealed permit.
See, we didn't have to do that because you could leave your weapon home, sir, because I got my own weapon in my truck.
I would never dare leave mine at home, man. It's on my side all the time. The only time I take it off is when I shower and sleep, and the only reason I take it off when I shower is because I have no belt loops when I'm in there.
That's right, Terry. I don't leave mine at home either.
Well, there's only reason why that. There's only reason why. Because the only way I could do that and allow you to do it is I'd have to actually put you on my insurance policy. But if you were to climb my truck and I handed one of you my weapons, I wouldn't. You could carry one of mine. I got several in my truck, but you couldn't bring your own. I'd hand you anyone. I got Smith & Wesson. I got a 9mm. I got a Glock. Hell, I even got an 1892 Winchester rifle like they use on the TV show Rifleman. Hell, you can sit back there, put a cowboy hat on, call yourself Lucas McCain for all I give a damn. That's all I'm saying. But as far as that's concerned, oh yeah, I could take you to a place like I was in a place today called Vince Lombardi Rest Area. I got up there pre-trip. Vince Lombardi Rest Area is on I-95, right next to New York City. You can actually walk out your front door and smell the piss and shit of New York City right firsthand. Walk out there, you need a gas mask to walk to the bathroom. And if you can make it to the bathroom without puking, then you got a strong stomach. I've been there. I got over 4.5 million miles in driving this country, and I'm so used to smell of that truck stop. The biggest thing you have to worry about in the Vince Lombardi rest area is the lot lizards and the piles of shit and piss in the parking lot, because most of those mud puddles in that parking lot aren't water.
Hey, Ironton, I got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
How do you feel about us Ohioans not needing a CCW anymore?
I have no problems with it at all because we should have never had to have one to start with. First of all, the United States Constitution gives you that right. Secondly, the Ohio State Constitution gives you that right. And then thirdly, the Ohio Revised Code also says all that, and that forcing you to have any other type of permit or paying any type of money to gain that ability is actually illegal. So technically, them forcing you to ever have one was actually against the law, believe it or not.
Okay, but do you agree with the fact that people need to know the rules to carry a firearm?
Well, I would prefer that they did, but the Constitution doesn't give it. It doesn't say unless or and if or if but. There isn't any of that. So here's the thing: most people who carry a weapon carry it because they know how to use it. It's not. I mean, I don't. Anybody was going to carry one illegally and not know what they were doing. Hell, they did that anyway. The law didn't stop them from doing it. So, the only thing that allowed us to do was to be able to conceal and understand that I always wear mine open. But the moment I sit down in my car by Ohio law, it is considered concealed. If I have a long rifle across my back and I sit on a motorcycle and I go down the highway, that is considered concealed by a cop standards. So that whole thing about, a vehicle, that's just all craziness. And I don't see any need for a permit. The idea of that safety class, to be honest, is kind of a joke. Those few hours that you get are not really going to teach you much about a weapon, especially if that's all the knowledge that you get. Personally, I tell people that, like, here, when I was born, it wasn't the placenta that fell out. It was my first handgun, and I teethed on it. I've been around weapons my entire life, so I wouldn't know life without them. And I think that most people who carry are like that, unless they're criminals, and then then you can't stop them from carrying whether there's a law or not.
But you prefer that somebody knows the rules, right?
Well, what rules are you talking about? Don't pull it out and shoot anybody. That's about the only rule that you have to worry about. Know when and where to use it.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't pull it out for any reason you want.
No, absolutely
I'm all for
not.
everybody taking a gun safety class. I mean, I feel that if you're going to carry responsibly, and for example, in our state, they do have a gun safety class. It's optional. Kids here who need to, if they have to hunt, they have to have a hunting permit. Therefore, they have to have a hunter's safety course for them to be able to go out and use a rifle to hunt. And I think everyone should have a safety course in
They used
the
to do
use
it
of
in
guns.
high school.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I want to say something to Mel. I assume that's Rodin or Rodden. They were asking if I would advise taking classes. Yes, if you are new to firearms and you know nothing about firearms and you're not really comfortable handling, absolutely. You need a lot of practice. You need to get used to the weapon that you're going to carry. That should just be more of a common sense thing. You really need to understand the weapon that you have, the weapon that you carry. Understand the laws of your state. Understand the places that you can and cannot openly walk in with it, whether it's concealed or not. Always be safe and understand the main thing. It is a defensive thing. It is not something that you pull out to get your way. You'll never pull it out of its holster and say, freeze or I'll shoot. You're not a damn cop. If it has to leave its holster when you're carrying, that means somebody has to die. It's that kind of serious. And if you're not ready to kill, even to save a life, then please do not carry a weapon. It'll just be a waste of your time and weigh you down. So you really have to sit down and actually consider what it means to carry a weapon. And if you're going to carry open like I do, understand that your situational awareness, you have to be ready for anybody to come up and try to take that away from you. The chances of it happening are slim, but that slim chance is something you always need to be aware of, no matter where you're at or who's around. So please, as the Bible says, count the cost. As it says, who builds a house without counting the cost, unless he gets half of it done and looks like a fool and people laugh at him. Well, it's even more so when you decide whether or not you want to carry a weapon. Please, dear God, educate yourself on the weapon, on what you should and shouldn't do, and sit down and consider the moral consequences and the just the basic psyche if you would have to shoot somebody. Consider all of that before you decide whether or not you should or shouldn't.
I 100% agree. And that's why I got my CCW 4 years ago, I think. Just because they sold me a gun, and They did not know even if I held a gun. I just wanted to know the rules of owning a gun and carrying a gun. That's what I wanted to know. And they
I
did
tell you
not.
what, I think there ought to be a class in school. I think, you know, since we pay so much tax money for school, there should be a class in school to teach you how to handle firearms, seeing as how if someone were to invade this country, 90% of the military isn't here. They're spread out all across the world. Who do you think is going to beat people off your front door? You know, during the Civil War, it was the farmers and their kids and their wives and anybody else that could and would and had the guts to pick up a weapon that fended off the enemy. So if it ever comes down to that, you know what I mean? Like, people should have a basic knowledge. It's kind of like learning how to drive a stick shift. You may never drive a stick shift, but if you ever learn how, you'll never have to worry about it if you do or not. You'll be able to if you need to.
So my 10-year-old is instead of, it's through the regular school. She doesn't attend her regular school, but this year she's going through a magnet school called Wolf, and it is teaching conservation. And through that, they do normal 5th grade level. However, October is hunter safety, and they're learning archery and they're learning gun safety. And by the time she finishes this school year, she will have her hunter safety license because she will have learned all of that. And they do actually shoot at a range and in controlled situations. And I think that's fantastic. And she's 10 years old, and I'm all for it.
I am 100%.
Now, I'll tell you one thing about my concealed permit. Actually, there was a grant that come through. I was told it was a federal grant. Now, whether it was federal or not, I don't know. But I know that here in the local area, if you are a veteran, first of all, your concealed permit is free. There is no charge. And secondly, as long as you can prove you're a veteran, you do not have to take the safety course. And I assume that's because we're trained in weapons we sure can't carry down the street. You know what I mean? The average vet's held a lot of different weapons. So, you know, but the thing is, if you're going to carry, make sure you know how to use it. Make sure you're safe. And I don't ever advocate for children or anyone who, you know, basically anyone who can responsibly carry and they feel comfortable with doing it, they should. Not only to protect themselves, but anyone within their sphere of influence. And again, I always carry open, and I'm not telling you whether you should or not, but I will say that no one's ever walked into a gas station or a bank or a convenience store with a pistol in a holster, openly carried, and pull it out and rob the place. It's always the concealed ones that scare me. It's the ones that I can't see that make me nervous, because I don't know which one of these crazy idiots out here have them. So I leave mine open, hoping that it is a good deterrent. And a lot of people say, well, if someone had a rifle and they were going to do a mass shooting at a mall or something, you have to be there. How do you know you're not going to be the first target? And my response is, you're welcome, because I expect to be. You're welcome that I decided to sacrifice my own life by carrying open so that all the concealed carriers can make a pincushion out of them. I expect if I'm going to die, then I expect a lot of concealed carriers to open up and take care of the problem. And you're welcome that I decided to be the unsung hero.
Well, thank you, because I want to be the concealed person. All I can say is,
well, just know I'm not knocking on concealed carriers.
I know.
You know, I'm not saying whether you should carry open or concealed. That is completely a personal choice. I've just explained why I choose to do so.
Hey there, Mr. Keyboard or Miss Keyboard Warrior in the chat. I'm not even going to. Oh, Irish Demon.
Look who we have in our chat. I got the big names in here tonight, man. Hello,
hey, Irish Demon. I sent you the link. Why don't you join us? It's on Discord.
I just re-put it in the chat there too. If you want to come up, you're more than welcome. We'd love to have you.
But the person above Demon, dude, you want to sit there and be a keyboard warrior? Fantastic. Why don't you just hit that little link and come up on panel?
All right, before you
is that the comment you're talking about, Tina?
Yeah, that would be the one.
And yes, IA does stand for, well, it doesn't really stand for internal affairs. It stands for Ironton Auditor. But the reason I made it so big in my logo is because I know when police see that, the first thing on their mind is internal affairs. I want them to think of the citizens as citizen internal affairs. It is in my opinion that we should have a civilian oversight committee. I don't like the idea that police. I don't like it. I don't like how they get to decide whether or not they did right or wrong. I think that, and personally, I don't want to be on that panel. That's not what I'm saying. I don't want to be part of that I don't think I'm the kind of guy
I
that
wouldn't
should
want
make that kind of decision. And I know that those kind of people would have to be vetted, and I don't want to be the person to vet them either. And I'm not telling you how it should get done, but I do think that there should be a group of citizens who actually oversee that kind of stuff.
Now, Demon, how in the world can you confuse a salad bar with a cigar shop? Just, sorry, that was funny.
Is he saying he's going to come up? Oh my God,
Mark Bolo made a comment. He said, I've seen trucks 14 foot tall, but I've never seen a trucker on top of a trailer. I got on top of my trailer every time it snows, for one. And for two, if you want to make an ignorant comment like that, it's called a sleeper berth, Mr. Ignorant, because a sleeper berth has 2 bunks in it. I had 2 bunks. My father rode over to Robobeat for several years. Guess what? He would drive and I'd be on the top bunk, which was over almost 14 foot in the air, just shy of the top of that trailer. And so if you want to make an ignorant comment, never saw a trucker 14 foot in the air, well, I'll go get a tape measure and measure how tall it is from my top bunk to the ground if you want to get technical about it. Any day.
I'm sorry. Demon just keeps rolling them out. My bad.
Hey, how did that salad taste, by the way, when you finally got some dressing on that one? How was that? I don't know about walking into a cigar shop to get a salad. I'm just wondering how appetizing that was at the end of the night.
Maybe it was a pot shop and he thought he got high.
It's possible. I don't know how many of those we have in this state. We really don't have a whole lot of them. I'd say Cincinnati probably has a couple, though. I would assume, but you have to have a card. You have to have a card in this state to be able to shop there, if I'm not mistaken. So
how do you know I went to a legal one? He could have gone to someone's garage and bought it. If he can confuse a cigar shop with a salad shop, or maybe he confused this with a pot shop instead in someone's garage. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. I just know I'm heading that way.
Demon, I'm heading that way tomorrow. I'll be up there mid-afternoon, early evening, something like that. It depends if I stop in Louisville to see Miss Bianca. I just haven't decided. I might have to have a pit stop in Lexington. I have family that's there this week. So.
And anybody out there in my chat?
Are you in Ironton, Demon?
Anybody out there in my chat that hasn't checked out Irish Demon, go check him out. So just know that he does videos where he exposes frauditors sometimes. There are other things that he covers. He likes to cover Chilli from time to time. So go check him out. He's a blast. I love his show. It's very entertaining, and it's worth a watch. You don't have to agree with what he says, but go check him out. I think you'll like him.
Yeah, Demon, are you in Ironton already? I thought you were going to be in Cincy.
Geez, if you're in Ironton, I'm only like 8 miles from you at the moment.
Oh yeah, I'm going to Ironton. Yeah, I'm heading to Ironton. I have one of my friends. I'm staying at her place. So yeah, and then I'm actually Thursday going to another town an hour and a half away to meet up with another friend of mine for dinner Thursday night. So I will be up and about. I just wanted a couple extra days to play because last time I felt like I was just there and gone the next day, literally.
It kind of felt that way. I was so sad when y'all left. I wish we'd have had more time. But I agree with Scott's comment here. He says, you guys and gals are going to have one hell of a party. Happy for y'all. Such a great group to be hanging out together. Just think, many of them did not know each other prior to Chilli. And that is a fact. I did not know anything at all about the entire frauditor side of this community until I started getting made fun of myself here and there, and then I met wonderful people like Irish Demon. So I can't wait to meet him. I can't wait to shake his hand. I like his channel. I love his show. So, I hope everybody else out there
Chilli
does
did something good.
Chilli actually united a lot more people than he'll ever know, and it was not his intention. It just kind of happened out that way, because there were a lot of us that banded together and decided that, hey, this guy is using other people's pain and suffering to make money on, and under the guise of helping them, he basically stole money in their name. And there were a lot of us that we just don't care for that, and I tried to stay out of it for the most part. In the beginning, I had some things to say about him, and then I quit. And I just did my cop watch videos and went on about it. But here lately, some of the things that come out of his mouth, I do these videos so that people can get on here and see what kind of a punk ass little bitch he really is, so that they don't get caught up in his grift. If they're not already there, they know better than to get caught up. So that's what I'm hoping, that other people don't go through what Tina and Jeebus and all the other people, doggone it, what's her name, Renee Goodwin and Christy Roan and Deborah, I don't know her last name, and
Rogers.
there's probably Rogers, there you go, and there's probably some that we don't even know about. But it seems like everybody Chille goes to help, he actually never really helps. They actually end up a lot worse off once he's gone. Just saying.
What about Shauna Parker and some of his former mods from TikTok that he took advantage of and then threatened, and
Right.
some of the mods that he used to have on YouTube that he no longer has, that he's threatened and turned on? I mean, it's more and more growing on the against him than the for him community. And the only person to blame for that, are you listening, Chille, is you. It's nobody else's fault but your own.
Like I said, how many long-term relationships do you know of that he has?
I'm not sure that he has any. I'm really not sure that he actually has a friend who's been his friend for most of his life. I think that most of us have.
The drunk guy.
David Condon.
Yeah.
Condon and Jeff Lloyd. I don't know how long they claim to have been friends. Condon claims they've been friends for about 20 years. So who knows?
Well, Chille claims 20 years to everything, though, don't he? He's a 20-year law scholar, 20 years this, 20 years that. 20 just seems to be a round number that comes out of his mouth a lot.
Yeah, it's the default number. I just killed a snake outside our house.
Cool.
That's where I was.
Was that
You know-
rattlesnake? Yeah, they're gonna make chicken rattlesnake stew. They taste like chicken, I heard.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
guys,
don't like the taste of 'em.
you know what I've heard the most wonderful thing about turning 40 is you can date a woman half your age and not go to jail for it.
That's right.
Depends on the family, though. See, Mr. Terry, like me, I just turned 59 this year. Like I got a niece that's 20 years old, and if you start flirting with my 20-year-old niece, you wouldn't make it to 50.
Actually, my woman is actually 2 years older than I am, so she is 50. I'm 48, and no, I would not want to date to me, that's like dating a kid. I'm old enough to be their dad or grandpa.
Exactly.
I don't want to have to raise them. I want them to be raised long before I get them. I don't want any of that. So.
Oh yeah.
I just thought it was a funny joke.
To me,
what
it's like
happened to his girlfriend?
it's like being a pedophile. I mean, that's what it feels like to me.
You mean the random person he met downtown Dallas that he took pictures with and passed off as a girlfriend?
Yep. And I could just tell he was full of shit when he said that.
You're not insinuating that he might be lying again, are you?
Oh no.
Is his mouth moving?
I tried so
if
hard.
air is coming out of those lips, it can't be true 90% of the
That's
time.
right. I tried to get him to sue me so many times, he just wouldn't do it.
Well, see, apparently I don't have enough clout and subscribers to get his attention. So, I don't know if he even pays attention to what I have to say about him. But I definitely want to get on here tonight and make sure. Definitely want to get on here tonight and make absolutely sure that he understands that I think he's a gutless, spineless little punk ass bitch. That's what I think you are. I think you need bent over a real man's knee and have a belt bust your tiny little ass. That's my personal opinion.
Can y'all see that right there?
Again.
You see that?
Yep.
Again.
People want to talk about Chille, where's the victim? You see that right there? That's Caleb's sister. That's Caleb's sister that he sent threatening messages.
Oh, what did you
I
do?
think we lost Tina there. I think she cut off on us there.
Ironton, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. That was all her. I didn't do anything. Y'all know I'm not going to throw Tina out of the room. There she is.
Oh, no.
I think I just popped back in there. There she is.
There. So that's Caleb's sister. That's his best friend. Those two were closer than anything else in the world. And that piece of shit sent her threatening messages because he couldn't get to me. He sent her threatening messages. So you want to talk about victims?
What
That's
are
a victim.
What are you pointing at? You I couldn't see it.
Her daughter.
My daughter.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh
There was
okay.
a victim.
Can't see her.
Tina, I got a
Well,
question
that's
for you. What? At what point did you think that Chille was a douchebag?
Now hold on a minute. Now hold on a minute.
which
Now I
point?
have something to say about that. I can't call him a douchebag or a douche nozzle because I don't think his standing is that high. I think he's just the stuff that runs down your legs after you use one. That's what
I think Chille would be something like the tidy bowl man. You know, he belongs in a shitter.
So I want to answer that, Ed. About the second day he was at my house.
The first day he showed up was
The first day he showed up, he was in this fight with Talib Kweli.
okay.
Okay. The second day he was at my house, because I believe that was a Thursday that he showed up, was a Thursday. The second day, he got into all these TikTok wars.
Wait, Tina, wasn't it before that? Before he even came to your house, didn't he ask you to co-sign on a car?
Oh, well, yeah, before he got here, he asked me to co-sign for his van.
Aren't you so happy that you didn't do it now that you believe it might have been repoed? That
Oh
wouldn't look
God,
too
I would
good.
never have done it. Are you kidding me? What's really funny, and Sierra can vouch for this, we were on our way to Tulsa because we went to Tulsa to celebrate my birthday early. And we were at Dave and Buster's, and I had said before we went there, I said, watch, mark my words, this jackweed is going to call and ask me to co-sign for this vehicle because I knew he was looking for one. I helped him find that one. I sent him listings.
Are you saying before he met you, he
Yep.
asked you to co-sign for a car?
Yes,
Yeah.
he did.
You want to talk about some audacity?
That's crazy.
So understand that I only knew of Chille probably the end of August, first part of September of last year. Okay. And within 2.5 weeks, he asked if I would co-sign for this van. And the next thing I know, he's coming to Missouri. People think I asked him to. I did not ask him to. This was all his idea. I later find out it's because he's running from a protective order that was filed against him. So he ran out of the state of California so he wouldn't be served. But I didn't know that at the time. I had no idea.
Which
And
until
then-
just a few months ago, he tried to swear didn't even exist, by the way.
Correct. So I'm at a Dave and Buster's in Tulsa, Oklahoma with my family, my husband and my 2 daughters and my daughter's fiance. And the phone rings and it's Chille. And he said, hey, I'm at the dealership and they've told me that since I haven't had a car in 3 years, I need a co-signer. I can only imagine the look on my face on how much I was laughing. I had to mute myself. And then I went back on and I said, Chille, I'm not co-signing for you. Number one, my husband would kill me. And that was the first time Chille heard the word husband come out of my mouth.
Oh. So how did you initially meet him?
So I met him because somebody from one of the local cop watchers sent me one of his videos. And so I started watching him on Instagram because I didn't have TikTok. I was totally against TikTok. And I downloaded TikTok just to follow Chille because I thought his teachings weren't that bad. And understand that Chille, you guys are all seeing right now, is not who he was on TikTok. He was completely mellow. He made sense. He wasn't crazy. He wasn't going around being this midget tyrant, threatening to sue people. He was normal. Yeah.
Hey, Tina, Irish Demon's asking where he can see the apology. If you look at the top of the chat, it should be pinned up there, a comment by Lisa. And that link should take you straight to that video, that apology video.
Oh my God, Demon. It'll make you sick. You're going to want to make a whole video on it. Trust me. Because it wasn't an apology.
Oh
yeah, hell, we've already stretched it out for 4 hours and 17 minutes talking about what a little punk ass bitch he is. So I'm sure you'll be able to make a really good show of it.
So I have a 22-year-old and I have a 10-year-old.
So who did he send a video? Who did he send threatening emails to? The 10-year-old?
To the 22-year-old. To my 10-year-old, he videotaped her while he was at my home. unbeknownst to me, and then posted it all over YouTube here recently out of anger to me, and told everybody that I left my minor child with him unattended for hours, and he played it out like I literally left the house, which never happened. I didn't know this man. I am not leaving him alone with my minor child, and believe me, he was in a sunroom where we could all see him. They weren't out of sight.
That could be almost be called pedophilia almost. I'd ask a cop about that, or a lawyer, because you're not, even Terry couldn't post a picture, put a video on there with his type of content he has, and post a picture of a child. YouTube would up.
I want to say something to Irish Demon real quick. I'll just summarize what he had said. Basically, he said that he was sorry, that he realizes he shouldn't have said what he said. He's so sorry that Kate and her followers and everybody else that's been bashing him lately drug him down to their level to make him say that kind of stuff. So basically, he didn't really apologize. He just blamed his actions on everybody else, which is why I say he needs to bend over a knee and have his little ass busted like a child, because he's acting like an immature little brat.
Basically, Demon, it was the abuser's apology. I'm really sorry I did this, but if it wasn't for you pushing me, I would have never have hit you.
Right.
That's exactly what it boils down to.
I wonder if Demon's seen the hostile takeover of the guy's stream.
Oh yeah, then you need to look at Lick the Boots channel and watch the live stream where Chille shows up on panel, and Josh is already on panel and had no idea, and the meltdown he had on that. Oh my God, it was horrible. I felt so sorry for Lick the Boot. I really, truly did.
I'm not a big fan of
it's
either, but
no, he did good.
You know what the funniest part of this is? Whenever I first started this, the one thing that Chille told me is like, don't read the comments, man. Don't read the comments, because when you read the comments, you're going to have an emotional reaction, and it's going to cause you to, spin off course. You just need to stay on course and not really pay attention to what the haters say. Look at this butt wipe. You know what I mean? I manage the comments and all the hate fine. I don't really, because I truly don't really care what anyone thinks of me. If you don't like me, hey, that's up to you. I'm not arrogant, but I am absolutely confident in who I am, and I don't mind who I am. So unfortunately, Chille is very self-conscious. He has zero self-esteem, and he needs everyone else to agree that he is great, or he doesn't feel that way, and he hates you if you cause him to feel anything less than perfect.
Take two.
I couldn't believe that he actually listened. Well, he obviously wasn't listening to the guy, but I couldn't believe that he stood there and took the time to listen to him, because he made sense.
He wasn't listening to him. Go back and watch it.
No. Oh, no. I know. He was just being quiet. He wasn't. Yeah.
Irish Demon asked if we seen Flat Derp's video that he just posted. I have not, but I will go watch it. And anybody out there in the chat that has not discovered that channel yet, please go watch Flat Derp. You get some great laughs out of some of his videos, I promise.
Oh, absolutely.
If any of my moderators have Irish Demon and Flat Derp's links, if you could throw them in the chat, that would be awesome. I would appreciate it.
YouTube is the new Comedy Central. I swear. And if there was if they were going to make a TV show now, I'll put this out. I'd hate to say it about a classic TV show, but there's only one. If there was a TV show, a cop show in particular that had one particular officer in it that Chille reminds me of, would be Barney Fife from Andy Griffin. The law is the law, only in a dangerous sort of way.
The guy's so paranoid. I don't think I've ever seen a man that paranoid that wasn't on drugs. I
don't think he's on drugs. I personally think I don't think he's on drugs, because everyone says that, and I've heard someone say he wears makeup. I don't think he wears makeup. Personally,
yeah, he does.
I don't.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Tina would know. He lived with her.
Didn't live with me. Stayed in my house, but yes, he does.
I mean, that's what I meant. Sorry.
I mean, that's no real big deal, because believe it or not, I mean, I got a brother-in-law that's a doctor that actually wears makeup, because he's got so much.
Later,
and my daughter just piped up and said, and he does drugs.
Hey, there we go. We have Pandyland in the chat again. He rode her pretty hard, from what I understand.
Oh, I know. Hi, Pandy. Hi, Pandyland.
Did they do drugs around you in the house?
So how do I say this?
Just say it.
So my sister was folding laundry and there was a box that was a dashboard cam box sitting on the corner of the table. And so I get to that. Hold on. And she said, "Is this your box?" And I said, "No, it's not my box." And I said, "It must be Chilli's." And it had a piece of, it was taped with, on one side of it, electrical tape, duct tape. She opens it up and it's full of unused hypodermic needles in packages. And we're like, what the hell? And then the second incident that made us really scratch our heads was he has this little kit that he carries around with him. It's pink. It's got it looks like a little first aid kit. And I thought it was my sister's because it was pink. And I said, "Hey, Sue, is this yours?" And she said, "It was in the bathroom." And she said, "No, it's not mine." And I unzipped it and it's full of tampons. Now, somebody explain to me, why is Chille DeCastro running around with a little medicine kit that has tampons in it? Does anybody know?
Maybe he's a transgender and he's and diabetic and he needs to give him a shot.
The funniest thing is that's exactly what I said when I heard the story. I said, "Are you trying to tell me it's some kind of weird transgender thing?" But I think there's a more logical explanation. Go ahead, Tina.
So the logical explanation is that when you do steroids, you filter it through cotton, and the easiest way to do it is through tampons. Or what I have been told, because apparently I'm not that street savvy, is the new thing is to soak your alcohol and or drug of choice in a tampon and insert it into your, what Chille loves, his butt.
They're called man pawns.
Okay.
And, by the way, since you mentioned Chille's butthole, I have to say that if anybody has not heard Keeping It Criminal Kick, if you've not heard his new song, you have got to go listen to it. Okay, you'll love it. It is absolutely hilarious, and there's another channel for you to check out if you haven't seen it yet. Please.
And if Chille wants to attack me for these statements, listen, I'm giving you my opinion and what I saw happening in my home with eyewitnesses. It's not just my word. Eyewitnesses. My sister was here during the same time. My daughter, my mother, my friends. His behavior became worse. You guys think he's breaking down now. I saw it happen in real time during this whole TikTok, him being branded a racist. And hasn't reached that pinnacle yet, but he's getting very close to a complete and utter meltdown.
Maybe he is a transgender and those are his meds.
And when
the other reason,
definitely in a tailspin or a nosedive or something, he is headed straight to the gutter.
And Kate always wins.
Right.
Somehow I knew that was coming in tonight.
Would that be funny if someone found a video of him or a picture of him back when he was a kid and proved he really was a woman?
The other reason I say he's on drugs is you look at some of his streams, especially late night, and he's really gone. And that's
a lot of times he'll go back and delete those as soon as he puts them on because he realizes how much of a moron he was.
There was one that I was going to download and I thought I did but didn't, where he was obviously completely fucked up and he was driving, and that was gone within an hour or two. But it was bad. It was obviously something.
Well, I can tell you that my sorry, Crypto, go ahead.
Well, that's right. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I can tell you that my sister, who has a medical card, he smoked all her weed, didn't share, and then it didn't even offer to replenish, pay for, or anything, and then sends Larry Flinoid cash money through Zelle, not Zelly, Zelle, to bring more over to him, and didn't offer to share with her.
Wow, if you don't share your weed, you're the worst person ever.
But
Well,
he
I watched him go through this town, and I followed him around a bit. I was in a few places with him, and the one thing that he absolutely tried to do was smoke all the weed he could find, no matter who had it. He never offered anybody any, but he sure smoked the shit out of everything he could find everybody else's.
You know, Terry, when you were talking about your involvement with him, one thing that I remembered you saying is that he kind of treated you like you were his little minion, didn't he?
He tried.
Yeah.
He even tried to tell me what my job was, as Ironton auditor, as if he hired me or something, as if he paid me to do it and I was beholden to him. He found out very quickly that he was rather wrong. I'm beholden to no man for any reason. Be damned if I'm going to be beholden to Chille just because he thinks he's Chille.
How long have you been doing this, Ironton? That auditing thing?
I've only been doing this for maybe 4 or 5 months, something like that. Just since Chille got here and had left. Yeah, I had started right at that time.
You started.
So I'm kind of still brand new. I haven't been in it half as long as most of the other auditors out there.
But you started because of Chille.
Yes. He asked me to start as Ironton auditor. I'd already kind of wanted to get into auditing. I'd watched it for a while. I never really took it serious. I just watched to understand interactions in case I'd had police interactions. I got to see a lot of them online without having to go through them myself, and hear what everybody had to say and see how the police reacted to the different things that people said. And so, I felt pretty prepared when he asked me to jump in. He just didn't like it because I didn't do what he did. He thinks that your job as an auditor is to go out and piss the cops off so that they make a mistake and then you can exploit that mistake. Personally, I don't really care about mistakes. What I care about are civil rights. If I see civil rights violations, I'll climb them like a tree. But unfortunately, around here, it seems that people roll over very quickly. I think they're a little worried about retaliation and they're a little scared of the badge around here. So they give up their rights and consent pretty quick here, it seems. Usually before I ever even get on scene. I've never been there once. I usually get there after it's already started. So.
Did you ever find any?
And you're not just an asshole to be an asshole.
Oh, I try not to be. I mean, if someone comes at me like an asshole, oh yeah, I can be the biggest prick on earth. But outside of that, no, I'm not. I'm actually a pretty gentle, easygoing. You see me here. I'm a pretty easygoing guy. I don't care.
Did you ever find any civil rights violations?
I have not seen any personally. I've seen some that came awful close to what I thought might have happened before I got there, and I have taken those problems and given my comments to a couple different ranking officials within the Ironton Police Department, and that's about where I have to stop it. You know what I mean? Filing a complaint is only going to work if it actually happened, and I've asked for certain information and I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for body cam footage and, paperwork and stuff like that. So, there's only so much investigation that I can do on the sidewalk, and screaming and cussing them isn't going to change a thing. It's just going to get me arrested and they'll go ahead with what they're doing.
How many complaints have you filed?
I've not filed a single complaint. I've not had a reason to file a complaint.
Well, you filed those complaints for him when you first saw those
No, there were never any complaints filed. What I did was, quote unquote, serve summons to federal lawsuits. That's what I did. I didn't file any complaints.
And Terry,
you think they'll go anywhere?
No.
I'm sorry.
You think they'll go anywhere?
No.
Well, absolutely not, because they couldn't even type them right, man. I was in Cincinnati 3 days in a row. I drove from here to Cincinnati 3 days in a row to get up there, waste all this money. I was $10 or $20 in the hole by the time I got home after he tried to pay expenses, and they couldn't even type a piece of paper right. I mean, they couldn't even type the address right, for God's sake, let alone anything else in the lawsuit. And another guy had to go up there and spend 2 days before they finally got them filed. So no, I don't really expect them to go anywhere. They sure know what they're doing.
Regarding those lawsuits, I do have a question. Did Bobby Law write them?
I would assume so, because I had actually, the day that I was running around town and served all of those, when Kent Freeman and I were going around town, I actually had him on video chat through the entire thing. That's how I knew when they showed his picture, I could say, yep, that's him. That's Bobby Law. Absolutely. Whether his name's Fred, Jim, Bob, John Boy, whatever the hell it turned out to be, didn't matter to me. I knew his face because I'd seen it. I talked with him.
Got it.
I really want to see video of tomorrow's court case. I know he's not going to be able to handle himself in a proper manner. I just really want to see that.
Oh, he's going to actually show up to Ironton finally to face his justice.
No, he has court
No,
against Kate tomorrow and Josh tomorrow in Boston.
Oh.
He's not coming to Ironton. He ain't coming here.
And he's
Jesus,
not going to
probably not
Boston
here.
either.
Probably not. He already said he was going to do it by video call, but I think he said there would be one or two others that might show up there in person. I think someone said. Again, these are the things that I hear. I don't actually watch most of his videos. I just hear pieces and parts as people tell me or show me clips.
No, Tina, I think I'll be in Boston.
No, I don't.
Chille's in Denver, unless he's going to hop a plane and fly to Boston. He's in Denver.
Okay, Pandaland's asking me a question here. She's asking who paid his bail. Corey Spiegel's channel has that arrest video. Y'all were looking for the card he wanted bailed out with. Did he pay his own bail? What had happened is Corey, somebody, actually paid his bail that night in cash. And I know because I was there, first of all. And secondly, I am the one who took the check when Chille repaid him. I am the person who took it back to Corey and reached it to him personally. And,
He actually paid it back?
So yes, he did pay that back. So basically, Chille's fundraised enough to pay his $1,500 bail out of his own pocket because he did pay Corey back.
Oh, that's good.
But
Tina,
that guy did donate some money, so it wasn't the full amount. Is that correct, Terry?
Well, when I took the check back, it was for $1,400, not $15. And that's why I asked Corey. I'm like, man, this is like $100 short. And he said, no, it's not, because I told him that I'd give him $100. I said, oh, okay. So he donated that $100, so he got back 14 instead of 15. But he was okay with it. They were square, and that was it, as far as I know.
Do you remember that time that he was raising money, trying to do a fundraiser for what's the gal's name again with the kids? Christy. When they found out that her bail was only like $40, he was trying to raise a couple thousand for her. Do you remember that video?
Yeah, I do. When Christy was arrested,
Yep.
and it was only for like a $56 fine or something like that, and her dad paid it or something
He
like
was
that.
trying to raise money for her. Just another grift.
Right.
Oh, I see what Pandyland was talking about. Yeah, the problem is they gave me all of his personal effects, but which was just a couple things. They did not give me his wallet, which actually had the card in it that he said had the money on it. So Corey went to the ATM and got his own money in order to pay it. And when Chille got out, he got the money and gave it back to Corey. So that's what actually happened there, Pandyland. No problem. I try to clear up and tell the truth, even if it's telling something good on Chille. I'll tell the truth as best that I can, as I know it and can find out. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation there.
It's your channel. You're not interrupting me.
Yeah, well, not everybody tonight's felt that way. I've had to interrupt them a couple times here and there. So,
no doubt.
But I tell you what, it's like 20 to 1. We've been on here for like 4 hours, 30 some minutes. And I need to get off here. I've got a phone call or two to make. I've got some things to do. And
yeah, I know. I got a 10-hour drive ahead of me tomorrow. I gotta.
Right. I want you to be safe.
I wish I was going there.
To see you.
Look.
Tina, are you going to the Boston tomorrow?
No, I'm not going to Boston. That's too far away from me.
I didn't know. Well, yeah. Okay.
No, I'm going to the fight Friday or Saturday in Ashland.
Okay. But do you think that he would file the lawsuit and not show up?
I'm sorry. File what lawsuit, Ed?
With Tina sorry, Kate.
So he's already filed lawsuits against Kate and Josh. He filed harassment orders of protection, and he has filed, I think, 2 federal lawsuits up in Boston. And then he claims he's going to go back to California and file there. And I wish him lots of luck.
But do you think he would file and not show up with Kate in Boston?
He already said he wasn't going to show up. He said that in one of his lives, as far as I'm concerned. That's what I was told. He said he would be there on video, like a Zoom or whatever.
That's if they allow him to do it. So we'll see.
I did not know that. Sorry, guys.
If they don't allow him to do it,
Ed,
If they
No
don't allow them
stupid
to do it,
questions.
won't they just have to dismiss it?
I don't know.
Or will it just like
But
be
Ed, there's no
continued?
stupid questions, so don't apologize for ever asking a question. There's no such thing as a stupid question.
I
They
agree
would-
with
they would-
Tina, Ed.
They would grant him a continuance more than likely, which is fine because that would just rack up more attorney's fees because Kate has an attorney. So those attorney's
No,
fees
she does
eventually
not.
will probably go on Chille.
Who said that? Crypto?
Yeah.
Kate does not have a lawyer for tomorrow.
Oh, she does not. Okay.
I watched her live before this, and she does not have a lawyer for tomorrow.
She doesn't need one.
She's probably
really
not going to
doesn't.
need one. It's a bullshit case, and I think everybody knows that. And I'm pretty sure the judge will figure it out pretty quick. I assume they usually, have smart people in black robes.
I agree she does not need it, but everybody donated, including me, $18,000 to get
There's
lawyers.
2 lawsuits, bud.
But it's more than just for tomorrow, though, because she's also been served with a federal lawsuit.
Right, and she also stated that any extra out of that she did not spend on that would be given to others fighting the same crap from the same guy. So
Right,
she
and she-
intends on redonating that to other people that have to fight the same stupid legal battle with the same punk ass little bitch.
Correct.
I'm just saying she does not have a lawyer for tomorrow.
That is correct. She could not find legal representation on this short of a notice. She wasn't expecting the fundraiser. Okay, so that I do want to know. I want everybody to realize it was put on and hosted by Shiz and Harry and Dog Detective.
It was.
But this one is not as big as the federal lawsuit. That one is a little more intricate, and when you go to federal court, there's a bigger threshold. And I don't know about you, but I don't think I want to stake my whole future on representing myself in a federal court.
Well, that and
No,
also
those
understand
federal lawyers-
that understand that if the judge sees that this is going to go somewhere, he's not going to allow her to stand there and have to represent herself because she doesn't have representation. I'm sure there's going to be a continuance until everybody's properly represented. That would be my assumption anyway. And again, I don't know. I don't claim like Chille to be a scholar or some shit. I know nothing about court procedure. I'm only just learning now.
Yeah, I'm actually in the middle of a federal lawsuit, but it's nothing to do with that. It has to do with something else. Nothing to do with. But we've been in this for 4.5 years now, so it's not going to happen overnight.
Right.
These are very long, drawn out.
And federal cases take years.
And it can take up to like 30 days to get your money from YouTube. When someone sends in a super chat, it's not like it comes straight to your bank account. So, just understand how that works. That money's still tied up and waiting. She hasn't actually got all that in cash in her pocket yet.
Well, and not on super chats, but it was a funding website, and they also have so many days before they transfer it from that funding apparatus. I think it was Fundly, even GoFundMe and Fundly and Give Send Go. The turnaround time can usually take up to 7 to 10 business days before that's transferable to you.
Yeah, that's not even
And that's
it.
on their schedule.
She could have done this. She could have fronted the money's there. She could have fronted the money.
No, she doesn't need a lawyer for it. She's very articulate, and she handled herself very well. So the lawyer for tomorrow, I don't believe is needed because she's, like I said, she can handle herself in court. I was very impressed with the way she handled herself in the first restraining order against Chille.
I agree.
Okay, guys, we got a super chat here from Scott Hubert who says $10 represents the 10 minutes it'll take Chille to get aggravated and rage quit court tomorrow. Another great stream tonight, Terry. Really appreciate you and everyone on the panel. Thank you.
Oh, Scott,
Thank
that was
you,
very
Scott.
nice.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Scott.
Scott.
Well, I
Well, I'm
appreciate
going to get
it.
off here because I've got to finish doing my little project here so that I can go home and pack.
I've got to shut
I'm
this
gonna get
down.
going,
I've got things to do too, unfortunately. So I definitely want to thank everybody up here on the panel, everybody that was here, everybody that that came in and left. Always thanks high and by to everybody out there in the chat. And I'll give everybody on the panel, one at a time here. If there's something you want to leave us with, Tina, go ahead.
Kate always wins.
Now you choose to be tongue-tied.
I know, right? Well, I mean, all I have to say is Kate always wins, and TTU, baby. Trifold Trolls Unite.
TTU for sure. Ed 209, is there something final you'd like to say and leave us with tonight?
All right, you see, hi to my new dog. Say hi to him. That's all I want.
Well, hello to him.
All right, thank you.
How about Mr. B up there? What do you have to leave us with tonight, sir?
Start stocking up for the trucker shut down.
There you go. And if not a trucker shut down for any reason, it's just nice to have a little bit put back just in case.
Oh, it's
and how about you? And how about you, Crypto Crackhead? What do you want to leave us with tonight?
Chilli just doesn't stop ever being an asshole.
That, unfortunately, is a big, huge fact, and I think even his own subscribers know that for a fact. So there's no way to hide that under a rug for sure. But again, guys, thank you a lot for coming up. Thanks for being with me. Thanks for spending this time with me. Yes, ma'am. Oh, looky there. See, am I getting one of those?
You are.
Because I want one.
Oh, nice.
That's
but I don't ever do anything of.
And did you say that was his sister? You're muted, Tina. Did you say that was Caleb's sister?
Yes, that's my daughter.
Well, thank you, her daughter and Caleb's sister. I appreciate the T-shirt. Thank you very much.
Not a problem. We'll see you soon.
All righty. Everybody, y'all have a great night. Thanks for joining me, panel and chat. Y'all have a wonderful night. Stay safe, and we'll catch you on the next run.